morning. Good morning, cupcakes. And happy hump day. Today is Wednesday, September 18th, 2024. And today begins day 3 of the Carly Gregg trial. The state rested its case yesterday, which is quite possibly the fastest murder trial that I've ever seen. It was only a day and a half. Openings were on Monday afternoon. The state called a couple of witnesses yesterday. A few of them were juveniles and were not shown on camera. And today, I know some of you may be ahead. You may be cheating on me and you may be ahead in another stream, but Heath Smiley, stepdaddy, is back on the stand. The defense has called him in their case in chief. I believe there was a juvenile witness on the stand this morning. I don't know that any of that testimony was transcribed. I will try and find it for you if any of you have it. Because yesterday what happened was the Court TV put the testimony in their chat, like as a question answer thing, and we read it for the witness who came over to Carly's house that Carly called to come over and see the body. And another witness who was a friend of Carly's, who I think was the boyfriend, named Thad, which we heard some testimony about from Heath. Now, I am not accusing Heath Smiley of anything. I want to make that very clear. I got some comments yesterday that said things like, if there was something nefarious about the relationship between Heath Smiley and Carly Gregg, they would have found out about it. They did a thorough investigation. They turned over, every stone. They left no stone unturned in this investigation. They tore apart the family's lives, and they would have found it. We would know about it. How dare you people in the comments here, accuse this man of anything improper, etc. I'm going to point out to you that this murder happened less than 6 months ago. Okay? March 21st of 2024. September 21st, which has yet to come, still a couple days away, would be 6 months. I also want to point out to you that Carly Gregg had burner phones. Was she communicating with other people who had burner phones? I don't know. Where's the bio dad? Personally, I find it very hard to believe that a 14-year-old girl is one who has no history of violence, right? According to Heath, she was a wonderful girl, never was upset, never fought with anyone in the house. Like, I went back and watched his testimony yesterday, and I found that to be odd. Okay, this is a teenage girl. She's 14 years old. He had only been in her life for 3 years, so maybe since she was 11. But he said in that time she had never fought with anybody. Everything was great. She was a very sweet child. In fact, when they went to the park, she would push the other kids around on that little whirly thing. She was such a nice, sweet child. So I find it really hard to believe that a nice, sweet child um, can just one day wake up and decide to shoot and kill her mother, and shoot her in the face, no less. And then, after her mother's dead, cross her mother's arms across her chest and put a towel over for her face, and then call a friend to come over and look at the body. And even one of my viewers said yesterday in the comments, she said, "I have a 15-year-old daughter who loves to watch true crime with me." And she said, "My 15-year-old daughter started watching this case with me and said, 'Mom, she may have mental health problems, but there's no way that she wasn't influenced in some way to do this.'" And I said, "Your 15-year-old is a very smart girl," because I'm struggling with this. I'm struggling with this. And if we're going to try a child, and I'm going to call her a child because I've had teenagers, I have teenagers. I'm sure many of you are parents. You remember what your child was like at 14. If we are going to charge a 14-year-old as an adult with first-degree murder, she's not eligible for the death penalty in Mississippi because she's a child under the law. And there are so many people out there who just think that we should lock her up and throw away the keys. She can't be rehabilitated. I think there's something so much deeper here, and I don't know what it is. I'm not accusing him of being involved. I don't know what's going on with the bio dad, but we did learn from Heath's testimony yesterday that the bio dad has some sort of severe mental health issues, drug addiction issues, that he was apparently, according to the Heath, doing drugs in front of Carly all the time since she was young. At 12, made her forced her to chug a beer. I need to know more about that. I need to know what was going on in that bio dad's house. In my mind, this girl has had to have sustained either some severe trauma at a younger age that just broke her. She was the student of the year at her high school. She skipped a grade. And I know that intellectual intelligence doesn't always line up with, and usually doesn't line up with, emotional intelligence, because a lot of children who skip grades have struggles because socially they're not at the level of the other kids that are in their grade. Um, this boyfriend Thad. Yeah, how does she get a burner phone? They're not cheap, right? And then I went back, and as I was watching his testimony when he talked about his wife, and so many people are like, he's in grief, he's in grief, he hasn't had a chance to grieve, leave him alone. He wasn't looking up. People are saying maybe he's on the spectrum. That's how people are. They don't look people in the eye. I'm coming at this as a juror. I know that you are coming at this as a jurors, because you are the jury pool, my friends. You're the jury pool, and that's why so many trial lawyers who are on trial with cases that are being televised come here later and they watch the chat, because you are typical jurors. And everyone walks in to be a juror with their personal experiences, their life experiences, the things that have happened to them. And you don't leave those things at the door when you come in to sit on a jury. I don't know the demographic of Rankin, Mississippi, and I'm not going to pretend that I do. A lot of jurors may have a problem with the fact that she's being tried as an adult. Others may not. A lot of us in the chat who don't come from open carry states, or states where guns are the norm and everybody's got a bunch of them, are going to some of them may have a problem with the fact that this child that they knew had some sort of issues, because she was in therapy, she was on medication, she was cutting, may have a problem with the fact that there was a loaded 357 Magnum on the mom's side of the bed, not even concealed. It was in a little cubby underneath the mattress. There was like a bed frame that had little cubbies in it. And some of the jurors may have a problem with that. Because if we're going to start charging parents who keep unlocked weapons around that are accessible to teenagers with mental health issues, um, we can't use it as a shield and a sword, right? So I have so many issues with this case, and I have more issues today with the way that Carly is dressed, or the way that she's been dressed, or whoever dressed her yesterday. She was wearing a very matronly looking dress. Today, it is even, I think, more so. And we're forgetting that she's 15. You know, we raised the drinking age to 21 for a reason, right? Because we didn't think that 18-year-olds were mature enough to be able to drink alcohol and drive. So I think, I don't know what they did with the outfit that she's got on today, but it makes her look way too old, and it makes her look like an adult. And you can let me know what you think. And I think that the jury's going to be like, oh, she does look like an adult. They didn't see her pre-trial the way that we did, in the outfits that we thought looked like some sort of Catholic school uniform that made her look very childlike, with the Peter Pan collars. If you don't know what a Peter Pan collar is, look it up. Yesterday, we learned what an Eldridge knot was on a tie. And we even looked up a video on how to tie an Eldridge tie. It was really cool, because one of the witnesses that came in had a really cool knot on his tie. And my chat's the best. They'll find it out. Oh, thank you, Kel. Kel, you're already a member for 11 months. Time flies. Thanks for the safe place. I love you right back. Kel's an amazing moderator. We have the best moderators on YouTube here. Thank you, Welsh Girl, for coming in with the early morning super sticker. You're very generous. And Janine Harris. Thank you so much for your super sticker. It's come to my attention, I think, that Grizzly is no longer covering this trial, and I'm not sure why, but I wish her the best, and I hope that whatever happened is soon to be forgotten. But you guys that are coming over from Grizzly, we may have different rules. I don't know how she runs her channel, but I do know here that we are kind and respectful to each other. We do not bully the witnesses with regards to their looks. We don't body shame them. We don't, shame their gender identities or We talk about their testimony, whether or not we think that they're believable, whether or not we think that they're hiding something, their body language, and such things like that. So there's a really cool place off the coast of Montauk, in between Montauk and Providence. It's called Block Island. Anybody ever been to Block Island? Well, for those who can't control themselves in the chat, we have one-way boarding passes to Block Island, and my moderators are not afraid to give them out. Right, Scott Messerschmidt? Right, Scott? Right, Team Brittany? Right, Little Cupcake? So that's what we're doing. We're going to put the trial on just a second. We're behind today because we start late, so we can fast forward through the breaks. All right, so we are going to Rankin County, Mississippi. This is the defense's case in chief. The first witness was not televised because it was a minor. And so we're moving on. I think Law and Crime again has the better volume today, but again, it's not great. So I've turned my own volume down. You may have to turn your volume up. This is the outfit that they have chosen to dress Carly in today. And it's way too old for her. My grandmother was very stylish. And in her 90s, she was wearing outfits like this that she would get from Saks. And they were very lovely, very demure, very mindful. But they were also very fitting for a classy 90-something-year-old woman. This is too old for her. It's going to make her look like an adult in my mind to the jury. You let me know what you think. Oh, and the other thing I was going to say about Heath Smiley, when he was asked about his wife yesterday, he said, what does your wife look like? Oh, she was 5'2". She was blonde. She was very nice. She was, never once did he say she was beautiful. I loved her so much. I miss her. Never once did he break down. And maybe it's because I've been watching too many victim impact statements from people who have lost loved ones and have broken down about loved ones that were lost 5 years prior, because some of these things take so long to come to trial. And one that stands out to me is like um, Jennifer Dulos, who was Michelle Draconis was recently convicted of assisting in her murder. And the people that got up to talk about Jennifer Dulos were broken down, and it was years later. This hasn't even been 6 months. So something feels off to me. I don't know what it is. Let's get into Rankin County. Heath Smiley is going to come back on the stand to testify now for the defense. Okay? I love Block Island too. I love Block Island. Block Island is like going back into the past, right? There's like no newspapers, no televisions. I don't know if it's still like that. I went there a long time ago. But you could take a ferry there from Montauk, I think, and from, is it New London? That has the Block Island ferry, and there's no cars. You can't bring your car. Very cool place. Very cool, very historic, very Stephen King town from hell, it could be called. All right, here we go. The volume is not up yet, but when it is, you may have to turn up your device. You may have to put on headphones, and I will move away from the mic and speak in my very best ASMR just for you. Doesn't look like Henry does. They currently sell in, Macy's.
Make sure you can speak to the last person in the jury box can hear. Do you understand that you're now under oath and your answers will be sworn answers under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
You may proceed.
They're already approaching. Hmm.
Mr. Smiley, how are you doing today?
All right, I guess.
And you testified, let me ask you this. We've heard some testimony from you already regarding the relationship between Ashley and Carly. And you've said already that when you first met Ashley and Carly in 2019, until the time of March 19th, that both Ashley and Carly had a wonderful relationship, and you and Carly had a wonderful relationship.
Yes.
Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked with the state yesterday about getting married in Gatlinburg.
Yes, that's correct.
And who all was there for your wedding in Gatlinburg?
Just myself and Ashley and Carly, and we got married on the balcony of one of the cabins up in the mountains.
Okay. And were any photographs taken?
Yes.
Okay. And was that, how would you describe that day?
It's really good. It was one of the best memories I've ever had.
And how did Carly appear about you and Ashley getting married?
She appeared very happy with it all, and she was just her normal, wonderful self all day.
And was there an occasion after you and Ashley got married that you guys adopted some puppies?
Yes, we've got 2 golden retrievers now. They're running around playing all the time.
Okay. And can you tell the jury a little bit about how you got that second golden retriever?
We actually surprised Carly with that one. We had talked a lot about the first one and got him, and decided he needed a buddy at some point, a year and a half later. So we had got it all set up to get him and didn't tell her. And we said we had to go meet her grandparents, pick something up, and then we'd go out to eat. And we were really waiting on the lady to bring the puppies around to us. And she was pretty surprised and taken back with that one.
And on any normal, typical weekend, how would your family typically spend a weekend?
We were kind of in between my parents and Ashley's parents. So sometimes we would go to her Carly's grandparents' house, one or the other, or we'd stay home some weekends. And she got to see family, or she got to hang out with the dogs. Sometimes her and her mom, more so than me, I'm not much on all the movies and stuff, but they'd sit down and watch movies they liked together. They like running, going shopping or something here and there when they needed to.
And what, if anything, would you and Carly do together on the weekends?
Video games, some, just random stuff. I was always taking her to like karate and guitar, so she'd sit down and play guitar for us. And she had a acoustic guitar and electric guitar. We had got her at Christmas one year, and just whatever, try to take it easy.
Okay. And do you recall when you and Ashley got married?
Yes.
When was that?
It was June 13th of 2020.
Okay. And do you recall about when you and Ashley surprised Carly with that puppy?
Yes.
When was that?
Ooh, I don't know the date on that one. It was, let's see, he's about to turn 2 next month, so it was right at 2 years ago, I guess.
So what would that be? September 2021?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you recall whether or not you guys took any photos?
We did. I guess it would have been 2022, because it'll be 2 in a month. So.
Oh, yeah. You mean when you got the puppy?
Yeah, when we got the puppy.
Okay. And did you and Ashley have an opportunity to take any photos once you got home with the dog?
Yeah, I've got video of him meeting the other dog the first time in the backyard and everything. A lot of pictures of her holding him in the parking lot with the lady that we picked him up from.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Your Honor,
Mr. Smiley, I'm handing you these two photographs. Do you recognize who's in that first photograph?
Yes.
Okay, who's in the first
It's
photograph?
Ashley, myself, and Carly.
And when was that photograph taken?
That was in June of 2020 when we got married in Gatlinburg.
Okay. And is that photograph an accurate depiction of when it was taken?
Yes.
And with the second photograph, who's in that photograph?
That's Ashley and Carly.
And do you recall when that photograph was taken?
That same day before we got married.
And is that an accurate depiction
Yes.
of what you observed that day?
Yes.
That's photographed there.
Mm-hmm. It is.
Your Honor, I would ask that these two photographs be admitted into evidence.
Same objection.
Same objection.
The objection to remoteness will be sustained in part and overruled in part. Court will sustain the objection to remoteness to this photograph, have it marked D2 for identification purposes only. Court will overrule the objection as to this photograph. As to remoteness, it'll be marked S3 all purposes. D3 all purposes.
And may I publish that to the jury, Your Honor?
Hand it to the bailiff.
If you are new to this trial, this is Judge Dewey K. Arthur in Rankin County, Mississippi, and he's not having any of it. He did rule yesterday that the defense could call their witness, their expert witness, even though the expert was exchanged late and the expert may not be able to opine about the medication. And he, in fact, said to the state, I know I'm probably wrong letting this in, but you can appeal it later. I'm going to let this girl have a fair trial, basically. And that, I think, was the right decision. If we're interested in getting to the truth instead of a conviction. Correct, Brendan. They tried to transfer her back to juvenile court. It was denied. There's no question that she did this. The question is, does she go to a mental hospital or does she go to a woman's adult prison? Can she be rehabilitated at 14?
Mr. Smiley, I'm going to hand you two more photographs here.
All right.
And can you describe for me who's in that photograph?
It's Ashley and Carly and our second puppy, Finn.
And who took that photograph?
I did.
And about when was that photograph taken?
I would say maybe a year and a half ago.
Can you give me a month, year?
Not sure without looking it back up, but I would say maybe near the end of 2022.
End of 2022. And who's in that photograph there?
That's myself and Carly with our first dog, Wyatt.
Okay. And can you give me a...
I have an idea. Jane Gardner says he has nothing to do with the death of his wife. Carly wanted to shoot him so he wouldn't find out about the murder. None of us were there. None of us know what really happened, unless, Jane, you actually do know. So why don't we try just putting, in my opinion, before you say your opinion, because none of us know, right? Thanks for your comments, Jane, but unless you have personal knowledge of that, we don't know. It took 3.5 years for Matthew Farwell to be arrested for murdering pregnant Sandra Birchmore, who was pregnant with his child. That was ruled a suicide. We don't know. This case is not even 6 months old. None of us know. We're just looking at this the way the jurors are looking at it. And to me, something's off. I just don't know what it is.
Month and year when that photograph was taken?
I don't know a month on that one, but it was maybe just over 2 years ago.
Can you give me the year?
I'd say sometime in 2022.
Okay. And who took this photograph?
Ashley.
And is that a true and accurate depiction, as you
Yes.
recall it, that time?
Yes,
And who took the first photograph?
I did.
Okay, and is that a true and accurate depiction of what you
Yes,
photographed at that time?
yes, it is.
Your Honor, I would ask that these two photographs be admitted into evidence.
I wish they would show us the photographs the way they showed us the body cam footage and the
Objection as to relevance and remoteness.
Yes, sir.
We'll overrule the objection as to remoteness. They'll be enter his defense next in number.
he's smiling at Carly.
Your Honor, I would ask that these two photographs be published to the jury.
If you would handle it the bailiff.
Who, if anyone, what's done in the dark must come to light. It just doesn't always happen right away. On new meds, could have caused this, would not be the first time, says Catherine Blair. They had changed her meds about a week before the murder, according to Heath. I'm just waiting to hear from the experts. And the prosecution didn't call one with regard to mental health. She's not going to get any treatment in jail, Melissa. She won't get any treatment in jail. Melissa Crawford says mental health facilities are not a cure-all, fix-all for some. Carly committed the horrendous crime. She should be held responsible for those crimes. Let her get treatment while in jail. She wouldn't get treatment in jail. That's my understanding. Kirsten, I guess I'm not the only one seeing it. Kirsten says, is he acting like a blushing kid? It did seem very boyish to me. I don't know. Mother Cat says, I don't know why Carly did what she did, but you don't cut yourself and drink hand sanitizer if you're happy in your life. Doesn't that go to her mental state? I agree. Girl interrupted, right? All 90211. Teen girl loony bin, best option. Reminds me of Girl Interrupted in a lot of ways. Deanna says he seems too happy talking about Carly, and he doesn't seem too upset his wife was killed. They're passing the photos around to the jury. That's why there's a little bit of pause here. And Bayou Bay says, I'm sorry, but I'd have a hard time smiling at someone that tried to kill me. That's another thing. We had somebody in the chat yesterday whose daughter lives a block from where this happened. Her daughter heard the first 3 gunshots to the mom and then didn't hear any more gunshots after that. And also on the videos that we watched and the recordings, we didn't hear any gunshots either. So it doesn't make
One
sense.
last photograph for you here. Can you tell me who's in that photograph?
That's Ashley and Carly.
And who took that photograph?
I did.
And can you tell me about when that photograph was taken?
That one was taken in June of 2020 when we got married. Give or take a day or two. I forgot what day we went on a hike up there.
And is that a true and accurate depiction of what you observed at the time you took that photo?
Yes, it is.
I think I'm going to get you to help me pass that to Judge Arthur. Judge Arthur, we would ask that photograph be admitted into evidence.
Same objection. Will be sustained as to remoteness and cumulative. Mark it D next in number for identification purposes only.
All right, they've already seen a picture of them at the wedding, so he's not going to allow it. I guess it's just pictures of them looking happy with each other.
Cross-examination.
All right, here's Cross.
correct you, Charles?
Yes, ma'am.
Heath, I've handed you two exhibits, Exhibit S7 and D3. Is it your testimony that this picture, what year was Exhibit 7 taken?
That was just under a year ago.
And I believe yesterday you testified that that was an accurate description of the way Ashley looked in physical appearance the last day you saw her alive.
Yes, I guess that's reasonable.
And in fact, the picture that you just talked about from 2020 actually kind of looks about the same, doesn't she?
It does.
You agree with me that we won't ever get to see Ashley after March 19th, 2024, get a day older, will we?
Correct.
And that's because of Carly's actions?
Yes.
This picture of Carly from 2020, would you look at her? You identified her yesterday at the defense table. Does that look like the same girl to you?
Yes.
She doesn't look any older as she sits at that table 4 years later.
Not really.
May I publish that to the jury again, Judge?
Yes. And it's the bail.
What's she getting out here? Thank you, Cyber Chicken Boston, for your super sticker. I appreciate you. Little Miss Red Velvet, thank you for your super chat. She says, Melanie, thank you for all you do in covering these trials. This channel is so good for me in recovery. Oh, good. Hope you're feeling well today. And Husky Lover, thank you for the 20. I don't like that the jury can't take notes and not having transcripts. And the biggest thing that they will remember is that video hearing the 3 shots. And the stepfather is in total awe of Carly. So strange. Thank you, Husky Lover, for your thoughts. It's hard. The judge said at the beginning of the trial to the jury, you can't take notes because I feel that if you take notes, you won't be paying attention to the testimony, and I want you to pay attention to the testimony. Every jurisdiction is different. It's within the judge's discretion. And
May I proceed, Your Honor?
it's been 1.5 days of trial.
Mr. Smiley, isn't it true that yesterday you testified that Carly Gregg is the person who shot you? I think we talked about that the injury was about 6 inches from your head.
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect examination.
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Heath,
Yes.
do you feel any differently about Carly now than you did when those photographs were taken?
Improper redirect.
Sustain.
No, she can only redirect on stuff that was
Hey.
talked about during cross.
On cross-examination, Catherine asked you if Carly appeared to be the same in those photographs that you were looking at as she does right now. Does she?
She does to me. I mean, I've aged a little bit over time. I think everybody does.
Okay. Is there any other way in which you feel Carly has changed dramatically from how she appeared in those photographs and how she appears today?
Not really. I mean, her hair is different, obviously, but it was fixed up that day for a wedding.
Okay, thank you. I tender the witness, Your Honor.
May this witness be finally released by the defense,
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
by the state.
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, you're still under subpoena. You're still not to discuss your testimony, and I'm sorry you'll have to wait outside the courtroom. Okay?
Looks like the state may recall him in their rebuttal case,
Defense may call its next witness.
so he can't be in the courtroom.
Your Honor, we call Deputy Stack, and if you have just a few minutes, we can set.
All right, Mr. Levingston, going ahead and set up the monitor until. Yeah. Did you mean Shaq? Shaq. Okay.
Yeah, Gamer Ducko. This case is moving in a ludicrous speed, and this is a child. I'm going to call her a child because she's 15, who is facing 2 life sentences.
Adjust yourself up to the microphone. Speak loud enough that that last lady on the road can hear you. Okay? You don't have to talk directly into the mic.
Yes, Your Honor.
While they're hooking that up, do you understand that you're now under oath? Your sworn answers under penalty of perjury.
Yes, Your Honor.
May it please court.
Yes.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Tony Shack,
And Tony, where do you work at currently?
Rankin County Sheriff's Department.
And what do you do for Rankin County?
I do interdiction, criminal interdiction.
And I want you to go back to, I think it's the 19th of March of this year. You participated in a case concerning Carly. Do you remember that?
I do.
What was your participation in that?
So I drove out there to assist. I came from the interstate. Whenever the call came out, I didn't know the full details of it, but I knew what we were doing. I came out there to assist look for her. When I came to look for her, I came on Farmington Boulevard out there. I think it was around 5 o'clock traffic, 5:30. I can't remember the exact time. When I was coming down Farmington Boulevard, there was traffic in front of me, traffic behind me, because it's a big neighborhood. I looked to my right. I saw her standing there, a female. That's what I knew we were looking for. I immediately put the car in park. I hopped out. I said, "Are you involved in this incident that happened in this neighborhood?" She goes, "Yes, sir, I am. Is my stepdad okay?" And I said, "I can't talk to you about that." I put her in handcuffs, put her in my car, and we began to go to the scene.
Yes, and so you were informed to take her back.
Okay, so he's the officer who picks her up after she jumped the fence and ran away. And she only asks him if her stepdad is okay. Doesn't ask about her mom. Admits that she was involved. And he puts her in the patrol car and takes her away. So many questions.
Back to the scene, is that correct?
I was in handcuffs, put her in my car, and we began to go to the scene.
Yes, and so you were informed to take her back to the scene, is that correct?
I was informed different things on the way to the scene. Yes, I was informed to take her to the scene. I was informed to take her to the office. I was informed to take her to the scene. So I kind of did a merry-go-round in Farmington for a minute around a median. Finally, I did go to the scene. Yes.
And so finally, evidently, you were told to bring her to
Yes,
the scene.
that's correct.
Okay. And so then once you got her to the scene, I know you had some conversations with different officers and everything.
I did.
Okay. And you've seen your video from that night.
Yes.
Or from that day, and you
Yes.
remember.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, yeah. I mean, not just dead specific, but yes, I remember.
Okay. At some time, you turn your body cam off. Do you
I
remember?
muted it. Yes.
You muted it.
That's correct.
Okay. And you muted it because you didn't want what was being talked about heard, correct?
Right, about a personnel issue. Yeah, I didn't want to just start talking about an issue there it was about having to go back and forth coming around to the scene.
Okay. You're in the let me just understand correct.
Okay.
Okay. There you have a policy and procedure with the Rankin County Sheriff Department.
That's correct.
And it says you're not supposed to mute it and you're not supposed to turn it off, correct?
That's correct.
And you're in the middle of an investigation.
That's correct.
And you're the person that has custody and control of the suspect at this point.
That's right. He's right, though.
Sustained is deleting.
Who had custody and control when you turned your body cam off?
She was in my vehicle, but she had other investigators that were then assisting.
Okay.
Yeah, I was out of the car. She was just still in there.
And I think, is there any time that you can ever turn or mute when you're on, I guess, still performing your duty on a case?
Well, during this particular situation, I was talking about something that was not involved in the case. I was talking about a personnel issue, so that's why I did it.
Okay, so you intentionally violated your policy.
On what basis? Sustained is deleting.
Was it a violation
What
of
is
your
the
policy?
policy on the Rankin County Sheriff's Department's use of body cams?
Yeah, I mean the policy is that whenever you are actively communicating with the public or with the suspect or what have you, that you remain with the body camera on.
Would you want to review it just to make sure you understand? Is it, because I'm confused, is it just when you're communicating, or are you supposed to have it on all the time while the case is going?
Well, you're supposed to carry it on all times while the case is going on, but at the time I was talking about something different, so yeah, I muted it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't have been exculpatory evidence or something like that. That's the reason why you muted.
No.
Okay. Now she talked to you, I think, at some point about asking to see her mother. Is that correct?
Asking to see her mother?
Yes, she asked to see her mother.
I don't recall that.
Okay. Didn't you have a report and you put in your report?
I don't recall that. I don't
you didn't
recall
know,
saying.
and you didn't know what to tell her exactly?
Yeah, it wasn't I didn't know the details of the case to tell her anything.
Mm-hmm. And so, but she was asking at that point, okay, she was asking to see her mother, correct?
No, she never asked about her much. She only asked about how her stepdad was.
And so there was never any time.
Show him the report. If you have the report that says it, show him the report.
Where she asked about her mother.
I don't recall that.
Okay. May I beg the court's indulgence? Yes. Your Honor, at this time we would ask that we be allowed to publish his or play the video, his body cam video. Yes, Your Honor, we have a copy of the video of this officer that we would ask to enter into evidence at this time.
We want to see it. He does seem very defensive, right? The beauty of FFing. I want to see the body cam footage. TJ Maxx for the win. Do they have TJ Maxx in Mississippi?
Yes.
Diane says, I do think Carly is smarter than the stepdad. See how easy it is to say I do think her, in my opinion? Yeah, you guys are awesome. I don't think the jail provides her outfits, Brandon.
Officer Shack, we're in recess. You're not discussing your testimony with anybody. If you need to use the restroom, let one of the bailiffs know. They'll take you out. All right. What's before the court is a request to move a body cam video into evidence. Is that correct? The state's only objection is you haven't seen the physical media that's being introduced into evidence. Is that correct? That's correct. There's no other, if it is in fact the body cam of Tony Shack, you have no other objections. Is that correct? That's correct. All right, get the body cam. I'm going to instruct the defense. You got a few minutes to get the body cam video onto a physical media that can be entered into evidence. The problem with a thumb drive is, unless you have a clean computer that you're going to provide at your cost to the state, it's got to be able to play on that thing right there. That's all we have for the jury to take back. So Y'all take 10 minutes. We'll be in recess.
What thing do they have right there? Like an overhead projector or like a reel to reel? Remember what trial was it that we watched last? I think it was Robert Tellis was the trial I'm thinking of, where they gave the jury 2 laptops to bring back, and all the evidence was loaded on the laptops so they could play the videos side by side. The video of Robert Tellis walking in his office and compare it with the video of the suspect in the costume walking. I'm not sure what technology they have or don't have in Mississippi, but we get to FF through the break.
In a all right, I spoke briefly with counsel off the record. I want to get this on the record, though. As I understand it, body cam videos are typically produced in a proprietary format so that, frankly, nobody can change them in any manner. That's the purpose of the proprietary format. I understand that the defendant does not have a copy of the video to put into evidence, correct?
That is correct.
So you have asked the state to have their person go. The only way to do this is to screenshot the actual video with a particular piece of software, and it is quite a lengthy process. So what I told the defense is that the state has agreed to do that, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't want to waste the jury's time. So what I've proposed is that the defense excuse this witness subject to recall. Is there any objection to that procedure by the defense?
No, sir.
By the state?
No, sir.
All right, Deputy Shack, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to excuse you, but you're still under oath. You're not to talk about this with anybody.
Yes, sir.
The DA's office will be allowed to show you the video that has been copied and your original video so you can compare them for authentication purposes, okay? But otherwise, there should be no discussion about the case.
Yes, sir.
Any objections by the defense?
No, Your Honor.
By the state?
No, sir.
All right, I'm going to bring the jury in. The defense will excuse Deputy Shack subject to recall, and then we'll call the next witness, okay? Bring him in.
He is a no-nonsense judge. He does not want to waste their time. Keep in mind, they've only been hearing testimony for a day and a half. This is day 2.5. Judge Beverly Canoni did not care about wasting the jury's time for 9 weeks. Every single person who was even remotely said the name 34 Fairview was called to the stand in the Karen Reed trial by the prosecution. Commonwealth.
Excuse subject to
Witness.
have an announcement as to this witness.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, we would excuse our witness subject to recall.
All right. Deputy Shack, you're going to be excused subject to recall. That means you will be called back most likely.
Yes, sir.
You're not to discuss this testimony with anyone at this time. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Stand down. Please exit the courtroom.
Stand down. That's what they
Upon
say.
exiting the courtroom, the defense may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the defense will call Dr. Andrew Clark.
Dr. Andrew Clark.
Now we're going to hear from a witness, from an expert.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Approaching. Not a fan of that outfit on Carly. I'll say it again. Well, thank you, Elf, for gifting a membership.
Go have a seat.
To whoever randomly received it, welcome. Crystal, thanks for the 5. I'm becoming convinced that he manipulated something. He's too happy or smug.
The record reflects we're
Crystal.
outside the presence of the jury. At the bench, we had a discussion about some medical records. I will say this for both sides. I'm not taking another break. If you want something in evidence, you better have a complete copy of it. Go on ahead and show it to the other side. These people are getting paid $25 a day, and they are away from their jobs. They didn't ask for this job, and they didn't want this job. I forced them into it. I'm tired of wasting their time. You have 20 minutes.
Oh. Oh, Dewey. Dewey K. Arthur. Is Dewey a popular name in the South? Does somebody just like have a baby and decide, okay, he looks like a Dewey? He's not having any of it today. And I have to say, the defense attorneys have been woefully unprepared. They have missed many a discovery deadline. They are coming into court with not the proper documents, not the proper copies of documents, and this judge is not having any of it. As he said, these jurors, he didn't say jurors, but he said the jury's getting paid $25 a day. They're away from their families and their jobs. I'm not wasting any more of their time. You better get your act together. We're going to be almost on real time, you guys. Yeah.
From the school district.
These are the medical records. I left the courtroom at 10:06, gave y'all 20 minutes. It's actually now 10:44. Do you have copies of the medical records that you need at this time, Mr. Camp?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has the state had an opportunity to view the medical records in their entirety?
The medical records, yes, Your Honor.
All right.
And there's one set of records from the school district as well.
All right. Are the parties agreeing by stipulation to the admissibility of the records?
Of the medical records and the school records, yes, sir.
All right. Are there any more exhibits that may be needed by either side during this witness that we don't have by the state?
Your Honor, I believe that they're going to talk about journal entries and sketchbooks, and they did not have a copy of those, so that's what I was trying to make copies of upstairs.
Okay. Which journal entries? Are you objecting to the use of journal entries?
No, sir. Well, we do have a copy of the journal.
Right. Did you ever turn it over to the state?
The state actually turned it over to us.
Okay.
Most of the state
Are we
had
ready
it.
to go by the state?
Yes, sir.
That's the only thing that he's relying on.
By the defense?
Well, I think there was a page of the sketchbook. I think that's what Catherine's agreed on.
Yeah, so I told her that we would not agree to stipulate to just certain pages. If it was coming in, it was all coming in, and so we were trying to print the documents upstairs.
Do we have the documents? Okay. Is there another witness that we can take up at this time, rather than leaving the jury out while everybody gets their paperwork together?
Mr. Livingston, just for the court's, I'm not obviously calling anybody, but for the court's knowledge, Mr. Livingston just messaged me a couple minutes ago, said that he's almost finished allowing Deputy Shack to review the body cam footage. So I think Deputy Shack should be ready to be recalled.
That's still a few minutes away. Deputy Shack has to watch the body cam video. Does the defense have another witness it can call while the paperwork is being gathered?
No, Your Honor.
You have no other witnesses other than Dr. Andrew Clark.
Dr. Andrew Clark and Deputy Shack, Your Honor.
That's all you have left.
Yes, Your Honor.
This case could wrap today.
All right.
I have like secondhand heart
The state
palpitations.
is correct insofar as there are portions, if there is a journal, the state is invoking the rule of completeness. So I can't put the doctor on the witness stand until I have a complete set of what's going into evidence. How much longer will it take? I take it the state printed out the medical records for the defense.
Or they had some, we printed off the rest of them. We have a complete copy now to interview.
Can we at least try to do the medical records and hold do you have any idea how long it'll take for all the journals to be printed? Does the defense have all the journals?
The defense has a complete copy of a journal. It's just a sketchbook.
Do you have a complete copy of the sketchbook?
No.
Oh boy,
Deputy Shack is on his way down now. He has reviewed the video. They can call him if they wish to. That's Mr. Livingston.
And Judge, for the record, I did leave, one of the ladies in my office has agreed to keep printing those, and they're gonna bring down a copy, 2 copies.
All right. Give the defense the disc.
You have it, Your Honor.
Y'all get over here and make sure the TV works before I bring the jury back in and have to send them back out.
Right, Jojo. Jojo says, being unprepared and irritating the judge did not seem like sound defense tactics, intentional or not. No, as a trial lawyer, they're experienced. These are not, they're not just out of law school. They know they got to have copies of all this stuff. Because if their expert witness reviewed all this stuff in formulating his opinion, all that stuff needs to be exchanged. And they were lucky that the judge even is allowing this doctor to testify because he was exchanged late. Oh, he's not happy, Dewey. Iceman's like, Dewey is ticked off. Is Dewey ticked off or what? Is it because he lost the election to Truman after the Chicago Tribune said he won? Okay. Thanks for keeping me laughing. Husky lover. I don't know if I addressed this or not, but thanks for the 20. I don't like the jury can't take notes and not having transcripts. And the biggest thing that they will remember is that video hearing the 3 shots and the stepfather is in total love with Carly. So strange. Midnight Moon. Thank you for the 10. What good does it do putting a literal child in prison? As a mental health counselor, children can be rehabilitated with medication and inpatient treatment. Thank you. Thank you for that. Hi, Janine. Thanks for the 5. I would never be able to be on a jury and not be able to take notes. I have a terrible memory. Right. And think of all the confusion it causes in the jury room when certain jurors are remembering things that other jurors are not.
Pull Mr. Shack outside the courtroom.
Or misremembering things.
If an investigator can get him posted up, though, that would be helpful. Just post him up outside the courtroom.
Post them up, stand down. All right, Dewey, breathe. Breathe. I don't want to see him pitch a heart attack on the stand. That would not be good. I don't know, Sherry. Is she going to take the stand? I think she should too.
Take the exhibit, put it in there, and let's just make sure it plays.
I think the jury's going to want to hear from her. Oh, my friends, we have over 2,000 watching and only 711 likes. We need to do better. I will shut off the air conditioning. Please hit the like button. It helps the algorithm. I think it's her grandmother, Maria. If anybody knows for sure, I think that is Ashley's mom, her maternal grandmother. They all are on her side and want her out of jail. They all were in support of reducing the $1 million bond, which the judge.
Is the state satisfied with the exhibit?
Yes, sir.
Is the defense satisfied with the exhibit? All right, pause it, take it out. But leave the equipment up, please.
Sandy's like, Dewey needs the doers. Comment of the morning, Sandy Barth. I agree, Scott. She's got nothing to lose taking the stand. She's facing 2 life sentences. I want to hear her story. Thank you, Michelle.
While the jury's out for the attorneys, there's a judgment debtor exam going on in Judge Morrow's courtroom, so that's closed. Okay. All right, bring him in.
Bring him in. Yeehaw. I mean, the judge might need a timeout. You're right, ASBM. He might need a little timeout. Yes, Seamus. Evil kids creep me out. I'm old and saw The Omen in the theater when I was young. Me too. Well, I didn't even see The Omen. I had a babysitter who told me the story of The Omen, and it freaked me out. Kids, dolls, and clowns are creepy. He's trying so hard to
May
keep.
call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, we would recall Tony Shack.
All right, Tony Shack, please.
The Love Shack. can't even think of anything funny to say during this trial because there's really nothing funny. But we try and keep it light because if we don't laugh at some things, we may cry. Doesn't mean we think anything about this trial is funny in any way, shape, or form.
Let's re-swear.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Absolutely. Yes, Your Honor. You understand that you're still under oath, your answers, your sworn answers under penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
I allowed you to step down for a minute to discuss your testimony with anyone.
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Tony, I think you went upstairs and reviewed the video and we made a copy of the video. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so may I approach the witness? This is the video that you.
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, we would ask that this be admitted as defense exhibit. I think it's 4. 7. I'm sorry.
Any objection as to D7 all purposes by the state?
No, sir.
All right, if you would please bring it up and let's mark it D7. If you bring it to the court reporter, we admit D7 all purposes.
Oh, Mozzie says, did this happen first thing this morning? All right, well, rewind because we're going to be like on real time and they're going to go to lunch. Mozzie, tuning in from Aussie, right? Australia. Judge asked this morning if she wanted to take the stand. She had a talk with her counsel. They came back in and she said she'd wait to decide after her witnesses testify. I think she has to tell her story. I think there's no way that she will get off or even be found not guilty by reason of insanity if she doesn't tell her story. But part of me says like she has to be insane to have done this, right? But that's not the legal definition of insanity. So back to Tony Shack. Thanks, Mozzie.
Your Honor, we would like to publish this to the jury at this time.
Yes, sir. Mr. Levingston, would you assist him?
I like Andrea too, Iceman. I don't think neither Andrea Burkhart nor I are afraid to state our unpopular opinions when we need to. Thanks. Okay, come back to your screen for the body cam, if you will.
Where's that? Okay, up here, take a right. Huh? 2-4.
Stop sign. Turn right onto Ashton Way. Then the destination is on your right.
I think he's got Carly in the back of the car because he's taking her back to the scene, and that's their address on Ashton Way.
Can you just leave north of the farm?
Killing out. So show me how to see him. With this female.
The destination is on your right. 214 at
We're not here to pull out. Well, that's because they got me going around the merry-go-round. Okay. She was coming out of the area here on Farmington Boulevard.
We just drove through that call.
She's back here. She's soaking wet. Did you jump in the water?
Okay.
Sounds like a police talk.
Yeah, I know, and now I got a big mess going on. Hold on one second. Yeah, I do. Well, what y'all want me to do with her? Hey, don't open that door. Oh, I thought you. They're telling me take her to investigations and back here, investigation, back here.
Tyler wanted to make sure we talk to the judge first to see where she gonna go. JDC or here first. I mean, to us.
Y'all ain't never done one? Okay. No, they're labeled. Yeah, open up the one right there. It should have all of them labeled right there. You got to go the other way. Yeah, you got to go the other way. I'm gonna pull right there. Pull right there. Let me back up. Pull right there. Oh, hey, without being like, she's asking like how everybody's feeling. She's like, I didn't mean to.
All right. He's saying she's like, I didn't mean to. I had to rewind this so we can listen to what he's talking to this other officer. This is before he mutes his body cam. What's he opening in the envelope? I have so many questions.
She's asking like how everybody's feeling. She's like, I didn't mean to. All right, so get these. So look, come here. All right, so that's gonna be for your that's gonna be right hand. All right, left hand. All right, so Colonel. Look, I'm gonna show you right there. All right, you're gonna do on the right hand. You're gonna do the palm. Okay, I'm just showing you in the back of the hand. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. Then whenever you get through, you're gonna turn it in. All right. All right. You're gonna open it, turn it back in. All right. When you turn it back in, then when you get ready to do this, it's right there. Close this and put that over it. Okay. Yes, sir. How you doing? Just back in back. Okay. All right. Yeah. Let me do it.
I think this is what it is. He's teaching this other officer to swab her hands for gunshot residue. And he doesn't know how to do it, so he's opening up the instructions in the envelope and kind of teaching him how to do it.
I got her handcuffed. Right, sweetie. Look. Let me step out real quick for me. All right. so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move them around to the front of you, okay? I'm gonna move the handcuffs around to the front of you. Okay. All right. All right. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna swab your hands, okay? Right. Now well, I asked you a bunch of questions, but obviously you fired with a pistol, correct? Okay.
All right, look. I need you to hold your hand out like this. I'm gonna do your right hand first, okay? Just your right hand, just like that.
Swab up here.
She doesn't look overly distraught to me. Very little affect. I mean, she looks a little nervous, but there's no hysteria. There's no crying. There's no tears. Very flat affect. Smells like teen spirit. Sharma Lily.
So GSR it shows which hand did you shoot with? Which hand did you shoot with?
Go up.
Flop the hand, turn the hand over.
Turn it over.
And rub on the outside part around the knuckles.
Where do you want? Where do you want kids from? I guess you can put it in my vehicle with my kid. He Bob is in my left pocket.
All right, now so go ahead and take it. Go ahead and take it. All right.
I don't know, baby. I can't talk to you about this. Are you okay?
I don't know, baby. I can't talk to you about it. What did she say? I want to hear this again. Is my stepdad okay? Right. They said that she was soaking wet. I'm not sure if when he said she's soaking wet, he meant the dog or Carly. They did say they had to put her clothes to dry in the special drying room they had. She doesn't look wet to me, but it's hard to tell.
All right, now so go ahead and take it. Go ahead and take it. All right.
Is my stepdad okay?
No, baby. I can't talk to you about this. Are
Is
you
it-
okay?
Oh,
Are you okay? She said, yeah, I'm fine.
he said, what? Oh,
Okay, so, can you take her up to the office on the interviewer?
Yeah.
And then afterwards, I guess, I don't know if you want to hang out or whatever, but the judge wants you to stay at JDC tonight. They're going to inform you what's going on, and then she'll be brought over to jail in the morning after she sees the judge.
she has no idea what, you know, she don't even know about her mom. Yeah, I met her. She's like, it's my stepdad, okay?
Okay, this is weird. He says she doesn't even know about her mom. The other guy said judge wants her taken to the juvenile detention center tonight. Then she'll be arraigned tomorrow, and then she'll go to the regular jail. He's covering his body camera now. He said she didn't even know about her mom. She only asked about her stepdad. Listen. JDC is Juvenile Detention Center.
Tonight, they're going to inform you what's going on, and then she'll be brought over to jail in the morning after she sees the judge.
She has no idea what, you know, she don't even know about her mom.
She don't even know about her mom. Then he covers his body cam.
Yeah, I met her. She's like, it's my stepdad, okay?
She's asking about the stepdad. And the other person says, okay. And then
Yes.
he mutes it then?
Okay, we paused it, but the camera had stopped. Why did the camera stop?
Right, the camera's not stopped. It's muted.
Okay.
It's muted. Yeah. The actual camera, in order to mute it, the button's right here, so it covers the lens, but it's still active. It's just it's muted.
Why is your hand
Okay.
over it?
And correct me if I'm wrong. Beforehand, when I asked you the question of why you had muted it,
Correct.
my understanding was you said it was a personnel issue.
Right.
Now, We're muted on the video right now.
Correct.
He was right in the middle of the conversation about she doesn't even know about her mom. She was talking about her stepdad. That was not a personnel issue. He's talking about the suspect.
Right before you muted,
Right.
you're talking about Carly doesn't know her mother's dead.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. Sustained is the leading, but rephrase your question.
Yes. You saw what you said, remember?
Right. Yes.
Was what were you talking about?
Right then, what I was talking about was she never inquired about her mother. I mean, that's why I was saying that, you know, she only asked about her stepdad. Hence, even when she got out of the car, she asked, "How's my stepdad?" It was never you know, she never like said, "Is my mom okay?" or anything like that. I assumed that she didn't even know about her mom, and I didn't know the full details of the case whenever I got there.
Okay. So why was it that when I asked you before, you told the jury it was a personnel issue?
Right. Well, whenever it was paused is whenever I began talking about the issue with driving around in a circle out there, coming back and forth. That's
And-
why whenever you replay it here, you'll see another deputy going like this. That's because I was talking about that issue.
Now, may I approach, Your Honor?
And we should believe you because you say so. He did seem annoyed when he was in the car and we could hear him talking like, "What do you want me to do with her? You have me going back to the scene, then to the office, then to the scene." He sounded a little annoyed. But, you know.
Yes, sir. You intend to keep asking about the video?
Yeah, just a few more questions. I'm going to show you a document, and you said you were aware. Are you aware of the policies and procedures of the sheriff's department?
I am.
Okay. I'm going to let you have this.
Okay.
This is a copy for you.
All right.
And there's a yellow piece of paper, and I believe that's it's going to be the first page on, it's dealing with it's a policy and procedures of body cams.
I'm familiar.
Okay. Now I want you to turn, it says, and it's actually at the bottom of page, it says page 1 of 4. Would you agree with me on that?
Yeah. Yes.
And so you have a number 1, it says procedures. And it says when and how to use the BWC.
That's correct.
What is the BWC?
Body worn camera.
Okay. And so what's number 1?
Deputies shall not keep body worn cameras activated during their entire shift.
Right. And I got to correct myself. I said number 1. I said it's A. And so that would be A, correct?
Okay. A.
And then B is what?
Deputies shall activate the body worn camera to record all law enforcement activities in contact with citizens in the performance of official duty, including but not limited to traffic stops, deputy initiated stops of members of the public, arrest. You may keep going.
Yes, it'll be, and you're going to
Okay.
turn to page 2 of
Searches,
4.
interviews and interrogations, warrant service, pursuits, and any other contact with a member of the public that a deputy reasonably believes that may become adversarial.
Now, what's number C say?
I'm sorry. The body worn camera shall remain activated until the event is completed in order to ensure the integrity of the recording.
Now, in this situation, did that occur?
At this situation, I was talking about something different. I was not actively
Doesn't matter.
involved in talking to her.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, it says while the event.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so you didn't turn your camera off, correct? So C actually would be correct.
Right. I could have turned it off, I guess, instead of muting it.
Okay, so now read D.
Deputies shall not initiate the mute selection anytime during the body worn camera is activated for recording.
Okay, now did you do that?
No, I guess my better option would have been to cut it off.
Okay, now
He's going through the policy and procedures manual and showing and getting him to admit that he violated their own policies and procedures with respect to the body worn camera and when to cut it off and when to mute it. Massive skepticism is real, Phil Biggs. It's real.
Now, what do you do if you fail to, I guess, abide by these rules? Is there a procedure?
Sure. I'm assuming there is a procedure at that point. I'm sure there's a verbal warning. I'm sure there's things such as that.
Well, let's skip down to number H.
Okay.
What does number H say?
If a deputy fails to activate the body worn camera in situations where recording is required by the sheriff's department policy, fails to record entire contact that interrupts the recording, the deputy shall document why a recording was not made and was interrupted or was terminated.
Now, you did a report in this matter, didn't you?
I don't recall the report. Do you have it?
Hold on.
Yeah,
You're being called as a witness in this trial and you didn't review your report before you testified. You've testified a million times before. I'm not saying he did anything wrong. I'm not suspecting him of anything. Massive skepticism is real. We're all a little sus after watching the Karen Reed trial and some other trials, Ashley Benefield, and the way the police treated her. But it raises skepticism that you didn't remember writing a report and you didn't review it before coming here to testify today? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Is this a copy of your report?
Yes. Yeah, it was brief. I'm sorry.
Okay. And I'm taking this was done at some time when you got back to the station or something.
Right. Well, date entered. What was this? When did this happen? The 19th? Yeah. So a day later. Yes.
Okay. Your policy says that you're supposed to make an entry if your body camera is ever interrupted, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Show us in your report where you did that.
Yeah, it's not there.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that his report be entered into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, be admitted D8, all purposes.
And we would also
Hang on just a
ask,
second.
I'm sorry.
Let's get it marked in first, please.
All right.
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, we would also ask that the policy and procedure manual be entered into evidence that he's testified.
Any objection?
We have no objection to the body worn camera portion of the policy and procedure being entered, but I think what Mr. Kemp has is an entire thing. I think it would be irrelevant and confusing.
Your Honor, I can take those we can have just those.
Y'all come modify it and look at it. If you would, please hand that to the bailiff. Y'all walk over there.
Dee says, I imagine he turned it off because he didn't want to get in trouble for talking smack about getting in conflicted information. I know, but we shouldn't have to wonder, and neither should the jury. And look, the defense does not have much to work with at all, so I can see why they're doing this. I don't know that it's going to make a difference. And then Chiricity on the other side says I do think they need more accountability for body worn camera muting issue with officers. It happens a lot. Shut up, Chrissy. Says y'all want her in school with your kids? Because I don't. She's not getting out no matter what. She's either going to go to a mental
Your
hospital.
Honor, what we did was for the record, we
Or a women's
modified it, so
prison.
it's now a 5-page document. It starts out with just the policy and procedure manual is the first page, and then it goes to the actual policy for the body cam, which is the next 4 pages. It's listed. It's listed as page number 1 through 4.
Any objection to that, let us stay.
No, sir, Your Honor.
Be admitted without objection D9. Does either side feel the need to introduce the rest for ID?
Not of the name, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Just- All right, you may proceed.
And Your Honor, I can't remember, did we introduce the video and is that already in evidence? I think it has to be.
Yes.
No further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
All right, before Mr. Camp sits down, in the interest of completion, I would ask that the entire video be played. If he's gonna play a portion of it.
That's fine, Your Honor.
All right, under the rule of completeness, if a party plays one part of a statement, the other party can demand that any other part of it that ought to be showed to the jury and fairness be showed. At this time, you can present. Do you want it from the beginning or do you want it from here, from this point?
Just from here, Your Honor.
All right, hit play.
Okay, so the state is choosing to play the rest of the video.
Well, she came, I saw her coming out of the Farmington there. I was like, hey. I said, it's just, I said, are you the girl that does that? She was just, yeah, I heard you get on the radio. I think I passed you. I was in that damn center thinking, yeah, turn around, come back. And then you were coming out. Yeah, good licks, Jack. Yeah, man. I was just there, man.
Little fist bump there. They're photographing her.
Hey, she's sucking his way. She goes, I'm so sorry.
He's saying, I went down Farmington. She was soaking ass wet. I was like, are you involved in this? She's like, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
She was up there at the beginning. Yeah, the beginning of Farmington out there. Yeah. So, I mean, I didn't see this thing when she said something.
I don't know. Then he shut it off.
Cross-examination. Any further questions? Excuse me, any further questions by the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir. We're not gonna need the video anymore, Your Honor.
All right, before you start, Mr. Levinson, would you just mind pulling that back out of the way?
Maybe she was all sweaty from running. Was she trying to wash off evidence? I didn't hear any Miranda rights read. We don't know how long it was muted for. Thank you, Seamus, for your super chat. Dark humor keeps us sane. I didn't get to watch before. Has she said why? Nope. RRG. MRG1. Thanks for the 5. Why was Carly so calm after attacking mom and apparently completely crazy and screaming when the stepdad got home? I have so many questions too. Thanks for the 5.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Deputy Sheck. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. And just want to ask you a few questions about what Mr. Camp talked to you about, specifically as it relates to the video. Whenever we first heard the video come on, there's a delay in the audio of the video. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen why there's a delay in the audio whenever the video first comes on?
Yeah. Well, it backs up. It backs up where you have video only.
Okay.
During a segment there.
So is that just a normal function of the?
That
video?
is, and I think since then they've extended it. They've extended that time over, I think, to a couple of minutes now.
So whenever you turn on your video, it just automatically backs up, and there's no audio for that.
That's correct.
You didn't mute your
Oh, no.
video at that time.
No.
And of course, we all hear a dog in your truck.
That's correct.
Do you have a dog that rides with you?
I do.
All right, what's his name?
Voodoo.
Right. And in the back of your car, we can obviously hear that. Were Carly and Voodoo separated back there?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And when it first comes on, I hear you say something to the effect of up here on the right.
That's
Who were
right.
you talking to?
To her.
Was she telling you the directions to her house?
Yes.
Okay.
He didn't have GPS.
We also heard you say something to the effect that that they've got me out here on a merry-go-round or
That's
something
right.
along those lines. Were you frustrated with the fact that they had you out there on a merry-go-round?
I was.
Okay. And I think you said something to the fact that they told me to bring her here, then they told me to bring her to the station.
Yeah, I just kept making circles around a median
Right.
in the middle of Farmington.
At any time when you were out there, did you turn your body worn camera off?
No.
All right. And you explained to us a little bit earlier, but just again, why would your hand over your camera?
Yeah, so the mute button is over here, and it's just whenever you hold it, your hand goes over it to be able to hold the mute button in. So that's just the way it worked.
At any time, whenever you were in Miss Gregg's presence, did you mute or otherwise turn off your video?
No.
At any time during this, whenever you were dealing with any member of the public or any suspect, did you turn off or mute your
No.
body worn camera?
No.
Did you ever go in Miss Gregg's house that day?
No.
Did Miss Gregg ever say anything to you or ask you anything about her mom?
No. All I got was her stepdad.
Okay. What'd she ask you about her stepdad?
Is he okay?
Did she ever ask if her mom was okay?
No. I never got anything about her mom.
Never said anything.
No.
Just to clear up some confusion maybe in the chat, and just because I like to say your name, there's a man passed out in the snow. Says, I'm a few behind, but they can transport with K9. There's a separate cage seat in the section for the perp. Maybe that's Mississippi rules, Mississippi laws. I don't think you can in New York.
Did she tell you that she fired with a pistol?
Yes.
She tell you she fired with her right hand?
Yes.
Whenever you muted your camera, who were you talking to then?
I was talking to a couple other deputies. I mean, their names. I mean, Deputy Centel and Deputy Diesel. Centel's the one that had his hands up beside him there.
Okay. Did you ever collect any evidence at this scene on March 19th?
No.
Once you took Carly back to the scene, what did you do after that, if anything?
Nothing. Talked to coworkers and waited for somebody to come and get her to transport her.
Did you transport her anywhere after that?
No.
So once you dropped her off there at the scene, you observed the GSR kit being taken.
That's it.
You were done after that.
Done.
That's right. Deanna says his
Okay, just to
GPS
be
said your
clear,
destination is on the right. Right. So he said Carly was giving him directions, right? But we heard the GPS, right? Your destination is on the right. Maybe he meant she was giving him the address and then he put it in. I don't know.
Were you trying to hide, conceal, or cover up anything whenever you muted related to this investigation, whenever you muted your body worn camera?
No.
Of course I know.
I agree with Law Junkie. There should have been a female or an advocate there. She could be in shock, trauma. They're touching her. It could trigger her from trauma.
Real
She's a
briefly,
minor.
Deputy Shack, whenever did you have your body worn camera on whenever you first encountered Miss Gregg?
No, I did not.
And why was that?
Well, because when I came off of Old Fannin Road onto Farmington, it's a one-way in, one lane both ways. It was right around 5 o'clock traffic. There was cars in front of me. There were cars behind me. I was driving down the road. I spotted her to my right, I immediately put my car in park and hopped out. And I asked her, there were cars backed up behind me at that point. And I asked the brief question that I did to her, and then I immediately put her in my vehicle. I activated my camera whenever I was driving due to the fact that, I mean, honestly, I'm not perfect. At the moment, I did not activate it because I was in a hurry to get out there to her, and I had a lot of traffic.
Is it fair to say that you were shocked to see her standing there on the side of the road?
That's correct. Yes, because we had people driving around everywhere looking for her.
Right. And you said that you asked her the question that you did, and that you're talking about you asked her.
Yeah, I just asked her if she was the one involved
Okay.
at the incident that occurred at the house.
And she told you yes. Correct?
Yes, I'm sorry. It's my stepdad. Okay.
And she told you that she was sorry, and that's what you also put in your report that Mr. Camp showed you this in evidence, right?
That's correct. Yep. Yes.
Nothing further than that.
For your record.
Let me make sure I'm clear. You're not saying it was okay for you to mute your body cam, correct?
Do what now?
You're not saying that was okay, are you?
I felt like at the time when talking to coworkers, it was okay.
Okay. So, and we just read the policy and procedure
That's correct.
and it says you are not to do that.
That's correct.
And it says the reason why you're not to do that is to ensure the integrity of the recording, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that didn't happen, correct?
What didn't happen?
You didn't keep it activated to ensure the integrity of the recording.
Right. Yeah, it was activated during my time of dealing with the situation, but when talking to coworkers, no, it was not.
Okay. And you told the jury that it was a personnel issue, but right before your questioning, or right before what you're talking about,
Right.
is you make the statement, she doesn't even know what happened. That's on the video.
Okay.
And then you mute it and you put your hand over it. So why is it so important if, according to you, you just don't want us to hear it because it is a personnel issue, according to you?
That's correct.
And then you put your hand over it so we can't even see who you're talking to. Why is that important to make
Well,
it
it
so
wasn't purposely put my hand over it. The mute button is on the side right here, and that's the way I was holding it, was like that. It wasn't purposely done like that.
Okay. So the video, even though you mute it,
That's correct.
and then we can't see who you're talking to.
That's right.
Okay. And you said it was a personnel issue,
That's correct.
but it wasn't a personnel issue right before you muted.
Correct.
No further questions.
Those must be released by the defense.
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
By the state.
Yes, sir.
All right, you stand down, you're free to go or stay.
Thank you.
Defense may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the defense would call Dr. Andrew Clark.
Dr.
All right,
Andrew.
now we're going to hear from a doctor. Remember, during the prosecution's case in chief, we did not hear from any medical witness. We did not hear from a medical expert. Did they have her evaluated? We didn't hear any evaluation from any doctor during the prosecution's case in chief, which rested yesterday. Now we're going to hear from a doctor, and I'm anxious to hear the expert testimony. Well, let's FF a little bit until he comes on. Wally World said also, why was stepdad crying and laying down on the porch and no blood? Maybe they conspired together. That body cam footage of him laying on the porch, I didn't see any blood either, and I have a lot of questions. Then he went to the hospital, and he wasn't even given a stitch. I don't even know that there was any blood. Why doesn't she have any blood on her? She shot her mother in the face. So that means that her mother had to have been facing her or laying on the ground. Where's the blood? So many questions. There's no question that she did it. She admitted to doing it. But they found her half an hour later, walking down the street, like he just said. I have more questions. If this is the final witness in this entire case, I don't know how the jury is going to come to any determination. So many questions.
You understand that you're now under oath and your answers to be sworn answers under penalty of perjury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Before we get started, does either side want to introduce some documents by way of stipulation?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, which documents have the parties agreed to admit by way of stipulation?
Your Honor, the parties have agreed to introduce the medical records and school records of Gregg that the doctor reviewed in his mental health evaluation. And also the doctor's CVs. Your Honor, we've also agreed to admit a sketchbook and a journal.
I'll bring them forward.
Sorry, Your Honor, I've got the journal.
I mean, maybe the state's going to call a medical expert in their rebuttal case, but
Do them one by one. Does the state stipulate to the CV of the defendant? Of the defense witness. Okay. Stipulation, CV of Dr. Andrew Clark. The CV of Dr. Andrew Clark will be admitted by stipulation as D10. CV of Jason Pickett, stipulate.
Yes, Your Honor.
This document will be admitted, the CV of Jason Pickett will be admitted by stipulation as S57.
you would think, Alf, you would think.
What do we have next?
Thank you, Trumpum. Is anyone going to testify her psych medicine was changed 3 days before the incident?
Journal and sketchbook of Gregg.
Maybe this witness will. But from what we heard yesterday, his opinion was that he could not opine on that med change. So we'll see what he's got to say.
Does the state stipulate that these are the journals and the sketchbooks recovered from the scene? Yes. Defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Be admitted without objection, any objection by the state?
No, sir.
Be admitted D11 by stipulation.
Mozzie on top of it says the state has 2 doctors sitting in the courtroom waiting to testify.
The counseling records of Annette Bennett.
Does the state agree to stipulate to the admissibility of the counseling records of Annette Bennett? Be moved in D12, all purposes without objection.
And for the record, those are the only ones that are not 8 stamps because those are the only ones not produced.
Thank you, Ocean Tide. In my opinion, this trial is happening too fast and not fully investigated. And again, it's only been 6 months.
The vital tool records, which are the medical records and treatments and prescriptions during her detainment at the Rankin County Detention Center.
That's only the vital core records, not to discuss in front of the jury detainment. Any objection to these records?
Yes, sir.
State or defense records?
Defense.
All right. Without objection, correct?
Yes, sir.
D13 will be the vital core records.
Gabby Stevens says, Carly removed the camera from the kitchen counter and hid it. The only camera still recording as the stepdad came home was in the garage. Have we heard any evidence that she's the one who hid it in the refrigerator? I know that it was found sometime later. I know that
Date stamp numbers 805.
I know that
through-
the law enforcement officers did not find the camera in the refrigerator or the camera in the garage, and that they were turned over sometime later by the stepdad. And we heard some testimony that the stepdad took the files off one of the cameras and put them on his laptop and put them on a thumb drive for them. I have questions. I don't know that we've heard any actual evidence that Carly removed the camera and put it in the fridge. If I'm wrong, someone can tell me if there was any testimony to that effect or any video of her doing that.
822. Any objection to that by the state?
Everybody's got the motions and subpoenas attached to everything that they sent.
Nona Robbins says he had blood. The paramedics walked away with bloody clothes while he was on the porch.
Correspondence.
I mean, he said they called it a graze and he didn't even get one stitch. Are you sure the bloody clothes was not from Ashley?
Date stamp documents 811 through 822 are court records. Does everybody agree to that?
Yes, sir. They're not.
And they're not admissible.
They're not a part of the medical record.
All right, mark these. D14 ID only. Excuse me, add bait stamp document 810 to D11 for ID. So the actual records are 805 through 809, correct?
Yes, sir.
Does the state agree by stipulation to admit 805 through 809?
Yes, sir.
Defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
You need a paper clip.
Those will be marked D14 as a composite.
Carly apparently told the judge this morning, Kat, that she would decide after all the witnesses testified whether or not she would testify. So we still don't know if Carly's going to come on the stand. Ashley says she couldn't have removed the camera and put it in the fridge because she left the house.
Motions should not be. Motions, transcripts should not be attached. Any objection to 360 through 520 by the state, school records, by the defense? This will be marked D15, next in number without objection, school records.
UMC records.
Any objection to state bait stamp document 775 through 796 by the state?
Right. Didn't we hear in the 911 call that, or
Committed D16.
somewhere in some recording, that one of the cops said it was a through and through on his shoulder? Oops.
In all purposes, records of UMMC.
Region 8 records.
Right. Why wouldn't she just have destroyed the camera? Why would she put it in the refrigerator? If she knew and she was hiding the gun, because we watched the video, she was hiding the gun. She knew the camera was there. Why wouldn't she have just destroyed it, taken it with her, thrown it into a lake? Why would she have put it in the refrigerator before the stepdad came home? I mean, it's a possibility, but I don't think we've just heard any evidence of that.
Big 3, any objection by the state?
There's the grandparents
By the
behind her,
defense.
Your Honor.
talking to her.
Mark D17, all purposes. Region 8 records.
Oh, the lip reading experts are going to have a field day with this one.
Rankin Children's Group.
I love you, he said, the grandfather. They're very supportive of her. These, I believe, are Ashley's parents.
Any objection to state's bait stamp documents 527 through 558 by the state? By the defense.
No, Your Honor.
It will be marked D18.
Precise medical records.
Somebody's got the papers very
By
close
the
to the
state.
microphone.
By the defense.
A lot of paper shuffling.
6 through 699 by the state. By the defense.
No, Your Honor.
Any objection to bait stamp pages 666? D21, all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Clark. Could you introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name's Andrew Clark, C-L-A-R-K.
Okay. And Dr. Clark, what's your current age?
I'm 68 years old.
Why do you need to know how old he is?
And what is your current occupation?
I'm
I'm
personal.
a psychiatrist in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
And what, if any,
Cambridge has entered the chat, my friends. Do you think he's a Harvard professor?
who's your current employer?
I'm currently self-employed. So I have a private practice of psychiatry.
Hold on a second. Something just happened here. I pressed the button.
I'm 68 years old.
Why? That's a weird
And
question.
what is your current occupation?
I'm a psychiatrist in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
And what, if any, who's your current employer?
I'm currently self-employed. So I have a private practice of psychiatry. I spend about half my time doing treatment of both children and adolescents and adults, and about half my time doing forensic work.
And what, if any, teaching experience do you have?
So I was on the faculty at Harvard Medical School for about 20 years,
Harvard, I
from
knew it.
1996 to around 2016, and I taught and supervised residents at Massachusetts General Hospital. And then I spent about 5 years at Boston Medical Center from 2017 to 2022, and I worked half-time then as the director of medical student education and psychiatry, so teaching medical students.
And what specifically did you teach at Harvard Medical School?
So I taught forensic psychiatry as the primary thing that I taught. I taught forensic psychiatry to residents at Boston Medical Center, and I currently teach forensic psychiatry at Boston Medical Center, but just about once a month.
And where did you attend medical school?
I went to the University of Michigan Medical School and graduated in 1986.
When did you receive your medical license?
In, I believe, 1987.
What, if any, board certifications do you have?
So I have 3 board certifications. I'm certified in adult psychiatry, I'm certified in child and adolescent psychiatry, and I'm certified in forensic psychiatry.
And what, if any, certification have you held in pediatrics?
I trained in pediatrics at Boston City Hospital from 1987 to 1990, and I was board certified as a pediatrician, but I've let that lapse since I don't practice pediatrics.
And what, if any, certification do you have in neurology?
I have no certification in neurology. My psychiatry certification is through the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology.
Gotcha.
But I'm just a psychiatrist.
And when did you receive your board certification in psychiatry?
Oh, you're testing me. I think it would have been in 1995 that I was certified in psychiatry.
Now, as you know, lawyers go to law school and not med school because we're not very good at math. But is it fair to say that's roughly 29 years that you've been?
I believe that's
certified?
correct, yes.
When did you receive your board certification in psychiatry?
I think you just asked me.
I'm sorry. When did you receive your board certification in forensic psychiatry?
Oh, I think it would have been around 1996 or 1997.
And when did you receive your board certification in child and adolescent psychiatry?
I believe that would have been 1997.
And what, if any, residencies have you done?
So I've done maybe too many residencies. I was a resident in pediatrics for 3 years, and then I did a 3-year residency in psychiatry at Massachusetts General Hospital. And then I did a 2-year residency in child and adolescent psychiatry at Massachusetts General Hospital and finished my training in 1996.
And when did you receive your subspecialty certification in forensic psychiatry?
I believe it was 1997 that I did, and then it lapsed for a few years, and then I was recertified maybe around 8 years ago or so.
And what, if any, leadership positions have you held in the medical field?
So when I was at Massachusetts General Hospital, I was the medical director of the Children and the Law program, which was it's a program of individuals doing forensic psychiatry and psychology. When I was at Boston Medical Center. I was as I mentioned, the director of medical student education in psychiatry, and I was also the medical director of the outpatient psychiatry clinic there. I also had a job at a trauma clinic in Waltham, Massachusetts, where I was the medical director for, I think, 4 years.
And what, if any, experience have you had with the juvenile court?
So I've worked for several years at the Boston Juvenile Court Clinic and the Norfolk County Juvenile Court Clinic. I'm early in my career. So probably 3 or 4 or 5 years altogether.
And what was your position there?
I was a staff psychiatrist there, responsible for conducting evaluations that were ordered by the court.
And who did you conduct those evaluations on?
Typically on adolescents or younger children who were court involved in some way, either juvenile delinquency or care and protection cases.
And what, if any, positions have you held with regard to child and adolescent forensic consultations?
I was early in my career, I was a member of the Child and Adolescent Forensic Consultation Team in Massachusetts and did a number of evaluations, mostly competency to stand trial and not guilty by reason of insanity cases for the state.
What, if any, fellowship positions have you held?
I did a fellowship in infant parent mental health at one point about 10 years ago now, and I'm not sure what else.
How many times have you testified as an expert witness in child psychiatry?
I'm going to guess 150. That's just it's somewhat of a rough estimate, but I've been doing it for 28 years and probably have a couple of handfuls of cases each year.
And how many times have you testified as a forensic expert in child and adolescent psychiatry?
I'd say typically when I'm qualified as an expert, it's in either psychiatry or child and adolescent psychiatry, and not typically in forensic psychiatry.
He's well qualified as an expert in this case.
What, if any,
Wait till he gets-
peer-reviewed papers have you published?
I've published 2 papers in the last 2 years, one on juvenile solitary confinement and one on the question of the ethics of psychiatric diagnosis. I've also co-written 2 chapters on a juvenile post-traumatic stress disorder.
For those of you who don't know, she has been held in an adult jail, but she is in solitary 23 hours a day for her own safety. She's being tried as an adult.
Your Honor, at this time, we would tender Dr. Clark as an expert in the field of child and adolescent psychiatry.
As established in the order of witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
So the state gets an opportunity to question him about his qualifications. He's calling it a voir dire. I say voir dire. Make of it what you will. You say tomato, I say tomato. So they get to ask questions and they get to disagree with his qualifications if they don't think he should be admitted as an expert.
Good morning, Dr. Clark. How are you?
Good morning, sir. I'm good, thank you.
Good to see you again. And you and I spoke over Zoom last week, didn't we?
Correct, yes.
But you didn't recognize me this morning because I had a beard last
Yes,
week.
that's right.
All right. Are you, where do you currently hold an active medical license? In what state?
In the state of Massachusetts.
Okay. You're not licensed in the state of Mississippi, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Have you ever treated patients in the state of Mississippi prior to your involvement in this case?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you ever prescribed medicine to patients in the state of Mississippi in your practice?
No, sir.
All right. Have you ever been accepted as an expert in any court in the state of Mississippi?
No.
All right. Is this your first time in Mississippi?
I've passed through here before.
Okay. I got you. And you just told Ms. Todd that
What is that? That you're not one of us? You're not one of us? I mean, the guy's highly qualified. How many board certifications does he have? Super chat here that should be addressed. Not Sir Ray Davies says, thanks for the 20. As a psychologist, I can attest to the fact that too many parents use the medication excuse to account for their child's bad behavior and to compensate for their own bad parenting. I apologize if this offends anyone. Thank you for your thoughts as a psychologist. Appreciate that.
whenever you've typically been accepted as an expert, it's not in the field of forensic psychiatry, correct?
That's correct.
And what, just by way of brief definition, what is forensic psychiatry?
So forensic psychiatry is that part of psychiatry that interfaces with the justice system typically. And most often working as an expert for court-related cases.
Right. But you're typically not rendered as an expert in forensic psychiatry, correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, we would just re-urge our prior motion as it relates to Dr. Clark, but otherwise, nothing further.
Any further objection?
No, sir.
The witness will be admitted as an expert in the field of child and adolescent psychiatry. Hang on just a moment. Rex, one moment.
So he's being admitted for the purposes of being an expert in
Now that the
adult.
witness has been qualified as an expert, I was informed that the circuit clerk has y'all's lunch here today.
Oh, lunch is
I
here.
don't want, it's 11:46, I don't want that to get cold, all right? Or hot, either way you ordered it. So if y'all would, we'll go ahead and take the lunch break. It's a good time for us to take the lunch break. Just knock on the door and let the bailiff know when y'all are ready. Everyone, please remain seated while the jury exits.
He has been identified, or he's been qualified, I should say, as an expert in adolescent and child psychiatry, not forensic psychiatry. He's going to let them break for lunch, and that must have been around 20 minutes ago. My math is right. If my math is mathin'. No, this is not federal court. This is state court. They're having their pork chops today.
All right, the record will reflect we're outside the presence of the jury. Dr. Clark, you're going to remain under oath. Don't discuss your testimony with anybody during the lunch break. It's 11:47. We'll be in recess till the jury knocks on the door and tells me they're done eating. All right.
So they get
Anything
to
further from the
decide?
state before we recess?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense.
They get to decide when lunch is over. Okay. I've been advised that we missed something this morning with regard to Carly and and whether or not she's going to testify. So let's rewind back to the very beginning of this morning's stream because we did not play this at the beginning. Okay. So we're going to watch it now. So if you think you've already seen this before because you've been watching on another channel, you probably have. This is from this morning. In my opinion, I think she needs to testify. It's just my opinion. She's got nothing to lose. She turned down a 40. He said 11:46, but that's 12:46 East Coast time, yeah? That's when they broke? Thank you, look, okay. You're not from around these parts, are you, doctor? Kinda sounded like that to me. Dewey loves to be the jurors. He is a gentleman, isn't he?
Mr. Gregg, if you and counsel will come to the podium, please. All right, Ms. Gregg, the state of Mississippi has has rested its case in chief. It's now time for the defense's case. It's the court's duty to make sure that you understand that you have the right to remain silent. You don't have to testify. However, you also have the right to testify. It is your choice and your choice alone. Do you understand that, Ms. Gregg? Have you had discussions with your attorney about that? I don't want to know what they were, but have you been able to talk to your attorneys about that? Ultimately, you can rely on their advice, but it is your choice. And you alone, it is only your choice. Don't look at your lawyer, Ms. Gregg. You and you alone will live with your decision. Do you understand that? Do y'all need a few minutes to talk to her about whether or not she wishes to testify?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll give y'all 10 minutes. Step to the back.
That's a pretty heavy decision for a 15-year-old. I can't believe how empty this courtroom is. It's open to the public. I can't believe that nobody's interested enough in this case locally that they want to go watch it. So he gives us a little colloquy about her right to remain silent and not testify. He's going to give her 10 minutes, and we're going to watch him look at his books. Are they going to cut the camera?
We've made a decision.
Didn't feel like 10 minutes, but
We've made a decision. Ms. Gregg, you keep looking at your lawyers, and look, you can listen to your lawyers, but I want you to hear me. You and you alone will make this decision. There are two decisions that you're required to make, whether or not you're pleading guilty and whether or not you're testifying. And at the end of this, only you will live with those decisions. Have you made a decision whether or not you wish to testify?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and what's that decision?
I'd like to wait and see what the testimony.
No problem. You can decide at any point before your case closes. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, have a seat. All right, anything further from the state?
No, sir.
From the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, as soon as the jury's in, we'll get started.
And that was it. That was this morning before court started. And then after that, I believe there was a juvenile that testified, correct?
Experts are able to sit on the court during the
Our expert witness has arrived and he's sitting in the court, and we would ask permission to allow him to sit in for the testimony.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we would inform the court the same, our expert, Dr. Piglet and Dr. Piglet, on that.
All experts are able to sit on the court during any portion of the testimony. We got them all for this. All right. Yeah, hold on just a second. Let Molly get back.
So they do have, seems maybe 2 experts, the prosecution, that they will call, I guess, in rebuttal.
From where?
I don't know if we have a transcript from this morning's testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Defense ready.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, bring them in.
Bring them in. That's how you bring the jury in. Bring them in.
Good morning. Did everyone follow the court's instructions overnight? Did anyone allow themselves to view any media coverage of this, or any social media coverage, or any news coverage of this? Anyone? So everyone's shaking their head in the negative. All right, we'll begin. State having rested its case in chief, the defendant may call any witnesses if it wishes.
Your Honor, the first witness is a minor, SK.
All right, for any media out there, please, would they have a minor, please cut.
All right, so they did cut the camera. I'm going to put my email up as a banner. If anyone has a transcript from this morning's testimony with regard to the minor, feel free to email it to me. There you go. Yesterday, Court TV put it in their chat, the transcript. I don't know that they did that today because I was looking for it and I couldn't find it. So that was the juvenile testimony. And then Heath Smiley came up. So the juvenile testimony was very short. It was, well, I can't really tell because this is live. So 3. About 20 minutes long. And now they are at lunch and we are on real time. So let's go to the chat because I want to know what you guys think about this. Joanna, Petrova says Mississippi butchered this case. They didn't bother to perform a psychological and psychiatric analysis on Carly. The public won't know the truth. So disappointing. I think there are a lot of people in the chat who feel that way. Jennifer says this case is so strange, just theorizing, but I wonder if she killed her mom so she and the stepdad could be together, like a fatal attraction type of thing. There's definitely mental illness. The thing that came to my mind yesterday was the Long Island Lolita case. Amy Fisher and Joey Buttafuoco, and Amy Fisher went to Joey Buttafuoco's house, shot his wife in the face because she, in her teenage years, really thought that she and Joey Buttafuoco were going to be together. It wouldn't be the first time a case like that has happened. Obviously, we don't know because we weren't there. Thank you, Fairy Raven, for buying me a matcha latte. I think I'm going to need a lot of those today. And Lupus Lady, thank you so much for buying me a matcha latte from Utah and for thanking me. Thank you. And Musafa's illegitimate son for buying me 5 matcha lattes. And he says, and he or she says, one for each time someone asks you to increase your volume. Thanks for doing what you do. Thank you. Thank you for doing what you do and being so kind and generous. All right. We are Cheyenne, thank you for the 5. Says if they have the camera from the fridge, wouldn't it show who put it there? I'm so curious about that too. David says, you ain't from around here, are ya? Thanks, David. Always coming in with the comedy. Since we're here and we're in Mississippi, and this is the menu. We heard them, they have to order lunch the night before. So here's the menu. They had brought up pork chops the other day. So apparently, the place from which they order lunch is called Nukes in Brandon, Mississippi. If you guys are local, let me know. Let me know what you know about Nukes. Apparently, people say it's really good. See how much it costs for lunch. There's no prices on here. They have pizza, salads. Somebody said the pork chops were great. And they don't even have prices on here. Well, is this not the right place? Hold on. That one says it's in Maryland. Oh, maybe there's another one in Maryland? I'm confused. Somebody said their pork chops were really good. That's where the jury gets their lunch from. So there's that. A little interesting tidbit. And another interesting tidbit in other news. Oh, it's a chain restaurant? P. Diddy's not getting out of jail anytime soon. In other news, Kristen said she was pretending to be her mother when she wrote Honey. That's correct. And then Heath at one point said he didn't think it was weird because it may not be the words that she would use, but then he did think it was kind of weird. That testimony to me was a little cloudy. Also, it says nukes. First of all, to implement dynamic pricing for oh, is that true? It's a chain similar to McAllister's. I don't know about McAllister's, Angie. Yuri's math teacher says 6 months into this case in Massachusetts, we don't even interview witnesses that fast. Southern Mom says Nukes is a chain restaurant. Haven't been there in a while, but it's a good lunch spot. If you're just joining, welcome. The jury is at lunch, so we are just breaking to talk about our thoughts regarding this very complicated and yet very, very quick murder trial. Jazzy in 1969 says, I think she's been manipulated into this by her stepdad, and the things that don't make sense were to cement his alibi. Getting the friend over to see the body, putting the camera in the fridge after the mom's unaliving. I don't know what to think. Not Sir Ray Davies, I'll have a turkey sandwich. John Wallet says, what's the rush to go to trial? Confused. We did watch some of the pretrial hearings, and this judge seems to want Carly in the right place for whatever it is that's going on with her. So the defense did not waive speedy trial. Under the speedy trial rules, it's got to go quickly. But again, I just feel like there's so much more to this case that we don't know. And I need to know. Next thing, Southern pork chops are amazing. Oh, MD says the doctor put my friend's daughter on some new med, and that afternoon she came outside with a butcher knife in the yard, not knowing what she was doing. She got off of those meds real fast. See, we don't know. P. Diddy, P. Duffy is screwed, says Charlie Blue. Oh, a lot more is going to come out. Some people are theorizing that this whole P. Diddy thing, which everyone knew was going to break for a long time, may be the real reason for Ben Affleck's and J-Lo's divorce, because J-Lo may be implicated in some of this stuff. That's the word on the street. Because word on the street is J-Lo may have been around when P. Diddy may have, taken someone's life and may have covered up. And so that could be the driving force behind the Ben Affleck J-Lo split. I don't know. Diddy is done. What is racketeering? Speaking of Diddy, it's a federal crime. He'd be in charge of all kinds of. I haven't read his indictment yet. All kinds of things: sex trafficking, sex crimes, pork chops and applesauce. Says Commander Ed. Biscuits and gravy. P. Diddy has been deemed a flight risk, not going anywhere, in my opinion. Did he have something like 5 passports, or am I thinking about somebody else? Thank you. Thank you, Jamie Birch, for coming in with some other information. In other news, John Fanning's investigation has concluded with no outcome because he was on holiday when the texts were sent. He didn't see them. I saw that, and I was blown away by that, really. So the entire internal affairs investigation against Trooper Fanning, we're back in Massachusetts now, was dismissed because he said he didn't receive those group text messages from Proctor. And if he did see some messages that Proctor said he was looking for nudes, he would have disciplined him. But he never saw the messages. Okay. Anybody believe that? I thought it was newts also, but when I tried to Google it, this is what came up, is nukes. Crow Red Eye says it's pretty good. I agree with you. On the up and up, there's something so unsettling and off with this. Some people think I'm crazy, that I just don't think a 14-year-old one day decides to wake up, kill her mom. Trauma? I don't know if the meds are to blame. Did she have a psychotic? I don't know. People are saying in the video she looked real calm. I don't know. I don't know. Oh my gosh, Todd. Scott. Diddy better be careful. Manhattan Detention Center and unalive themselves in paper suits. Jeffrey Epstein. We know where you're going. Right. Michelle Smith says the gun was in J-Lo's bag. Apparently that's how they got it into the club. That's what people are saying. People are saying that that's been well known for many, many, many years. My family group chat has all the information. He shot that guy in the nightclub when J-Lo was with him, and then they blamed the other guy and he went to prison for it. J-Lo is in on the lie and it's going to come back to haunt her. This is all speculation and rumor, so we don't know. Did he wound up paying the guy $1 million for his troubles? He did 10 years. It is rumored that he also got Biggie Smalls killed. And I don't know. This is just coming from my family group chat. I don't know. Some people know more than I do. Alyssa says, I've never not gotten text messages on vacation, even if you have no service when you get them when you return. Yeah, that whole thing is so sus. Yeah, Carrie says, who doesn't take their phone on vacation? He saw the text. Come on. Come on. Apparently the jury gets to decide how much time they want to take for lunch. and just knock on the door when they want to come back. Cindy from Canada says, I hope there's more going on behind the scenes involving the stepdad. In my opinion, he is suspect. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Scottish Jason's like, love how the Mississippi vegan option was bring your own. Yeah, the judge did say that. And Libby said, you can be a calm psychotic. Right. Lack of emotion, lack of empathy. Then we saw her hysterically crying, Carly, when they played the 911 call. But not hysterically crying when she watched the video where she was walking with the gun. Thank you, Harry's Ginger Merkin. I'm wondering about borderline personality disorder. My own adopted child diagnosed with this at 18, but there were signs there years before. They were very, very sensitive to effects of medication, also emotionally dysregulated. Thank you for sharing. Yay. Thanks, Cheryl, one of my amazing moderators. Let's get to 100,000 subscribers. Please subscribe. You won't miss the thing. Subscribing is free. Also, hitting the like button is free and it helps the algorithm. So that'd be really cool if you would do that. I'm in a personal quest, personal competition, personal secret competition to get more subscribers on my YouTube than Vinnie Politan has. And he doesn't know anything about it, but it would really help me in my personal quest if you would just hit the subscribe button. Let's see how many subscribers Vinny has today. I think I was only like 5,000 behind, and I'm not really sure how many he has right now, but I'm gonna look. You know, because it's just for fun. Let's see. Vinny has 73.6, and I am currently at 68,000. What did I say he had? So we're still about 5,000, 5,600 behind Vinny. So that would really help me in my own personal competition that he knows nothing about. Agatha Christie says, I think it's pretty funny that people thinking Carly and the stepdad were devious enough to come up with an elaborate plan for them to be together are in a town that can't put on a decent trial. Oh, sorry, Agatha Christie. Ra Ramonti says, if Carly doesn't like the sentencing, maybe she will fill in the missing puzzle pieces. Thank you, Dan Watt. Trying to find transcripts. Basically, the issue was the kid saying she was self-harming and was a genius. So that's all that witness said this morning, right? Interesting too, because the witness yesterday, the boyfriend, alleged boyfriend, Thad, remember Thad? And I went back and rewatched Heath's testimony about Thad. And Heath said that she had a boyfriend and the mom didn't really want her to have a boyfriend or something. So he said Thad came to the door and that Carly said, I don't want to see him. So Heath said, I went to the door and told Thad that she didn't live here. He had the wrong house or something. And that's not what Thad said. So let me go back and do a little synopsis of what Thad said, because Thad was on the stand yesterday. And Thad said, let me get to that. Okay, so Thad, well, TG are the initials, is a 17-year-old boy who's currently in the 12th grade who met Carly at a summer camp in 2022. And I'm wondering about that summer camp. Was it like a regular camp? Was it like some sort of wilderness camp? Was it some sort of troubled teen camp? Your questions. And when asked about whether Carly said she talked about doing drugs, the boyfriend or ex-boyfriend said, yes, she's mentioned before weed. She has not done vaping. I don't know for sure the other drugs she's done. I believe she's done cocaine once and mushrooms before. Other than that, I'm not sure. And then Thad said, I just showed up to her house one day trying to introduce myself to her parents. I knocked on the door and met her stepdad. I wasn't sure what to say, but he told me that Carly did not live at the residence or that he had never heard of Carly, so I just left. And then he was asked, did you ever discuss with Carly what happened? And he said, yes, she messaged me on a burner phone, told me she was in a room away from the front door and that her mom was holding her down in a room while her dad was talking to me at the front door. And then he was asked, was she upset about her dad not letting y'all meet? And he said, she did. I believe she was exaggerating, but she did say that she almost murdered her parents that day. So this is what TG is saying. And then he was asked, let's go to March 19th. Did you talk to Carly on that date? And he says, yes, sir. She called my cell phone and I answered it. She opened the call with her on the verge of tears by saying she, excuse my language, effed up. He didn't say F, he said the word. She said she couldn't tell me what happened, then hung up. I messaged her asking if I could do anything to help, and she said no, that I was good. She was on the verge of tears, looking scared, frightened, afraid of what she's done. So when he says looking, maybe they were FaceTiming. All right, jury's back. Or, yeah, I guess they're done with their lunch. I'm just a girl in the world. Thank you, says my questions have questions. Thanks for the super chat. Honey and Salt, thanks for the 20, says that menu would influence me to do jury duty. Well, they only make $25 a day in Rankin County, Mississippi. And the judge was he's pointed that out to the attorneys more than once. I don't want to waste the jury's time because they only get paid $25 a day and they're away from their jobs. Thank you for your 20. Appreciate you. Team Brittany, thanks for the 5, says for support of more paper suits for Scott. Thanks, Team Brittany, one of my amazing moderators, as is Scott. David Reese, when you say pork chops and applesauce, you have to say it as Humphrey Bogart, like in the Brady Bunch. Remember pork chops and applesauce. Thanks, David Reese. Love our Gen X references, cultural references. Southern Mom, thanks for the 5. Great coverage as always. I loved watching the Karen Reed case with everyone here. As a comparison, what are your thoughts on this prosecution team? Oh, as a comparison to Adam Lally? I mean, can you really compare anyone to Adam Lally? I mean, look at the concise case that this prosecution is putting on. They didn't call every single first responder to the scene. They didn't call every single law enforcement officer that showed up. They've had a handful of witnesses, and they only took a day and a half to put on a case where this 15-year-old being tried as an adult is facing 2 life sentences. I don't know. I haven't seen enough of this prosecution team to really even judge them, but in my eyes, nobody can compare to Adam Lally when it comes to incompetence. Thanks, Cat Artist, for your 5. And thanks, Danielle, for gifting a membership, and to whoever received it randomly by YouTube. Welcome.
All right, anything from the state before we begin?
I think the parties have agreed to stipulate also to the CV of Dr. Amanda Goodley on that.
All right. State or defense? State?
State.
Well, state's next, and defense agrees, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, state next in number all purposes. Y'all approach real quick.
Y'all approach real quick. Y'all enjoy your pork chops. Angela says, why didn't they show any camera footage of when the stepdad came home into the kitchen? Also, the screaming you could hear sounded like the stepdad screaming on the phone, totally identical sounding. Is it because Carly already put that camera in the refrigerator? There's so many questions. I don't know how a jury can decide this case.
Bring them in.
Freak off parties, yeah. Back to P. Diddy, thanks. I can't even unsee. I can't even unread what I read about those freak off parties. Don't Google it because you might not unsee it either. Y'all come back now. Are you here? Says Carrie. Ann says, Ann Smith. I think I've seen enough of this trial to believe there's something very odd in this case. Yeah. Nell Garofalo did the defense attorney. The female defense attorney go to the same school as Allie. What, if any? A lot of attorneys use that verbiage. It's not unusual. He overused it, Lally, in my opinion, and we're all triggered by it. True Crime Act is saying, I wish we could retire who, if any, or what, if any. Carol says, I think important questions should be why Carly was prescribed antidepressants and or psychotropics. Was there follow-up? Was there blood work?
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, this afternoon after lunch, if anybody gets tired, I'm not saying y'all would get tired, but I've seen it happen before. Somebody finds themselves dozing off or head nodding, just stand up for a minute, okay? That's perfectly acceptable. All right.
Stand up.
Court has accepted the witness as an expert in the field of child and adolescent psychiatry. You may begin your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Stand up if you get tired so that everyone knows that you're tired. You just announced that. Okay. Here we go. Direct examination of Dr. Clark, the expert witness in child and adolescent psychiatry from Cambridge, Mass.
Let me start out by asking you, when we say adolescent, what age range does that include?
I'd say typically the ages of between 12 and 18.
How did you first get involved in this case?
I got involved because Attorney Camp gave me a call somewhere around the middle of August and asked whether I might be available to do an evaluation.
Okay. And what, if any, records did you initially review?
What I did at first, I suggested to Attorney Camp that I might just spend a few hours looking at the initial records that he could provide me before I agreed to go any further. And so Attorney Camp sent me a number of different records. I can't recall specifically which ones they were, but a fair number of records regarding the case.
And do you recall what kind of records these were?
They were treatment records for Carly from her therapist and from Precise Medical from early 2024. I believe there were treatment records from her earlier years as well. And there were some police reports as well.
Okay. And what about any journals?
I believe in that initial batch there had been some written journals that had been found at the residence.
Okay. And did that include any sketches?
I believe there was a sketchbook as well, yes.
What all did you do as a part of your evaluation of Carly?
So what I did is kind of the second phase. After having reviewed those records, I spoke to Attorney Camp and suggested I wasn't sure that I was going to be helpful, but I thought it'd be worth my coming down to Mississippi and interview her. And so I came down here and interviewed Carly for about 4 hours on August 29th of this year.
Was anybody else present during that evaluation?
You were present during that evaluation.
Anyone else?
No.
And where did you interview Carly?
That was right here at the I think it's Rankin County Detention Center.
And after your evaluation of Carly, did you have an opportunity to review anything else?
Yes. So after the evaluation, my evaluation of Carly, I received some treatment records from Vital Core, which were her psychiatric treatment records from the correctional facility. I then wrote a report, and then subsequent to my report, I received a copy of the state's experts report. In addition to that, I did a video interview with Mr. Heath Smiley, Carly's stepfather, for about 90 minutes on August 31st, just 2 days after I had seen her.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Joe, wherever you got the counsel opposite first, unless it's already in evidence.
Apparently that video interview with Heath was not recorded.
A copy right there of a document. Can you tell me what that document is?
This is a copy of my written report dated September 3rd, 2024.
Okay. And can you tell by looking at your report what the date of your evaluation of Ms. Gregg was?
It was August 29th, 2024.
And is the document I gave you a true and accurate copy of the report you compiled?
I believe that it is, yes.
And if you need to, take a minute to flip through and make sure.
No, I'm good, thank you.
And did you sign that report?
I'm sorry?
And did you sign that report?
I did, yes.
And does your report include a list of any documents you reviewed?
It does, yes.
Does your report also include the list of anybody you spoke to in regards to putting this report together?
It is lacking one interview that I did, which I did not rely on. I spoke somewhat briefly with Ms. Vicki Breland, who's Carly's maternal grandmother, on, I believe it would have been September 1st. I chose not to utilize that information and so didn't rely on it in my report and so didn't list it.
So you didn't list it because you didn't rely on it in your report.
Correct.
Okay, it's important to note that Vicki Breland, the maternal grandmother, was going to be called as a witness by the defense, but the judge precluded her from testifying because they did not timely turn over her information to the state and a substance or sum and substance, a summary of what she was going to testify to. So the judge said, nope, she can't testify, and neither could, I think it was an uncle.
And does your report include a true and accurate summary of the interview and your mental health evaluation of Ms. Gregg?
Yes,
Does it also include your opinions?
it does.
Your Honor, we would ask, and is it labeled psychiatric evaluation report?
It is.
And what's the date on that report?
September 3rd, 2024.
Your Honor, we would ask that Dr. Clark's report be admitted into evidence.
Y'all approach.
Did you say objection or no objection? Hold on.
Clark's report be admitted into evidence.
Y'all approach.
Yeah, objection. People are saying, yeah, it looks like it was just done this month. Yeah, this murder only happened less than 6 months ago. This is like crazy fast going to trial. Crazy fast. And I could see them wanting to have her evaluated closer to the trial. But again, the delay is what almost caused this witness to be excluded. Thanks, Brandon. Yeah, I wasn't born with thorns, says I foresee an appeal based on the failure of counsel. Mama Buck says, could she appeal due to the attorneys being late on witnesses? Yeah, that goes to ineffective counsel. Chadwick Canuck says, I hate that if you discover other evidence after the trial starts, you're hooped. Doesn't seem fair to me. Well, Chadwick Canuck, I don't think you were here, were you, for the Karen Reed trial? Because let me tell you what goes on in Norfolk County, Mass. They found, all of a sudden in the middle of the trial, the video of the murder weapon, what they alleged to be the murder weapon, which was Karen Reed's vehicle, in the Sallyport garage of the police department.
At this time.
They all of a sudden found the video, introduced it during the trial, and then it turned out on cross-examination, it was revealed the video was inverted. It was mirrored. It was flipped. It was made to look like something it wasn't. So in Dedham, Massachusetts, Norfolk County, if you're in front of Judge Beverly Canoni, you absolutely can get evidence in during trial that you just discover.
Yes, sir.
Great comment. Oh, they're not ready. Come on, guys, get ready. Get ready, get ready, be ready.
Dr. Clark, you've been tendered as an expert, and did you base your expert opinion on any facts or data that you've been made personally aware of?
Yes, I base my expert opinion on my training, my experience, my knowledge of the literature, and on the information that I gathered as a part of this evaluation.
And did you also base your opinion on facts and data in this matter that you personally observed?
Yes.
And can you tell me what you personally observed that you based your opinion on?
So what I personally observed was my 4-hour interview with Carly, my 90-minute video interview with Mr. Heath Smiley. I then reviewed a large quantity of records, including some videos and some still photographs. So I guess that's personal observation.
And were you able to after observing and reviewing the records and your interview with Carly, were you able to come to an opinion as to the ultimate fact in this matter?
Yes. Well,
And is that contained in your report?
yes. Just to be clear, I guess I came to an opinion regarding the McNaughton issue in this matter.
And that's contained in your report?
It is. I will say my position is that the final decision as to whether or not Carly Gregg meets criteria for the McNaughton standard is one that is most appropriately left to the finders of fact. It's not my job, not my business. I feel I'd be usurping their responsibility. So I didn't answer that ultimate question, but I believe that I provided enough information to allow the finders of fact to use that information in their deliberations.
And that is contained in your expert report?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we ask that Dr. Clark's expert report be admitted into evidence.
Objection.
Same objection, Your Honor.
I'll approach.
Carol coming in hot. Did she get these attorneys from Timo? Oh my goodness. Maxine chiming in, something is wrong. It doesn't sound right to me. I would like to know this too, Kelly. What was her childhood like? She has a biological father. We've heard a little bit about him, not a lot. That he may have been a drug addict, that he may have been doing drugs in front of Carly all the time when she was young. In fact, Heath Smiley, the stepdad, said that's the reason that his wife Ashley kept a loaded .357 Magnum
Sustained, you may continue.
in a shelf under her bed
Dr. Clark,
because she was afraid of the biodata.
are the interviews you relied upon and the facts and data that you reviewed and observed what you ultimately relied upon to come to your conclusion?
Yes. Along with my training, education experience, and familiarity with the literature.
Your Honor, at this time, we would ask that Dr. Clark's report be admitted into evidence.
I'll approach.
All right, he's trying to help him out. We can't see the minor testimony because none of it's allowed to be recorded. She's a minor as well, but she is being tried as an adult. And if she was in juvenile court, this would not be in the media. There would not be cameras in the courtroom. So, law junkie, you are. That's a good question. Troll alert. I'm sure Scott and Team Brittany are on top of that. We have one-way boarding out passes to Block Island. It's a very lovely island off the coast of Montauk. It's part of Rhode Island, actually. Very lovely. Mr. Crowley says, am I the only one who thinks she looks indifferent and not remotely sad? She shot her mother in the face multiple times and then asked her friend over to see her body. She doesn't even look sad. Yeah, she doesn't. She broke down in tears during the 911 call, but is that because of mental illness? I don't know. I'm not a qualified expert. I'm just a lawyer. We know that her biodata is severe.
that you
mental
reviewed and relied on, the same that any expert in your field would typically rely on when making this evaluation?
I'm not sure I can speak for any expert, but I believe that the protocol procedure that I utilize is one that is standard in doing a forensic psychiatric evaluation, that interviewing the party, interviewing knowledgeable collaterals, reviewing the relevant records, and then coming to a conclusion, I think is typically how such reports are done.
And would your interview with Carly and her family member that you stated be typically done by someone in your field who's trying to come to an opinion,
Yes,
who would be rendered an expert of that opinion?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we ask that Dr. Clark's report be admitted into evidence.
Still an objection.
Yes, sir.
Y'all approach.
Okay. Kristen says the mom may have had cameras and a gun to protect herself from Carly. That's an interesting thought. The trolls have woken from their naps. Heather says, I feel like she doesn't understand her life is on the line. Agreed. Can she? At age 15, she's very smart. She skipped a grade. She was student of the year, very smart, intellectually, book smart, but emotionally stunted, maybe? Childhood trauma, maybe? We're not getting enough information here. And there are no juries in juvenile court. That is true as well. Yana, thank you for that. Not in Mississippi. Starter Villain says, I have personally never met a 14-year-old that could assist in their defense. KPT says, Ashley was afraid of Carly's dad. He's unstable, right? He's also has a severe mental illness. We don't know what his diagnosis is, but I think it was Heath Smiley who testified that Carly was always very, very afraid that she was going to inherit her father's mental illness. And in many cases, I'm not a psychiatrist, but mental illness can be genetic. Thank you, Dee, for such a subject change, which we needed exactly at this moment. Says, I love Rhode Island.
Dr. Clark, based on your evaluation and the records you reviewed, what were your overall impressions of Carly's personality and development?
So my overall impressions were that Carly was a young teenage girl who loved school, was bright, I think enjoyed the fact that she was bright, loved reading books, loved thinking big thoughts, that she was a loyal and generous friend, that she may have been something of a follower rather than a leader, that she was generally energetic, she was involved in many activities, that she had a close, although somewhat complicated relationship with her mother, and a close, affectionate relationship with her stepfather, and that she had a much more problematic relationship with her biological father.
And what, if anything, were you able to gauge about Carly's having any behavioral issues or a history of behavioral issues?
So it was my impression that Carly had, to a very large extent, always been well behaved, was a dutiful girl, sought to do well in school, sought to please her mother by doing well in school. And then in the last perhaps year, developed some what I took to be relatively common teenage behaviors, such as staying up past curfew on a burner phone to text with friends, for example. I think on one occasion, she snuck out at night after curfew to go visit a friend. And then in addition, in the last perhaps 6 weeks prior to the arrest, she began smoking marijuana.
Yeah, smoking marijuana, but like vape pen cartridges marijuana, which is not the same as perhaps some of us Gen Xers are used to smoking a joint that you would roll in a piece of paper with like a plant. The different stuff. I don't know if this was black market stuff. I don't know if it was synthetic, but it has been shown that synthetic marijuana can cause psychotic breaks. And I'm going to point out a case to you from California. If you don't know about this case, look it up. There was a woman who went out on some kind of date with some guy that she met on an app. She took one hit out uh, of something that was synthetic marijuana. She stabbed him like 100 times and was not guilty. It can happen.
What, if any, past history of trauma did Carly have?
So Carly had had a somewhat difficult childhood in a couple of different ways. One is that she had a younger sister who died of a medical illness when Carly was about 4 years of age. And the younger sister was around 18 months of age. And Carly reported to me that that was hard for her. She remembered it happening and it was difficult for her. Secondly, her parents divorced when she was around 4 or 5 years of age. She reported to me that she remembered a lot of arguing and that she recalled having seen her mother having been bruised or injured by her father, that there was domestic violence, although she never witnessed it directly. She told me that her mother had informed her that the father had beaten her.
Okay, now
And
we're
she
getting
told
to
me
the
that she
issues.
recalled-
Now we're getting to it. Now we're getting to the psychological childhood trauma. When she was 4, her 18-month-old sister died. Her biological father was beating up her mother, and her mother told her about it. They got divorced when she was 4. Now we're getting to it. This is what I've been wanting to hear. Taking that back a second.
Her mother having been bruised or injured by her father, that there was domestic violence, although she never witnessed it directly. She told me that her mother had informed her that the father had beaten her. And she told me that she recalled she and her mother leaving late at night as the parents separated. She told me that she, and it's my understanding as well from records, that Carly had court-ordered visitation with her father about every other week, but that was difficult, that she found her father to be angry, unreliable, that at times he would just sit in a chair all day long and not speak to her, that at times he wouldn't help her get food or fluid. And there was one incident in particular when she was around 6 years of age, when something the father had done frightened her and she ran and hid under the bed.
Okay, I'm gonna, instead of a trigger warning, tell you to get your tissues out because this is horrific. She and her mother had to escape in the middle of the night from an abusive biological father who beat her mother. She saw the bruises. She was 4. She was then forced to go visit this, let's call him monster because I don't know his name. Oh, I do know his name. His name's Kevin Gregg. Every other week, where it seems like she was not given food or fluids. And from the age of 4 to the age of 6, which is now the thing that he's talking about now, the incident where she had to hide under a bed. So let's just say he starved her, didn't feed her, wasn't paying attention, was doing drugs in front of her, because that's going to come next. And she had to hide under the bed at 6 years old, and she remembered that. Okay. I'm taking this back because this is what we do here. He would just sit in a chair all day long and not speak to her. And she's 4, 5, 6. The sister died, I believe, of a genetic defect, is what they had said in their opening. Okay. But she was still forced to go have visitation with this guy. Okay. Thanks, family court.
Difficult, that she found her father to be angry, unreliable, that at times he would just sit in a chair all day long and not speak to her, that at times he wouldn't help her get food or fluid, And there was one incident in particular when she was around 6 years of age, when something the father had done frightened her, and she ran and hid under the bed. And this was an incident that continued to bother her. She also told me that her father was a dangerous and scary driver, and it was scary for her to drive with him.
Isn't that what sometimes abusers do to frighten you when you're in the car with them, is drive like a crazy person up on sidewalks and things like that as a measure of control? Didn't we hear about that in Ashley Benefield's case?
What, if anything, did you learn about Carly's educational history?
So what I learned was that Carly was always a good student, that she worked hard, that she got good grades, that she scored quite high on standardized testing, and that she had skipped the 4th grade. And she reported to me that she really enjoyed or appreciated having skipped because she thought she found the 5th grade that she went into more challenging academically, and she actually liked the kids there. So my understanding is that she had always done very well academically.
What, if anything, did you learn or consider regarding any incidents at school with Carly?
So I think there were maybe 2 or 3 incidents at school. One was when she was in the 7th grade, she brought a knife to school. And she told me that it was a Swiss Army knife, and she brought it because another child had asked her to. And what she told me was that the other child had then told the principal about it. But at any rate, she was found out to have had the knife, and she ended up having to go to an alternative school for that semester. I reviewed records from a therapist that had met with Carly and her parents on, I think, at least 2 occasions around that time and about that incident. And the therapist indicated that she thought that this was, her quote was, much ado about nothing. And the therapist implied in her records that she thought the school was being sort of overly reactive around it. But nevertheless, Carly went and spent a semester in an alternate school.
And based on your evaluation, the records you reviewed, what did Carly actually do when she got to that alternative school?
Well, what I understood was that Carly had taken some responsibility for helping to teach the class when she went there.
You said earlier that you found Carly to be more of a follower than a leader. Can you elaborate on that?
I think that it was something that I had read from some of her friends describing her in that way. I understand, for example, that there was an incident at school when Carly and perhaps other kids, I actually don't know, but Carly at least had drunk some hand sanitizer, kind of on a dare. So I took that to be an example of her not using terribly good judgment and kind of being a follower in that regard.
Based on your evaluation, when did Carly first begin to develop mental health issues?
Well, when Carly was young, ages, let's say 6 to 9 or so, what she reported to me was that she felt kind of depressed. I don't quite know. I'm reluctant to use kind of the psychiatric term of depression, and that for a child that young. But Carly reported that she was unhappy. She said that it was tough having to visit her father. The divorce was hard. The death of her little sister was hard. They were living in a small house, and I think somewhat financially strained. This is before Heath Smiley came into their life. She said that was a difficult time. She also reported, well, actually, I think 2 or 3 things. One is, I noted from the records that there were a few occasions when Carly was noted by her therapist to have had intrusive memories or bothersome memories of times with her father. And she was reported on one occasion to have just been minding her own business and kind of idly, and having these memories coming back and were bothersome for her. She also reported that she began hearing voices relatively early in her life. Again, the ages 6 to 9, that she began hearing a voice. It was a male voice, unfamiliar to her, that would say things like, "You're better than them," things that were sort of elitist in a certain way. She reported that became a constant, not necessarily bothersome, but kind of a constant thing for her. She also reported that, again, early.
Okay, she reported hearing voices from the time she was 6 to 9 years old. Schizophrenia? Flashbacks, right? Michelle says they're called flashbacks. Having these intrusive memories. Yeah.
Early on, that she began to have this experience of feeling distant from the world, as if she was in a dream. Things were sort of foggy for her in that regard. So that she said was kind of a regular, frequent thing that happened to her, again, in this sort of ages 6 to 9.
Disassociation. Thank you.
You just used the phrase intrusive thought. Can you explain to the jury what you mean when you say intrusive thoughts?
Yes, I'll try not to get into jargon. But intrusive thoughts is one symptom of post-traumatic stress. And I'm not diagnosing her with post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, but people that have experienced trauma that haunts them afterwards sometimes have the experience of, especially when they're not paying much attention or when their guard is down, the memories will come back and in a bothersome way. All of a sudden, they'll just recall whatever it was, and it'll be upsetting for them. So, and for some people, they can be really bothered by it. It can be very problematic for some folks. But so it's considered to be a post-traumatic symptom, and that Carly seemed to have had in the aftermath of her difficult experiences with her biological father.
Based on your evaluation, was there a period of time in which Carly's mental health issues began to be more significant?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
So beginning from around the age of 9 or so, what Carly reported was that she began to feel depressed, that the auditory hallucinations, meaning that she was hearing voices, that those continued, that these experiences of feeling like the world wasn't real continued. And then somewhere between the ages of 9 and 11, the depression continued, and she then began to cut herself. And as I understand it, she'd been cutting herself for about 2 years. So starting around the age of 12, that she would, on a fairly regular basis, make superficial cuts on her thighs as a way to help manage her anxiety and distress. And
go ahead.
I'd be happy to talk about just cutting, right, which is a relatively common phenomena that typically teenagers engage in, not so much in a way to try to kill oneself or to injure oneself, but as a way to cope with feelings that are too much to handle. So it's kind of a maladaptive way of coping with feelings, and often it's a reflection of some level of either depression or anxiety or just mental health struggles.
And based on your evaluation, about when did Carly's parents learn that Carly had been engaging in cutting?
So I think it really wasn't until December of 2023. So just last December that Carly's parents learned. As I understand it, she had been cutting fairly regularly for about 2 years before her parents found out.
Were there any other behaviors that her parents learned around December of 2023?
So the other behaviors that the parents learned about at that time was that Carly had been using I think an old iPad or an old iPod perhaps, to text with friends, and I think with a boyfriend, quote unquote boyfriend, after hours. She'd be doing this, of course, without her parents' knowledge or consent, and Carly's parents found out about it.
What, if any, issues had Carly begun to experience with sleeping at this time?
So Carly began to develop sleep difficulties from the summer of 2023, and she reported, and Mr. Smiley confirmed to me as well, that she had trouble falling asleep and that she would often wake up in the middle of the night. And she began to take melatonin to try to help with that. And I think by the fall of 2023 found that the single 5 milligram dose of melatonin that she took wasn't enough. And so she would sometimes take a second melatonin tablet to make 10 milligrams.
And is that harmful to take 2 melatonin tablets?
You know, the dosing of melatonin is pretty broad. It's not uncommon for people to take 10 milligrams. Some people take 1 milligram. I'm not sure there's much data to support it, but it's not particularly harmful to do. But I know that her mother was concerned about it, and her mother began to hold the melatonin and give Carly just a single pill each night.
And just in case there's anyone who doesn't know, what is melatonin?
Melatonin is an over-the-counter sleep aid that is that's widely used, thought to be helpful for sleep. Melatonin is a naturally occurring chemical that your body generates to try to put your body to sleep. And so again, it's widely used. It's generally considered to be safe and maybe somewhat effective.
Is it fair to say that melatonin is classified as a vitamin?
I don't think it's actually classified as a vitamin, but again, it's over the counter. And I think, as far as I understand it, no one is particularly concerned. No regulatory agencies are particularly concerned about the fact that so many people take melatonin.
And what happened beginning in January of 2024?
So after Carly's parents found out that she was cutting herself and staying up late using this burner phone, I'll say, in addition, the other thing that happened around that time was that Carly reported to them that she was feeling depressed and that she thought she needed help as well. So really those three things happened. And in response, Carly's mother sought out both therapy and a medication evaluation. Carly's mother contacted the pediatrician. The pediatrician made a referral. Carly had an evaluation initially at Precise Clinical with a prescriber. And then shortly after that, her first session with a new therapist, Rebecca Kirk.
What was the course of Carly's treatment between January of 2024 and March of 2024?
So there were two parallel treatments going on. One was the psychotherapy, right? So Carly was seen every week by Rebecca Kirk. And Carly reported to me that she really liked Rebecca Kirk. She found her good to talk to, compassionate. She liked her. She had not liked her therapist when she was younger, but she liked Rebecca Kirk and felt that she could be open with her. And so they met every week. In addition to that, Carly met with a prescriber early in January and was begun on antidepressant medication. So the prescriber at Precise Clinical diagnosed Carly with major depressive disorder, which is the psychiatric term for depression, as well as adjustment disorder, and started the medication Zoloft.
What is an adjustment disorder?
So adjustment disorder simply means that an individual, I'll just bash it back up and say, it's a DSM-5 diagnosis. DSM-5 is sometimes called the Bible of psychiatry. All the official diagnoses are in DSM-5. And if you're going to bill the insurance company for a visit, if you're a clinician, you need to have a DSM-5 diagnosis to bill. And so adjustment disorder is a pretty broad category that really means someone is having a difficult time with something that's happened in their life. I tend to think of it as relatively meaningless. Like if you're not quite sure what else to say, call it an adjustment disorder, and that covers a lot of ground.
And what is major depressive disorder?
So major depressive disorder really is the psychiatric term for depression. And in this case, depression, not just feeling sad, but depression is a psychiatric illness. And
how is depression different than feeling sad?
So we use the word depressed in a couple of different ways. You know, if you're feeling down, you might just say, well, I've been depressed today. But in the world of psychiatry, depression really is an illness, and it tends to affect not just your emotional state, but it can affect your sleep, it can affect your energy, your ability to concentrate, sometimes your appetite, your ability just to enjoy things. People sometimes feel their whole body has slowed down. And then not uncommonly, people might become suicidal when the depression gets bad enough. So it's really considered to be a psychiatric illness. And it's often the case that individuals who are diagnosed with major depressive disorder then are prescribed psychiatric medication and antidepressants in particular to try to treat it.
And you mentioned that Carly was first put on Zoloft. Do you recall the dosage that she started on?
I do. So Zoloft is also known as sertraline, which is the generic name. It's an SSRI, specific serotonin reuptake inhibitor medication. It's an antidepressant, and it's widely used in teenagers. And she was given the dose of 25 milligrams initially.
And how did that medication seem to affect Carly?
It didn't seem to have much effect at all. I will say it's a low dose. And so in that first month or so, Carly took it and reported that it didn't really make much difference one way or the other.
What if any course of treatment was changed at that point?
So in February, Carly had a follow-up visit with the clinician from Precise Clinical and reported that the Zoloft wasn't doing very much at that dose. And so the clinician raised the dose from 25 to 50 milligrams. And I will say that's a perfectly standard dosing. It's a relatively low dose. The standard dose for Zoloft is 50 to 200 milligrams. That's usually the range where people end up. Folks will often start at 25 milligrams just to kind of go slowly and be gentle, but it's not at all uncommon for for an adolescent to end up at 50 milligrams fairly soon.
And how did that dosage of Zoloft affect Carly?
So Carly reported both to me and to the clinician that at the 50 milligram dose, she felt numb. She felt as if she wasn't able to really experience much pleasure or feel her emotions very much. She reported that it didn't really help that much with the depression, but it really left her kind of flat in a way that was unpleasant for her. And I will say that's a very common reaction. I feel as if I see that quite frequently.
Do you remember the term Carly used for how it made her feel?
Zombied was the
Zombie.
term.
And what, if any, medication was Carly changed to after Zoloft?
So at the follow-up visit on March 12th with Precise Clinical, she reported feeling numb. And the clinician then changed her medication to one called Lexapro or escitalopram. It's another SSRI medication. And I will say that it's actually quite common for someone to do poorly on one SSRI and better on another. We don't have the ability to identify upfront ahead of time who's going to respond to which medication. And there can be a lot of individual variability. So one person might respond well to Prozac and badly to Zoloft, and the next person might respond well to Zoloft and badly to Prozac. And it's a fair amount of trial and error that's often involved. And so this clinician at that point in time on March 12th prescribed 5 milligrams of Lexapro. It's a relatively small dose, and instructed Carly to lower the Zoloft down to 25 milligrams for 10 days and then to stop it. In fact, Carly told me that she just stopped the Zoloft cold turkey.
Oh, that's not good.
Cold turkey is not quite the right term because she didn't have withdrawal symptoms, but she stopped the Zoloft abruptly on March 12th because she didn't want to take it anymore. And maybe she didn't quite understand the instructions. So starting either on March 12th or maybe the next day, Carly was on only the 5 milligrams of Lexapro.
And was there a point?
Hey, Dr. Berry, if you're free, I shot you my email. I responded to your message and shot you my email. If you want to email me and you want to come on, if you're available, we'd love to have you. I'll send you the link for StreamYard.
Time when a prescriber had mentioned trying to put Carly on Prozac?
I believe that at the initial visit with Precise Clinical, what they reported in their records was that Ashley, Miss Smiley, told them that when she was younger, she had been put on Prozac and she'd become suicidal quite immediately, and so really did not want Carly on Prozac.
So apparently the mother had mental health issues as well. If she was a child and put on Prozac and she didn't respond well to it, she became suicidal. Things are starting to click into place here a little bit for me.
How did Carly's personality begin to change at school after her dosage changed?
After her dosage
After her medication changed?
So there were a number of things going on by March 12th. And I guess are you asking how she changed the school after that?
Yes.
So my understanding is that Carly managed to be very effective at doing well in school, showing up, looking engaged, and getting good marks. However, I also understand that beginning sometime in February of 2024, Carly began smoking marijuana at school.
And what did you learn about Carly's use of marijuana?
What I learned was that sometime in February of 2024, so perhaps 6 weeks or so before the incident, Carly began smoking marijuana. She told me that she smoked 2 or 3 times a week. I think she told a clinician at the correctional center she may have smoked up to 4 times a week, but not every day, but a number of times a week. She told me that she smoked both at night to kind of help her with her anxiety and to help her sleep, and sometimes during the day when she was at school.
And why was it that Carly turned to the marijuana usage?
So what I know is that Carly reported that she used marijuana to help her deal with anxiety and stress. So, which I think is it's a very common reason for adolescents with mental health difficulties to begin smoking marijuana.
Would that typically be described as self-medicating?
Yes.
And in your experience, is that something people tend to do when they're experiencing symptoms of, any medical issue that's aggravating them?
I don't know about any medical issue, but in my experience, I mean, I think two things can happen. One is some adolescents start smoking marijuana because they enjoy smoking marijuana. But others who are struggling with mental health difficulties start smoking marijuana because it helps them feel better. I think especially, listen, my experience, adolescents who've been taking medication, when the medication just doesn't work very well, they get a little frustrated or a little discouraged. And it's like, and they smoke marijuana, and at least in the short run, they feel a little bit better.
Based on your experience, expertise, and evaluation of Carly, how was the marijuana likely to have caused or affected her symptoms?
So I have a lot of patients that smoke marijuana, I will say. It's legal in Massachusetts, which may make a difference. And so typically with individuals who smoke marijuana, what I find is that it may help their anxiety in the short run. Many people report that it helps them helps them sleep better. It typically doesn't worsen a mood disorder. It typically doesn't worsen anxiety. My primary concern with people that smoke marijuana is that they are less engaged in life. They're spending their time high rather than actually doing things. For Carly, particularly her being in school, I'd be concerned.
Okay, I have some people, smoking marijuana makes you incredibly paranoid and increases anxiety. So I disagree with this testimony. I gotta say. I'm just gonna take that back a second.
Patients that smoke marijuana, I will say. It's legal in Massachusetts, which may make a difference. And so typically with individuals who smoke marijuana, what I find is that it may help their anxiety in the short run. Many people report that it helps them helps them sleep better. It typically doesn't worsen a mood disorder. It typically doesn't worsen anxiety. My primary concern with people that smoke marijuana is that they are less engaged in life. They're spending their time high rather than actually doing things. For Carly, particularly her being in school, I'd be concerned that she just wasn't doing as well academically. And if Carly had friends who had feelings against marijuana, it just puts her kind of at odds with some of her friends who are not smoking.
Based on your evaluation and the records you reviewed, did Carly's academic performance begin to suffer at this time?
As far as I can tell, not. The only thing is that Carly reported to me that on March 19th, the day of the incident, she woke up grumpy and irritable and couldn't pay attention in school. She said that was the first time that it ever happened. She'd always been able to really focus well in school, but on that particular day, she just could not pay attention.
What, if anything, did Carly tell you in regards to smoking marijuana on March 19th?
What Carly told me was that she had not smoked marijuana on March 19th, that she thought she had smoked on Monday, March 18th.
And do you recall why Carly said she didn't smoke marijuana on March 19th?
I actually don't.
Okay. What were your conclusions about Carly's mental health at that time between January to March 19th?
Yes, I have a few. I think one is that I think Carly was struggling with a significant mood disorder. She had reported to her clinician that she was depressed. They had diagnosed her with depression. They were treating her with depression. It wasn't very effective at that point in time. But in addition, I asked Carly about what is called hypomania. And hypomania is a condition where a person's mood is elevated. I'm going to give a little background. So in psychiatry, there's major depressive disorder, or what's sometimes called unipolar depression, where a person is either depressed or they're normal. But there's another condition called bipolar disorder. And classic bipolar disorder is one in which an individual often oscillates between being really depressed and then being manic. And when you're manic, your mood is very high, you're full of energy, your thoughts may be going fast, you feel often bigger than life, you can be more confident, and it can become a very unstable and dangerous state. People often have very poor judgment, they take a great deal of risk, they can spend a lot of money, and they can become really quite psychotic when they're manic. I don't think that happened with Carly, but there is a condition called hypomania, which is elevated mood, but not as severe as mania. Hypomania is where your mood is up, you're full of energy, you feel good, you're confident, you're funny, you're thinking fast, you're smart, you're on top of the world. People actually often enjoy it. Like nobody comes to psychiatrists complaining that they've been hypomanic. But for people that have, and there's a condition called bipolar 2, in which an individual suffers from depressed mood, but also at times a hypomanic mood. And the hypomanic mood is not the problem, the depressed mood is the problem. But it makes a difference because when you treat bipolar 2 with an antidepressant medication, you often can make things worse. Either nothing gets better, or you can make someone worse because you can drive them into a manic state. And I think of it, I often say to patients, it's like having a boat without a keel. If you don't have a stable mood and you're cranking up the motor, you're going to be zigzagging all over the lake. And that's what often happens when you treat someone with bipolar disorder with an antidepressant medication. They can have significant problems. So I asked Carly very specifically about hypomania. And part of the reason I asked her was because my understanding is that her biological father has been diagnosed and treated with bipolar disorder. And bipolar disorder is a highly heritable condition, meaning if you have a parent that has it, you're at much increased risk of having it yourself. So a teenager with depressed mood with a parent with bipolar disorder is at a high risk of having bipolar as well. So I asked Carly, what she reported to me was that she has had for the last several years regular discrete periods of time when her mood is up, when she's more restless, she's more impulsive, she's more rude, she's more tactless, she's physically somewhat agitated, and she'll take risks. She told me that she got her nipple pierced when she was in that state. She told me that she had these clear-cut states and had been having them for a number of years. She told me that I asked her to estimate over the last 5 years, how much of your time have you spent in any state? What she said to me was, over the last 5 years, she thought about 60% of her time in a depressed state, about 20% of her time in a hypomanic state, and about 20% of her time in a normal mood state. So I gave her the diagnosis of bipolar 2 disorder.
Your Honor, may I approach? Dr. Clark, did you also review Carly's medical records from Precise Medical Clinic?
I did.
I'm going to pass you a copy of those documents. Can you tell me what the exhibit number of that is?
Defendant's Exhibit 19.
And what records are those?
These are the records from Precise Medical for Carly Gregg.
Okay. And if you'll see at the very bottom, there's a little red state versus Carly Gregg,
Yes.
and with numbers. If you could, will you turn to page 761 in those records?
Yes.
And will you tell me what we're looking at on this page?
Yes, what we're looking at is something that's called the modified mini screen, which appears to be a series of questions that were asked of Carly, I imagine, I would think, prior to her visit with the clinician.
And what would be the purpose of having her fill out this mini screen?
The purpose of these screens are to try to flag any possible problems. So it's also time saving. So you ask a number of questions to try to identify what might be the problem areas. And then presumably when the clinician sees the individual, they can focus in on those and ask follow-up questions.
Is this something that would typically be helpful for diagnostic reasons?
Yeah, I'd say more than anything, it raises questions. It allows the clinician to kind of focus their interview questions.
And could you read that first question for me?
Question number one is, have you been consistently depressed or down most of the day, nearly every day for the past 2 weeks?
And how did Carly answer that?
Carly answered yes.
And could you read question number 4 for me?
Question number 4 was, in the past month, did you think that you would be better off dead or wish you were dead?
And how did Carly respond to that?
Carly answered yes.
Will you read question number 5?
Question number 5 says, have you ever had a period of time when you were feeling up, hyper, or so full of energy or full of yourself that you got into trouble, or that other people thought you were not your usual self? Parentheses, do not consider times when you were intoxicated on drugs or alcohol, end parentheses.
How did Carly respond to that?
Carly responded yes.
Could you read?
Okay, my friends, we have a very special guest here with us today. We have Dr. Berry. Dr. Berry, give me the thumbs up when you're ready. Hello.
Hello, hello. Glad to get to join you today.
Thank you so much for coming in. We have so many questions. You're watching this in the
Yes.
background?
Yes.
Tell everyone who might not know who you are. I'm just going to put us on the screen for a second. Tell everyone who might not know about you and your channel. I'm whispering because our volume is so
Yes.
different.
Oh.
We're going to go right back, you guys. We didn't miss a question. We're not going to miss a beat. Tell everyone about you, about your YouTube channel. We have so many viewers and comments, so they may already know who you are.
I'm Dr. Patrice Berry. I'm a licensed clinical psychologist. The individual speaking is a psychiatrist, so he specializes in the medication part. He's a medical doctor. I am a psychologist, so I do psychological testing to assess and figure out somebody's diagnosis. And I'm really interested to hear what the forensic psychologist is going to say as well, because there's validity testing that we can do. Because right now, an individual can have a motivation to present a certain way, and there's testing to see how accurate a person's self-report is, because they don't know what those what those questions are. Because sometimes we call it malingering, where a person is reporting symptoms, but are they truly experiencing them? And his testimony, because she has had a very traumatic childhood,
Oh my God,
and
my heart.
he said he wouldn't diagnose her with PTSD, and that's where I was like, because I was hearing a lot of trauma, dissociation, but I'm really glad to get to collaborate with you on this.
Oh, good. All right. Well, he's talking about the questions that he asked her right now, the testing. So
Yeah.
let's turn that back. If you want me to stop or pause it, just let me know, and I will be happy to do that. So I'm just going to take this back a couple of seconds because he is now talking about the questions that he's asking her about whether she was depressed most of the time. And I guess this is like the testing that you're talking about.
The individual, they can focus in on those and ask follow-up questions.
Is this something that would typically be helpful for diagnostic reasons?
Yeah, I'd say more than anything, it raises questions. It allows the clinician to kind of focus their interview questions.
And could you read that first question for me?
Question number 1 is, have you been consistently depressed or down most of the day, nearly every day for the past 2 weeks?
And how did Carly answer that?
Carly answered yes.
And could you read question number 4 for me?
Question number 4 was, in the past month, did you think that you would be better off dead or wish you were dead?
And how did Carly respond to that?
Carly answered yes.
Will you read question number 5?
Question number 5 says, have you ever had a period of time when you were feeling up, hyper, or so full of energy or full of yourself that you got into trouble, or that other people thought you were not your usual self? Parentheses, do not consider times when you were intoxicated on drugs or alcohol, end parentheses.
How did Carly respond to that?
Carly responded yes.
Could you read question number 7?
Question number 7 was, have you had one or more occasions when you felt intensely anxious, frightened, uncomfortable, or uneasy, even when most people would not feel that way? Did these intense feelings get to be their worst within 10 minutes? Parentheses, if the answer to both questions is yes, select yes, otherwise select no.
How did Carly answer that question?
Carly answered yes.
And will you read question number 8 for me?
Question number 8, do you feel anxious or uneasy in places or situations where you might have the panic-like symptoms we just spoke about? Or do you feel anxious or uneasy in situations where help might not be available or escape might be difficult? Examples: being in a crowd, standing in a line, being alone away from home or alone at home, crossing a bridge, traveling in a bus, train, or car.
How did Carly answer that question?
She answered yes.
Could you read question number 9 for me?
Question number 9, have you worried excessively or been anxious about several things over the past 6 months?
And how did Carly answer that question?
Yes.
Could you read question number 12 for me?
In the past month, have you been bothered by thoughts, impulses, or images that you couldn't get rid of that were unwanted, distasteful, inappropriate, intrusive, or distressing?
And how did Carly answer that question?
She answered yes.
Could you read question number 13 for me?
In the past month, did you do something repeatedly without being able to resist doing it?
And how did Carly respond to that question?
She answered yes.
And could you read question number 14?
Have you ever experienced, witnessed, or had to deal with an extremely traumatic event that included actual or threatened death or serious injury to you or someone else?
And how did Carly answer that question?
Yes.
And what stood out to you in your review of precise medical records?
What really stood out to me was their question about
So that wasn't a test that he did. That was a test that her treating doctor did.
Okay.
Is it?
And it sounds like
I'm
it was a
asking.
screener. So and I came on as he was, so I missed the part of who gave this
Mhm.
test. Because that sounds like a screener. And they can be helpful, but a lot of those different answering yes to those questions could lead to an ADHD diagnosis or to an anxiety. Like, it doesn't necessarily mean one thing. And sometimes saying yes to everything can also be a cry for help,
Mhm.
understandably, of just like, I want help and support. And so yeah.
Yeah,
But
and
it
it's
sounds
also
like it was
like
a screener.
whether the person is telling the truth or not, right? So a lot of people are saying she's super smart. Couldn't she have lied on this test to try? This was I think her treating doctor, who she was seeing for therapy in the months leading up to this.
Do you have
And
any thoughts of why they haven't called any of her treating doctors?
because they wouldn't be able to testify as experts. They
Okay.
wouldn't pass a Dalbert test, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, he is the expert. He has reviewed all of their records and he's coming to a legal conclusion based on, you know, based on his own medical experience,
Yeah.
and he can qualify as an expert. The treating doctors, not so much, could be cumulative. A lot of the experts were turned over late in this case. So I don't know if he reviewed everything, he's testifying about the cumulative.
And I was also wondering, because I know sometimes people, if things happen, sometimes there can be sometimes there can be malpractice, like sometimes there can be complaints later, but it doesn't sound like the doctors missed anything from what was reported, just based on what we've seen. Because
Mhm.
this was different to me from other cases where the individual wasn't being treated because she was receiving treatment.
She was. And the stopping the Zoloft cold turkey, does that say anything to you?
So the Zoloft is a medication, and I'm not a medication expert.
Okay.
I have taken psychopharmacology classes, but it builds in the system and then it takes a while to get out of the system. And so was this a few days before the incident, or was it like a few
1
weeks
week.
before? 1
1
week.
week before she
Okay.
stopped apparently taking the Zoloft cold turkey and started on the 5 milligram low dose Lexapro.
And they're both SSRIs, because if she had stopped taking anything at all, sometimes you can get brain zaps, you can have side effects, because you should not stop an SSRI immediately. Like, so if somebody's going to come off of the medication, the doctor normally takes them down gradually, the same way that they start them gradually.
Mhm.
That's where I wonder if they're going to ask him about what that possible change and what stopping that medication could potentially do. But yeah.
I think he's been precluded from that testimony based
Okay.
on the pretrial motion or the motion yesterday, or this is only day 3 of this trial. I can't believe how fast this is going. So yeah, let's see what he has to say about that. But the questions that she was asked sounds like when my kids who are teenagers go to the pediatrician for
Yeah.
their annual physical, they get a list of questions exactly like this every single time.
It just looked like, it sounded like a general screener.
Yeah. And they even have started asking, are there firearms in the home? Like right?
Mhm.
I have
Because
problems with this unsecured firearm.
there's been an increase in, because they just want to make sure that if a child is having a mental health crisis, that things are secure. Yeah.
Yeah. And they weren't here, but that's a different topic. Moving on. I know you only have until 3, so.
Have you ever been up or hyper? And I saw no indication. And this is, I understand this to be a question, really is screening for mania. You're looking to see whether bipolar disorder of some sort might be a problem. And Carly answered yes to that. And I saw no evidence in the records from Precise Clinical that they had followed up on that. And they ended up not asking her about mania, according to their records, and prescribing her antidepressant medication, which in retrospect might not have been the best choice.
How, based on your experience and expertise, how difficult is it to diagnose mental health issues in teenagers?
Well, it can be tricky for a couple of reasons. And one is that a lot of times teenagers are, if they have a mental health issue, it's just starting to come to fruition at this period of time. It can be a little hard to know. And there's a wide range of kind of normal teenage behavior, and teenagers aren't always terribly forthcoming to an adult. And so, you have to establish rapport, often get information from other places, and hopefully the teenager can open up to you. There's some things that are maybe easier to diagnose than others, but it's not always simple.
Based on your experience and expertise, when you are having sessions with teenagers, how confidential are those sessions?
It's mixed. What I always start out when I'm meeting with a teenager and talking about confidentiality. And I usually say to them, again, depending on the age, I say, I can give you some privacy. You deserve some privacy, but if issues come up that really affect your health or safety or significantly affect your welfare, we got to pull your parents in. We got to let them know. So I think every teenager kind of understands that the really serious stuff, the parent's going to get pulled in.
And what, if any, concerns did Carly already have about having bipolar disorder?
So what Carly reported to me was that she had been worried that she might end up like her father, and that her mother had, especially after all this happened in December, that her mother had frequently said to her something like, you're going to end up just like your father. And Carly understood her father to have a serious psychiatric illness. So Carly reported to me that she really was worried that she might have a serious psychiatric illness.
I see you wincing there, Dr. Berry. Thoughts?
And if it was said that way, as a therapist, I wouldn't recommend that. When I don't recommend that parents speak negatively about the other parent. So I work with high conflict families often. And what can happen is that there is a parent that is problematic, but it doesn't raise to the level of needing to call CPS or needing to, but the courts, everybody says the child has to visit, and we're monitoring things. And often, because it sounds like mom had her own trauma history with dad, and mom might have been afraid of, like, is she going to turn out like, but you don't say that to the child. Saying it to the child can make them feel just isolated, lonely, resentful. It can bring up a lot of emotions because that is still their other parent. And let's say she does have bipolar disorder, then that's for us to work out with the treatment professionals.
Right.
Because to me, the stepdad presented that she was this sweet, loving girl. He didn't present at all that there was any major issue, that he saw major problems, but he seemed disconnected in his testimony. And that's, yeah, that's a whole
Yeah,
other
we have a lot of
conversation.
thoughts about that.
Yeah.
But as far as the genetic component of something like bipolar disorder,
Yeah.
is that a real thing? Because it seems like both parents may have had some sort of diagnosis. If the dad was
So
bipolar, if the mom was bipolar.
bipolar disorder and schizophrenia, they have, if a parent has it, it's my understanding it can be about a 50-50 chance for each child. If only one parent has it. If both parents have it, the risk goes up. Bipolar disorder can be managed, and there are things that can be helpful. From just watching the video, mania normally looks disorganized and chaotic, and it normally looks elevated, and a person can feel on top of the world. Now he's describing hypomania, which is below that. And but that's where with teens, we actually added a new diagnosis, disruptive mood dysregulation disorder, because kids with an attitude were just getting diagnosed with pediatric bipolar disorder when they really just had depression, but it was presenting as anger, because depression in kids can often present as anger, attitudes, because their behavior speaks. Their behavior tells us that there's something going on with them.
Yeah. And so what you watched the video, obviously, the kitchen video.
Yeah.
Tell us because we only have you here for a limited time, so we're just gonna let him testify in a little while, and we'll go back to that, viewers. But we have Dr. Berry here, we might as well pick her brain. What stood out to you about that video?
It was eerie just how fast everything happened. In my opinion, she seemed to be aware of where the cameras were, because the prosecution said they could hear, when she placed something behind her, that it sounded like it was the, um, because I
Again,
want to be YouTube friendly. Yeah,
we
that
can
it
say that.
was the gun that was placed down,
Mhm.
and there was no emotion. It looked eerie. It was very, very eerie. And then to hear that the third shot, that mom was on the ground, that was very, very troubling to me. And she did show emotion when they played the 911 call,
Mm.
and then I think sometimes when stepdad was up there, but there have been other times where she just didn't, from where I am, and it's hard to judge this because often defendants are told, try to minimize your reactions, try to manage yourself. And I just I want to hear from both experts, because they're going with a insanity defense. So I just want to
Mhm.
see where things fall. Uh and then the involving the friend. That's not typical with a psychosis. And because the stepdad seemed to say she didn't know who I was, but the
Right.
friend says that, like, she admitted to doing what she did to her mom and said that she had 3 more bullets for him. And so that's where, um, I'm still just trying to listen to the evidence, see what comes forward. 2 things can be true at the same time. So she
Mhm.
can be someone who experienced significant trauma, and then at the same time also have some antisocial type traits, because that's where I'm I hear a lot of, because they're minimizing, "Oh, a friend told her to bring the Swiss
Swiss Army
Army
knife.
knife to school." But is that true? Did a friend say
Right.
that? Or is that what she said to try to get out of it? Because she sounds very intelligent.
Yeah.
And it reminds me of a Jodi Arias, like, it just does. It gives me that, like, I'm so intelligent, I can get out of it. That's the initial feel. And I
Mhm.
love that we can disagree because I know there are a lot of people that are like, this was a traumatized child. She was definitely psychotic.
Mhm.
From my lens, because I've worked with people in the throes of psychosis,
Mhm.
and they're often a greater risk to themselves than they are to other people, or if
Mhm.
they're a risk to others, it's normally erratic and unexplained, and it seems to kind of come out of nowhere.
Right.
And
But didn't this kinda come out of nowhere? If the stepdad said she was so
so
such a great child, nothing happened, she was great, she was wonderful, she was so wonderful, and then all of a sudden, she's getting in trouble for texting the boyfriend after hours, and
I
I don't to me,
wondered
it's like, are people just some people just born evil? Or now that I hear about her childhood trauma, I have more questions. When she's 4 years old, her 18-month-old sister dies. When she's 4 years old, her mother, who's being abused by her bio dad, who she tells Carly is beating her up, they have to
which
escape in the middle of the night.
I wouldn't have recommended that. Does that like,
No.
to me, mom I wouldn't have she shouldn't have known the details. Now maybe we left because things were unsafe. If you remember bruises, like that was a different time. I'm safe now, but Carly might have known too much for what I would personally recommend.
Right. But how would that affect her having known that, like, from the time that she's 4 years old? And
But
then having to go and, family court, having to go visit the bio dad, and she said that he would sometimes sit in the chair all day and never talk to her, not feed her. She was hiding under the bed. There was other testimony that he was doing drugs in front of her all the time, blowing smoke in her face, making her chug a beer when she's 12. I just have more questions than answers at this point.
So that's where there's a part of me that wonders. So I've worked with situations like this, and I've seen the child as a neutral person. And what I found out from as a neutral person is they enjoyed because mom sounds like she was on top of her. She worked
Yeah,
at the school and Carly wasn't getting away with nothing. Like
right.
mom, and I think mom had a fear of losing another child and an appropriate anxiety and stress. Losing a child is one of the most horrific things, but then dad seemed to be neglectful, and so she probably got away with a lot there. He probably didn't
Mhm.
care. She was probably unsupervised. So I don't I question if there could have been a part of her that liked trying a beer at 12, that liked not having as much supervision at dad's. So I've worked with people that have complained about the other parent, but it was to have them feel bad and then for them to kind of get away with stuff when they came back to the more strict parent. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but what if he was abusive to the mom, and we don't know if he's abusive, if he was abusive to her as well while he was over there, like, while she was over there, I don't know.
I
People are
don't know.
saying, I don't like the Jodi Arias comparison because she's an adult,
Yeah, that's
and
it's
I think
different.
at 14, should we be trying 14-year-olds as adults and then putting them into the adult system?
And that's where I think Mississippi needs to overhaul their juvenile system.
Yeah. So that's what are your thoughts on that? You think that I mean, it's really we're not arguing that she didn't shoot and
No.
kill her mother, but it's like, where should she go? Should she go to a mental hospital or should she go to an adult prison? Because in an adult prison, she's not going to have the resources for mental health, is she? I don't know.
And it depends on their facilities. It sounded like there would be limits with what was available if she only stayed in the juvenile system. Because
Mhm.
if she is found in GRI through the adult system, I think they can hold her longer than they would have been able to hold her in the juvenile system.
Mhm.
Because in the juvenile system, I think the parents still have a lot of rights, and I've seen parents be able to, like, withdraw a child from treatment, and so that's where I don't know, because with NGRI, it's normally up to that forensic unit to determine when they're competent or when they're able to return safely integrate back into society if they can.
Okay. We only have Dr. Berry here for like 9 more minutes. So if you have questions for her, please tag her in your question and I will see it on my phone. Um, Lisa, thanks for the 5. Where is her reckless prescribing doctor? Those notes and decisions are most important. Avoiding testimony is unacceptable. Potential malpractice exists. Look, there's also doctor-patient privilege. Like, there's a lot of reasons why treating doctors are not allowed, wouldn't be able to testify in this case. And this doctor reviewed all the records. So,
And it sounded like she decided to stop like, it sounded like the way he's explained it, it sounded like she stopped the Zoloft,
yeah,
not that
she was told to
or
wean it down, and she
okay.
didn't. She just stopped cold
Yeah.
turkey. That's what he said, I think, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's what you would recommend. Obviously, any kind of those.
You wean down. You shouldn't just stop. Like, you should do it however your prescriber recommends.
Right. And then somebody wants to know, since she's very bright, could she have skewed the testing?
So not if there's validity measures. So there are tests like the MMPI, the personality assessment inventory is for adolescents is another one. There is testing that is very difficult to like, you don't know what the questions are about because they have over some of them are over 250 to 350 questions. So
Very interesting. Dr. Berry, do you think that she would be worse in prison?
my concern would be the safety of the stepfather if we're wrong.
What do you mean? That if
Um,
she gets out?
like if we were wrong, because and it looks like she loves him and like she cares about him. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I heard of a recent case. Have you heard there's a case in I think it might is it Florida too? A 17-year-old that unalived his father in Ohio and then moved to live with his mother. And 6 months later, he ended up
Killing his mom?
Mhm.
Oh, no, I don't know about that
Yeah,
one. It's too many
yeah.
to keep up with these days.
17 years old. And in Ohio, he claimed it was self-defense or like it was his father fell, like it was an accident. His father fell on the knife. And then like 6 months later ended up, yeah. So
Oh,
that's where I would just be concerned if we're wrong, because the stepfather didn't seem to like he wants her to come home, and I don't know that she's safe to come home. Like
I
it
don't think
sounds like
so.
she needs treatment because they
Yeah.
wanted her out on bail so that she could be home, but it
Yeah.
sounds like she needs treatment.
The whole family was all for having her out, and so that
Mhm.
made me immediately think, like, what do they know? What do they know? Why? I don't know. I have so many questions. Stint Goddess says, I know it's not going to be popular, Dr. Berry, but however, she's extremely intelligent. Seems like she learned quickly how to manipulate people in situations to present proper behavior.
And she might have learned that. I don't know bio dad, and kids can learn from their environment. And if there is an environment where a parent isn't displaying the best behavior, kids can pick those things up. And yeah.
How will 6 months of solitary confinement affect her today? She's been in solitary 23 hours a day.
And that is incredibly isolating. I think she does have visits because it sounds like stepdad would try to call her. It sounds like she can get visits. She's not able to access school. She's not able to be with friends. If she was found guilty, I think that's where they would decide. But even I don't know what their options are. Treatment. Mississippi isn't great for mental health. Like
Oh, yeah?
that's a whole other. So for
What state are you
education,
in?
Virginia.
Okay, keep
Yep.
going.
So
No,
so Mississippi for mental health and education, they sometimes don't have as many resources as other areas. That's my understanding. But that's incredibly isolating, and it can really make a person feel more depression, feel even worse.
I mean, I don't know if you've been following the Delphi case, but Richard Allen's been in solitary for a long time, and I mean, he's a shell of the person he was when he went in. PMA wants to know what you make of the stepdad's behavior on the stand, if you've seen it. It's caused a lot of controversy and mixed opinions.
And his behavior was consistent when he was being asked questions by the prosecution and by the defense. So he seemed very disconnected. I think he's describing probably the worst day of his life. And I think he wants to honor his wife by supporting Carly. Like I really just saw the love that he had for his family. I know people I'm not aware of any allegations of anything with him. I didn't get any weird vibes from him personally, but with him, he seemed anxious to be there. He seemed to close his eyes, and as he was trying to retell things, and I think he desperately is holding on to the view of that pre-incident Carly,
Mhm.
and I don't think he wants to believe that she's capable of what happened. Um, yeah.
Yeah, so you don't think anything inappropriate was going on between Carly and the stepdad? There's been a lot of speculation about that.
I I I think she would say because that could be if anybody was aware of that,
Mhm.
think I think she probably would have come forward with that. Um, but yeah,
During
I
her
don't know.
evaluation with this doctor, at least maybe, I don't know. I just don't know. Mr.
But
Carly
also
says
he's the one that's fighting for her to come home because she can't be with her. I don't know that she'd want to go with her birth father or if he would be able to have her full time. Um,
yeah.
yeah.
Mr. Carly says, thanks, Dr. Berry. That's 100% how I read Carly as well. She's calculated and deliberate and very cold. She's not the kind of traumatized child that Dr. Berry has encountered.
So I have encountered individuals. So what can happen with untreated trauma is that a small percentage of people can uh, struggle with empathy, how their behavior impacts other people. It's a small percentage. A lot of people in prisons have histories of traumatic childhoods. That's not an excuse. I think we all have to be responsible for our behaviors and for our healing. We can't control what happens, but we can heal. And safe, nurturing environments that have structure and boundaries, I found that to be helpful. And then also just making sure that the child accepts responsibility for their behavior. So that's where, like, if I'm working with somebody that's stealing from their parents, or getting into fights at school, or excuse me, engaging in those types of behavior.
Yeah, thank you. I know you have to go at 3, so I'm just going to put your YouTube channel up again.
Mhm.
So for those of you, please go give Dr. Berry a like and subscribe on the YouTube. Dr. Patrice Berry is the name of your channel, and that's where people can find you. And you are so lovely, and I'm so glad that we finally got to meet.
Yes.
And our emails have been crossing for a long time, and things keep coming up. But I'm so glad that you're like me. You're like spontaneous. You're like, yeah, I can come on now.
Let's
I have
go.
it free.
Y'all have a
Bye.
good one.
Thank you
Bye.
so much for coming. That was awesome. So that is Dr. Patrice Berry. She has a great channel on YouTube. And right now we're going to get back to the testimony that we interrupted to bring Dr. Berry on because I had so many questions that I still have so many more questions now. We're going back to Dr. Clark. I don't know, I want to keep calling him Dr. Smith. Dr. Andrew Clark, he is the expert witness for the defense. I'm going to just take that back a sentence. And here we
That
go.
she might end up like her father. So what Carly reported to me was that she had been worried that she might end up like her father. And that her mother had, especially after all this happened in December, that her mother had frequently said to her something like, something like you're going to end up just like your father. And Carly understood her father to have a serious psychiatric illness. So Carly reported to me that she really wasn't worried that she might have a serious psychiatric illness.
Did Carly see her father as a successful person?
No.
That was
Based on your experience and expertise, what would motivate someone to not be forthcoming with their doctor?
So there are probably a number of reasons. I think many teenagers don't really want to go talk to a psychiatrist or even a therapist, but certainly shame is one. Shame and stigma are big. there are a lot of people that engage in denial, that they just don't want to believe that they have a condition. And they like to think that they can kind of soldier through. And they say to themselves that it's really not that bad. A lot of, I think, teenagers in particular, again, are worried that their parents are going to find out. And it's actually still fairly common for people to be worried that they're going to end up in a psychiatric hospital if they're especially around things like suicide. I'm talking about suicidal thoughts, but just in general, they worry that you're going to lock me up in a hospital.
Based on your experience and expertise, how common is it for people to be afraid of receiving a mental health diagnosis?
I think it can be very difficult for people. I think especially, depression doesn't quite have that same punch, but bipolar disorder, for example, or certainly anytime you talk about psychosis, I think it's a very big deal for most people to try to come to terms with that, because they worry, understandably, about what it means, what the future might hold for them.
Based on your evaluation of Carly and your interview with her and the records you reviewed, how could Carly be experiencing these significant symptoms of mental illness, but her parents not know, and they live with her and see her every day?
So I'll say maybe two things. I think one is, I think many teenagers are pretty good at hiding things from their parents. And it's a skill that most teenagers develop. And especially, if a teenager spends a lot of time in their bedroom, for example, they may not see a lot of their parents. And the second thing is, I think Carly has said to me, and she has said to others, that she's really pretty good at putting on a face. That she's able to put on a good face even when things are quite difficult. And I think I saw evidence of that in reviewing the records.
And what do you attribute that to, Carly's ability to put on a good face?
I think I attribute it, in part to her. Well, actually, I understand Carly to have, from an early age, had this idea, this feeling that she needed to be aware of her mother's emotional state, that she needed to make sure her mother was doing okay. She needed to kind of help her mother not worry so much. And so that she did lots of things like watch a movie together with her mother that her mother wanted to watch, or read a book that her mother wanted her to read. She did lots of things to help kind of calm her mother. So I think that's a big reason. I think the fact that Carly's bright maybe allowed her to get away a little better. But I think she really has a personality where she's very good at putting a smile on her face and functioning reasonably well.
During your interview with Carly, how would you say that she minimized her symptoms, or did she overplay them?
Oh, I'm sorry.
During your interview with Carly, did you find that she minimized her symptoms, or did she have a tendency to overplay them?
That's a great question, because there was a witness, and I think maybe more than one witness, a juvenile witness, who said that she tended to exaggerate things a lot. So that's a really great question. Did she minimize them or overplay them?
In my interview with Carly, I did find that she minimized her symptoms. I thought she really led with this idea that she was doing just fine. And I had to work to get her to answer certain questions. I worked harder with her than I usually do with adolescents, in terms of asking specific questions around things that were not going well. So certainly through the interview, and then through other documents as well, I thought I saw significant evidence of denial and minimization.
Now, are auditory hallucinations or hearing voices typically what someone with bipolar 2 disorder is going to be experiencing?
No. The short answer is no. It's not usual for someone with bipolar 2 disorder to hear voices. Sometimes people that get very depressed can experience auditory hallucinations, hear voices along with that. People that are manic can absolutely experience auditory hallucination. They can become very psychotic, but otherwise it's really not at all common.
And based on what you reviewed in preparing for your evaluation of Carly, were there any indications in any documents where Carly had reported hearing voices prior to March 19th?
Yes.
Where?
So the document in particular was her journal entry from March 12th of 2024, 1 week before the incident.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Okay, we're going to get a peek at Carly's journal.
We put Carly's journal into evidence. I'll just hand you that copy of it. Now, you mentioned a journal entry from March 9th, March 12th.
Correct.
And is that the journal entry that I've handed you there?
It is.
Is that the same journal entry that you reviewed?
Yes.
And can you tell me what about that journal entry stood out to you in your review?
Would you like for me to read it?
Yes.
So Carly had kept a journal. It looked like it began in January of 2024, just after after she'd been found by her mother to have been engaging in these behaviors. She kept the journal through much of January and then dropped off. And then this, as I recall, was the only entry in March. So writing on March 12th, Tuesday, she writes, "I think I had a psychotic break earlier. The whole ordeal was quite silly. I actually spoke with one of the voices in my head. Well, I didn't hear them until earlier today, but I only do then. My particular friend and I were practically screaming, bloodthirstily and ravenously. Thank God, physical confrontation was not, and I think it's fruitively, possible. I sound crazy." And then she goes on to say, "I need to get back into the habit of journaling. That think it's good. I haven't quite decided if I'll bring this stupid thing to Mrs. Kirk, her therapist, tomorrow, but I just, I can't decide." Exclamation mark.
Your Honor, may I approach?
This was dated 1 week before the murder, March 12th.
To review a sketchbook that Carly had.
Yes.
And that sketchbook's been placed into evidence by stipulation. What, if anything, in Carly's sketchbook that you reviewed in preparing for her interview and evaluation stood out to you?
I think there was one particular page of her sketchbook. It's titled a 2023-2024 sketchbook that stood out. I will say, I don't quite know what to make of it, but I find it raises disturbing questions.
What was it that stood out to you that raised these disturbing questions to you?
So this was, as I understand it, a free sheet of paper that was folded up and put in the sketchbook that was then found at the house after the incident, that was written in green ink in what looks to me to be a different hand or different handwriting than Carly's other handwriting. And it's written almost like a piece of creative writing. It's in the sort of guise of a soldier with a different name. And she writes, or whoever wrote this wrote, "Anywho, I don't think I'll make it any longer." And then the writing becomes quite primitive and large and sort of scrawling. And it says, "Please help me. Please help me. I don't something. I'm sorry." And then the next line, it goes back to the kind of more ordered writing that had been happening in the above paragraph. And I think it signed something like Germa. And when I asked Carly about this, she said that she had no idea what I was talking about.
Did you ask?
Okay, this was something found in her sketchbook, and this eerily reminds me of Ethan Crumbly and something that he was doodling in school that the school found that was eerily predictive of what he was about to do next. And it did say things like, "Help me." I'm going to rewind this again so that he can describe it to us. I don't know if they're going to show it to us, but this was in her sketchbook. And he's just describing the difference in the handwriting. Here, listen.
With a different name. And she writes, or whoever wrote this wrote, "Anywho, I don't think I'll make it any longer." And then the writing becomes quite primitive and large and sort of scrawling. And it says, "Please help me. Please help me. I don't something. I'm sorry." And then the next line, it goes back to the kind of more ordered writing that had been happening in the above paragraph. And I think it signed something like Germa. And when I asked Carly about this, she said that she had no idea what I was talking about.
Did you ask anybody else about that writing?
I spoke to Mr. Heath Smiley about some of the writings, and he told me that he and Ashley, Miss Smiley, had found several writings in a journal in Carly's room that had been hidden away, sequestered away, that seemed to be of dark themes. And they were worried about it, and they asked Carly about it, and Carly said that she had no recollection. Mr. Smiley also told me that some of the writing was seemed to be in a different handwriting, but that Carly disavowed having written it.
And
Okay. So Heath and Ashley found some of these journals with some of these disturbing thoughts, pictures, writing in them. And Carly said, I don't know what you're talking about. And that was it, right, Kristen? So they knew? Is that why the grandparents and the whole entire family is sitting in the courtroom being supportive of her because they knew too? I don't know. Dee says, I wrote a lot of stupid and dark things when I was an angsty teen, and I absolutely would have denied if a person of authority asked me about it. Never hurt anyone, let alone killed anyone. But Melanie says they still didn't lock up the gun.
could you look at the second page that I gave you there, sir?
Yes.
Was that also in the sketchbook that you reviewed?
I actually don't recall whether this is in a sketchbook or in a different journal. It's the one titled April 7th.
Okay. And what about that entry concerns you?
So I'll just say, Mr. Smiley told me that this, he believed, was from 2023, so April 7th, 2023, 11 months before the incident. And she writes in here, I'm a schizophrenic person. I'm crazy. I miss the comfort in being sane. I just want to find true love. Then maybe I wouldn't be so crazy. My thoughts envelop me. I'm scared. I need help. And I'm happy to talk about.
Yes, please do.
I don't know whether this is just the writings of an emotional, somewhat dramatic teenage girl keeping a journal. It could be, right? So I don't take this as evidence that she had a thought disorder. I do think it's reasonable to think that she's worried. She was worried about her mental health at this point in time.
What, if anything, did Carly disclose to you about her father having schizophrenia?
So Carly told me that her father had bipolar disorder, and I believe she said that he may have had or had been evaluated for schizophrenia, but really was the bipolar diagnosis that she was most clear about.
Okay. I just want to point out something. This doctor, this expert witness, did not evaluate or speak to Carly until August 29th of 2024. He did not speak. He spoke to Heath Smiley by video, Zoom or whatever, 2 days later, August 29th. Today is September 18th. Heath is now turning over all these diaries to this doctor. Were they never turned over to the police? I have a lot of questions. A lot of questions now.
Schizophrenia and bipolar disorder were two things that Carly was worried about.
I think that's fair to say, yes.
And this journal entry, according to her stepdad, would have occurred sometime in April of 2023.
Yes.
Right. Right. And Mr. Smiley reported to us on the stand and to the jury it was all rainbows and sunshine in the house. Carly was amazing. She never, acted out, never did anything wrong. Nothing. Okay. Something's not adding up for me.
Can you tell the court a little bit about what schizophrenia is?
So schizophrenia is a serious mental illness. It's a psychiatric diagnosis that's considered to be chronic and typically has a kind of worsening course over time. It most frequently manifests in sort of late adolescence, early adulthood, and it's characterized by psychosis, so delusions and hallucinations, also disorganized thinking, disorganized behavior, and there's a whole range of what are called negative symptoms of just having less interest, less engagement. It can be treated with antipsychotic medication typically, but the medications we have are not great. Frequently, people need to be hospitalized, often several times in their lifetime. It can be very disabling. It really is, perhaps, I think fair to say, the most catastrophic of all psychiatric diagnoses.
You talked about psychosis just a moment ago. Can you explain for us what psychosis is?
Yes. So psychosis is a psychiatric condition. I think I define it as a substantial disorder of thought form or thought content. And thought content really means delusions and hallucinations. If you're hearing voices, if you think the CIA has implanted a receiver in your molar, right? If you think the police are following you everywhere you go, those are considered to be delusions. If you're hearing voices or seeing things, those are hallucinations. But people can also have disorder of thought form where they just are not logical and coherent. Their thoughts just don't fit together very well, and they can become quite illogical, quite irrational, and quite disorganized.
And what do you mean by disorganized thinking?
So disorganized thinking is where, normally our thoughts go from one thing to another, and they're reasonably well connected, and there's a degree of coherence. Disorganized thinking is when often people can jump from one thing to the other. Things don't connect. They'll start talking about one thing, and then they'll make a jump to another thing, they'll make a jump to another thing, and it can become a jumble.
What, if anything, did Carly inform you of with regard to an eating disorder?
So Carly told me that for at least the last few years, she had at times restricted her food intake, at times had binged and then purged by making herself throw up. She told me that she had never taken laxatives or diuretics, but that she had been engaging in these eating disorder behaviors for, on a somewhat regular basis. She told me that she had never actually lost a substantial amount of weight, but she'd been doing these things for at least a couple of years. And so she was having, if I may, mood issues, eating disorder issues, cutting herself, hearing voices, and sleeping difficulty, all, I guess, leading up to January of 2024.
Can you tell the court what dissociation means?
Dissociation is a psychiatric term that is somewhat broad, but the definition is a disruption of the normal integrity of identity, awareness, memory, body sensation, and connection with the world, which may not mean a lot. Dissociation can be both very mild and quite severe. Mild dissociation, which I think almost all of us have experienced, can include things like just spacing out, right? If you're like driving down the road, you're thinking about something else, you miss your exit, or you get home and you have no idea how you got there, right? That's a mild form of dissociation. Dissociation can include something called derealization, depersonalization, where people feel as if they're just apart from the world, that the world is somehow distant or gauzy, or that they're just not engaged. They can feel really just emotionally flat. Some people have that on a chronic basis, and it can be quite distressing for them. Dissociation is a part of sometimes post-traumatic stress disorder, where people, for example, let's say someone who's had a serious trauma, such as a combat veteran, has something might trigger them, and they'll just go off. They'll just go away. It's kind of like the lights are on and no one's home. They'll be back wherever in Iraq or wherever it might be, and that can be very, very distressing for them. Some people have dissociation where they wander. There's a condition called dissociative fugues, where people will just start wandering. It's a rare condition, but people can wander. They'll take the train, they'll take the bus, and they have no recollection of who they are or where they're from. So you have these rare cases where people are sort of found to be just wandering aimlessly, and you ask them who they are, they're like, I have no idea. And then for many of them, their sort of sense of themselves will come back. Dissociation is also seen in what's called dissociative identity disorder, formerly known as multiple personality disorder, which is a somewhat controversial diagnosis, but there are certainly people who experience, I think on a regular basis, these dissociative states that can be very impairing. These individuals, I think, really do struggle from a psychiatric point of view. Dissociation is most typically thought of as the result of trauma, right? So either childhood trauma, and one way that people think about it is that it's a protective mechanism. So that, let's say, a child that's being sexually abused, right, during the abuse might just go away. Their mind will go away as a way to protect them from the horror of what they're going through at that point in time. So that's one of the, I guess, models for how dissociation occurs. Dissociation is also closely related to psychosis. Many people with a psychotic disorder also have a high degree of dissociation. So it can range from severe to really quite mild.
And can you explain the significance of bipolar 2 disorder and dissociation and the auditory hallucinations?
Oh, so in the period of time up until March 12th, Carly reported that her mood was flat, that she was zombie, that she was still quite depressed, she was still cutting. She also reported that the voices were getting worse, that they were becoming more urgent, more prominent, and she was beginning to worry that they were taking over for her. Now, she told me that the only thing the voices said to her were things that were kind of elitist, like you're better than those people. Like that.
Okay, if you're not watching your screen, come back to your screen and just look at the way that Carly is looking at this doctor. She looks to me like she's really mad that he's telling her secrets. She's chewing on her bottom lip. Hold on. Take a look.
Told me that the only thing the voices said to her were things that were kind of elitist, like you're better than those people. Like that's the only thing she told me they said. So her mood is poor. The voices are getting worse. Her sleep continues to be bad, and she's smoking marijuana on 2 or 3 times a week. She also reported she had a fair amount of anxiety during this time as well.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Dr. Clark, when did you first receive the vital core records?
So I received the vital core records, or the records from the Rankin County Correctional Facility for her psychiatric treatment and medication. And I didn't receive them until I had already interviewed Carly. I had returned to Boston and got the records afterwards, so I wasn't able to ask Carly questions about the records.
And that's because we had not yet received the records from Vital Core from the subpoena. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Wonder what kind of treatment she was receiving in the jail.
Okay. 2024. Copy of the vital core records for Carly. This is a copy of the vital core records for Carly, beginning, I think, March 28th, 2024.
Okay. And are those the same records you reviewed?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me what stood out to you in those records?
There were at least a couple of things. There were several things that stood out, actually. One is, and I think I was quite surprised to see, Carly reported to the clinicians at Vital Core on March 28th, and then again a month later, that she'd been having command auditory hallucinations.
What are command auditory hallucinations?
So hallucinations, auditory hallucinations are hearing voices, and they can be of different content. They're often critical, for example. But command auditory hallucinations is when you hear a voice that tells you to do something. It's fairly common. The voices will often, when you have, person has this, the voices often tell you to either hurt yourself or hurt somebody else. They're very concerning as a psychiatrist. If someone says they're having command auditory hallucinations, it's very concerning because some people act on them. I had asked Carly several different times whether she had had command auditory hallucinations when I interviewed her. She said no, very definitively each time. So I was surprised to see that she had told the Vital Core clinicians that in fact she'd been having command auditory hallucinations, including ones that were telling her to hurt her mother.
And based on the records you reviewed, when did the auditory hallucinations stop for Carly?
So Carly reported these command auditory hallucinations in March, and then again in April, and then I think by May they had stopped. And two things had happened. One is that Carly had been taken off the Lexapro. So Carly, we haven't really talked about Lexapro. Carly had been put on Lexapro on March 12th, 1 week before the incident. She was continued on Lexapro when she came to the correctional facility. They increased the dose of Lexapro 10 days after she had arrived there. She continued to report auditory hallucinations. And a month later, they took her off the Lexapro. And it was after that, she said the hallucinations stopped. But the other thing that happened at the same time, Carly was put on an antipsychotic medication.
What medication was she put on?
She was put on Abilify, also known as aripiprazole. So on March 28th, she reported these auditory hallucinations. She was diagnosed with major depressive disorder with psychotic features and treated with an antipsychotic medication, Abilify. And then in April, the dose of Abilify was increased from 5 to 7.5 milligrams. And the Lexapro was stopped. So those two medication changes occurred, and Carly reported subsequently that the voices had gone away.
What dosage, was her dosage of Abilify raised at any point again?
Yes, at the time that I saw Carly in the end of August, she reported being on 10 milligrams a day of Abilify, and that's what the records would reflect starting in July.
And what stood out to you about that dosage?
So when I met with Carly, she told me she was on Abilify. I didn't know what dose she was on, and she didn't know. She told me the Abilify had been really helpful for her. Typically, in my experience with adolescents who've never been on an antipsychotic before, I'll use 1 or 2 milligrams of Abilify. Can be a very potent medication. It can be very sedating. And typically what I see with adolescents, especially those that have not been on antipsychotics before, is they might be on 2 milligrams, maybe 4, maybe 5. Carly told me, or I found out, that she was on 10 milligrams a day, which surprised me. It is rare for me to see a teenager on that high a dose unless they've either have really significant behavioral problems and been on a lot of antipsychotics before, or they have a serious mental illness like schizophrenia.
Okay. And what is the highest dose of Abilify?
So typically 10 to 15 milligrams a day is considered the maximum dose. Abilify is an antipsychotic medication used to treat conditions like schizophrenia. Most typically, again, 10 to 15 milligrams a day. It's also used for many other things, right? It's used to help with depression. It's used to help with kind of emotional overload. It's used to help, it's a mood stabilizer. But 10 to 15 milligrams a day is kind of the typical upper limit.
So when she went into jail, that's when they put her on the Abilify at the highest dose, like a week after. Oh boy.
What, if any, issues, when you spoke with Mr. Smiley, what, if any, issues did he note for you in regards to Carly having time loss or memory loss issues?
Can I apologize for just a moment? I actually had not finished answering your last
I'm sorry,
question.
go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. If I may, you had asked me about the significance of the records.
Yes.
In addition to Carly reporting these command auditory hallucinations, including those that hurt her mother, and the fact that she denied it to me and had denied it to the other investigator, the other expert, I thought was really quite striking. I thought it was quite striking. And so what I took from that is that it was most likely that Carly was denying and minimizing the auditory hallucinations. I thought, I have to think, is she malingering here, right? Isn't this convenient that she's coming up with this story now after she's been arrested, right?
And that's what all of you are thinking. He thought it as well.
Probably the central question. I would think if she was malingering, she'd be leading with this. The voices told me to do it. She denied it up and down with me. So the fact that she had it and now was saying no, I thought was really fit with the pattern that she was denying and minimizing what had happened.
What do you mean by malingering?
Sure. So malingering is when an individual fakes it, I guess, or comes up with symptoms or exaggerates symptoms for some secondary gain, like to get something. And so, for example, if someone who's, let's say, has an opioid addiction might come into the emergency room complaining of some sort of pain in order to get, they'll make it up in order to get opioid. In this situation, Carly has a lot of incentive to say it wasn't my fault, right? I mean, obviously, she has a lot of incentive. And so the question is she telling us these things now because she wants to try to get out of it?
And
I'm
I'm sorry, go
still
ahead.
giving a long-winded answer to your
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
question. So her being on Abilify, I think is very important. And the fact that Carly reports, and she's been very consistent about this, once she got on Abilify and once the Lexapro was stopped, she's felt good. She has felt like her mood is really pretty good and the mood swings have stopped. So she's very consistent in saying this works for me. So I think that's striking. The auditory hallucinations, or the disappearing auditory hallucinations, are striking. And then the third thing is Carly was reported by the clinicians to have been crying every day for months, to be really have been quite distraught, quite depressed, quite hopeless, very sad, just tearful. From April through May and then June. And then since July or August, her mood was much better. She still, I think, misses her mother tremendously, she said to me, but she says her mood is better. I realized I was actually, preparing for this yesterday, and I was reading this, and I realized the pattern that this represents, I think, is a pattern of what's called bipolar depression, a pattern of depression that occurs after a manic or a mixed state. So that typically when someone with bipolar disorder has mood elevation or a mixed state, a lot of agitation, it's followed by a crash, that they will frequently, for some people, really quite predictably, they'll have a terrible bout of depression, which is deeper and longer lasting than most depressions. It really can be quite awful. And then they can feel much better. So for me, looking at how awful Carly felt for those 2 or probably 3 month period of time, and then how much better she felt after that. To me, that's very consistent with the pattern of, again, bipolar depression that comes in after having had a manic or a hypomanic episode.
Isn't it fair to say, though, that one of the reasons Carly might have been, having these daily long crying spells was because of her circumstances?
I think that's very fair to say. I think absolutely. I was struck by how distraught she was throughout, really for a long period of time, and then how much better she felt relatively quickly by the end of the summer, where she's still in the same circumstances as she was before. What I take from that is there's likely a biological component to that. I'm not saying she didn't miss her mother. I'm not saying this is anything but a terrible position for her to be in, but I think there's a biological component.
And is Abilify the first?
Okay, chat. I need to take a quick run to the bus stop. I'm going to let this keep playing, and I'm going to be listening to it as I run to the bus stop, and I will be back. Do not fear. Do not fear. If the court goes on a break, just take a break. But I'll be right back, and I won't miss the beat, so don't miss me too much. Keep on keeping on.
Time, based on your interview of Carly and the records you reviewed, that she was put on an antipsychotic medication?
Yes. And as I mentioned, Abilify can have significant mood stabilizing properties. So in the treatment of bipolar disorder or bipolar 2, the first order of business is to stabilize someone's mood. That's sometimes done with a mood stabilizer like lithium, but also medications like Abilify are frequently used to help stabilize someone's mood.
And what, if any, other medications was Carly also on after she arrived to the Rankin County Correctional Facility?
So she was kept on the Lexapro medication after she arrived. And then, as I mentioned, on March 28th, the dose was increased from 5 milligrams to 10 milligrams. And then she was on the Lexapro 10 milligrams for approximately a month.
And was she switched from Lexapro to another medication?
So in April, she was switched from Lexapro to a medication called Celexa.
And can you tell us a little bit about Celexa?
So Celexa is another of the SSRI antidepressant medications commonly used in both teenagers and adults.
Okay. And how is Celexa related to Lexapro?
So Celexa and Lexapro are similar medications. I think of them, if you think of all the SSRIs, there are like 5 or 6 SSRIs, think of them as cousins. They have similarities but real differences. I think of maybe Lexapro and Celexa as siblings. They have more similarities, but they still have differences. So they are different medications. They have different Food and Drug Administration approvals. They have different responses. People can respond differently one to the other, can have different side effects one to the other.
And before you diagnose a person or diagnose traits, what methodology do you typically adhere to?
Are you speaking of traits or psychiatric diagnosis? I'm not sure I understand.
Traits.
So there's something called personality traits. And I guess I should back up and say there's also something called personality disorders. So personality disorders, we've probably heard many of them, like for example, narcissistic personality disorder, are conditions in psychiatry that are supposed to represent an enduring maladaptive pattern of behavior. So for someone it's like bred in the bone, right? For someone who acts in a certain way on a regular basis in a way that doesn't work for them or the people around them, they can be given the diagnosis of a personality disorder. For people that want to kind of point in that direction, but maybe not go as far as, say, a personality disorder, they can talk about personality traits. Maybe someone has narcissistic traits, for example, rather than the full disorder. And so in answer to your question, how do you diagnose? I'll say maybe 2 things. One is they're hardly ever, in actual clinical practice, it's hardly ever done. I almost never see someone who's been diagnosed with a personality disorder. You read about it a lot of books on the shelf about it, but it's just not very terribly helpful in practice, and it can be really stigmatizing. I mean, if you say, and what are you going to say to your patient? Oh, I'm diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder, and they will never come back. And you really need to know someone well to do it, right? It's not just how they are in this particular interview with them, but it's about how they are over time in many different settings. So you have to know a person really quite well if indeed you choose to do it.
And what, if any, signs of personality traits did you observe in Carly?
So I've really testified already. I think I observed her to be somewhat dutiful, to want to be a good kid, to want to please her mother, to be a good student. I mean, she had a degree of confidence about being a good student and being like one of the smartest kids in the school. And beyond that, I really saw her as kind of falling within the normal range of kind of adolescent girl, aside from her mental health conditions.
And based on your observations and interview with Carly and the documents you reviewed and her family members that you spoke to, would you characterize Carly as callous?
Really, on the contrary. So callous referring to, I guess, not having feelings, not having empathy. There is a term in psychology of callous unemotional traits, typically referring to individuals, many of whom go on to have serious problems with the law, individuals who just don't care, don't have real attachments, don't have real empathy, who are just, I guess, cold and often cruel and limited ability to experience remorse. And I don't see that with Carly at all.
Based on your interview and observations of Carly and also your discussions with her family members, would you describe Carly as diabolical?
No.
Would you ever describe someone as diabolical that you're evaluating?
I can't imagine that I would, no.
And so what, if anything, did Carly tell you occurred on the Sunday prior to the incident of March 19th, which was a Tuesday?
So Carly told me that she had been put on Lexapro on March 12th, and that she found that almost immediately, very quickly, her mood swings were worse, that she was having lower lows and higher highs in that week leading up to March 19th. She told me that the voices were getting worse, that they were becoming more urgent, more insistent, more of a problem for her. And then she told me that on that Sunday, March 17th, that she had smoked marijuana that morning, that her mother and stepfather had gone to the store. She was alone in the house. She'd smoked some marijuana, and that she had about a 20-minute experience where her thoughts were racing, her thoughts were jumbled. She was really frightened, and she kind of fell to the floor because she wasn't sure that she was going to be able to control her body. She said it was a very scary experience for her, unlike anything she had before, and that after about 20 minutes it passed, and then she was sort of back to herself.
And how can we make sense of the fact that a low dose of a widely used antidepressant could have such an impact on Carly's symptoms so quickly? So
the SSRI medications are widely used, generally considered safe, approved by the Food and Drug Administration, and most adolescents do just fine with them. They don't always work all that well. Sometimes they do, but there are a small number of individuals that have dramatically bad responses to these medications, most particularly in terms of suicidality, right? So there's a small number of individuals, it's thought to be maybe 1 or 2% of people that take the medication, where fairly quickly they can become quite suicidal, just kind of out of the blue. They had not been suicidal before. They're given a medication like Prozac, and all of a sudden they get suicidal. So the Food and Drug Administration has mandated what's called a black box warning, which is that when you get your package insert from the medication, there's thick, heavy black box that says warning. You need to be worried about, for individuals, for adolescents from the ages of 16 to 24, you need to worry about the risk of suicidal ideation caused by this medication. For a long time, the Food and Drug Administration recommended weekly meetings with your prescriber just to check in. So, and I will say, in my experience, I've had many patients who have reported going on an SSRI medication and just having an awful response. They say, I just felt terrible and I had to stop it immediately. So it's not common, but it happens. And if I may, yes, for an individual, as I testified to earlier, with bipolar disorder, there's a risk that an antidepressant medication is going to make them worse, going to make their mood swings worse. It's going to aggravate their mood difficulties.
Would that be especially true if they are not already taking a mood stabilizing drug?
Yes. And I think it's often the case that an individual, once their mood is stabilized by a mood stabilizing medication like Abilify, once their mood is stabilized, they're able to tolerate an antidepressant. Sometimes it can be really helpful for them. So it's not surprising to me that Carly now is on a mood stabilizer medication, Abilify, and is able to tolerate Celexa, and the combination seems to work for her.
What, if anything, did Carly tell you about the events on March 19th?
What Carly told me was that she had woken up that morning groggy and irritable. She had not smoked marijuana. She had a hard time paying attention in class the first time that had happened. That she went to, she typically got a ride home from her mother, who was a math teacher at the school. And so that she went to the mother's classroom at the end of that day, and that the mother, I guess, informed her that she knew that Carly had been smoking marijuana. Carly told me that she said that her mother had a sixth sense about it. I don't think that Carly knew that someone else, a friend of hers, had told the mother. But Carly told me that the mother knew that she'd been smoking marijuana, that they drove home as usual, that when they got home, Carly went to the backyard to let the dogs out, and that her memory went blank at that point. And that her memory came back as she was standing by the side of the road, having crawled out of a drainage pipe, wet, and the police officer came by and picked her up. So she said that for that period of time, she had no memory whatsoever of what had happened.
Now, Dr. Clark, were you in the courtroom earlier today?
I was.
And what, if anything, did you hear about Carly disclosing, Carly having disclosed to a friend about her auditory delusions?
So what I heard this morning
Hallucinations.
was that Carly's friend SK reported or testified that Carly had told her before the incident that she was hearing voices. We also have the her journal entry.
And were you also in the courtroom when some body camera footage was played?
Yes.
What, if anything, stood out to you about that?
I think the only thing that stood out was that Carly was, it sounded to me as if Carly was concerned about the welfare of her stepfather.
And were you able to hear anything on the body camera footage in regards to Carly's answer when they asked her, when they were doing the gunpowder residue test, and they asked her, which hand she used to shoot a gun? Do you recall what her response
I actually
was?
didn't hear that particular response.
Okay. What, if anything, did you observe about Carly's grief?
So what I observed was that Carly, even though she said her mood was stable for the first time in years, that she continued to miss her mother very much. That she missed her mother very much, and that she had been really having a very difficult time in the time since the incident.
What, if any, diagnostic impressions did you come to based on the records you reviewed, your experience, your expertise, your evaluation of Carly, and the family members that you spoke to?
Yeah, so I think I have maybe 4. So just to say, number 1, her mood disorder, right? So I gave her the diagnosis of bipolar 2, and I saw her as having suffered from some significant depression, and then some hypomanic episodes, and then worsening, a mood disorder that was worsened by the Lexapro medication from March 12th onward. I also gave her the diagnosis of, and it's a terrible name, other specified schizophrenia, spectrum, and related psychotic disorders, really referring to the auditory hallucinations. So I think that I understood the voices she was hearing when she was younger as being notable, but not necessarily psychosis. I mean, they were there, but didn't really seem to affect her. But I also understood that certainly in the week or weeks leading up to the incident, the voices were becoming more prominent, more urgent, more of a problem. And I think it's reasonable to conclude that the voices were likely not just saying to her, "Oh, you're better than that guy." I think that, at least in my experience and my understanding, is that when the voices become really urgent like that, they typically say something much more concerning than "Oh, you're better than that guy." I give weight to the records from Vital Core where Carly was reporting command auditory hallucinations shortly after she was arrested. I think, and I give weight to SK's testimony this morning, and I give weight to Carly's journal entry from March 12th. So I'm not even sure that we've talked about. All to indicate that the voices, I think, were becoming a really significant problem for her, and likely really had crossed over into the domain of what I would call psychosis.
Okay.
I think that I don't know whether the Lexapro was making the voices worse. I think the voices were already getting worse by March 12th before she started Lexapro. I can say, I think with some confidence, I think Lexapro was making the mood disorder worse. I'm not sure that was responsible for the voices getting worse.
Dr. Clark, is it fair to say that
What about, I may have to rewind the chat because I was listening to this as I was going to the bus stop. The fact that she says that she blacked out and doesn't remember anything from when she let the dogs out until she was being picked up on the side of the road. Interesting. I may have to rewind to see your comments on that, but interesting. Now remember, this is what she's telling him when she's in jail.
if someone is experiencing bulimia while they're also taking prescription medication, it can be hard to know how much of the dosage they're actually retaining in their system?
It can be hard to know, I think, depending on how frequent the bulimia is and when the self-induced vomiting occurs.
And is it fair to say that transitioning off of Zoloft could have contributed to the worsening of the symptoms Carly was experiencing?
I don't think so. The reason I say that is that typically when people stop a medication like Zoloft abruptly, and she wasn't on a very big dose, what they can experience are these withdrawal effects that are almost the flu-like illness, headache, achiness, brain zaps, but it doesn't typically worsen a mood disorder, for example, or worsen a thought disorder. So I don't think coming off the Zoloft likely had much of an impact one way or the other. Carly told me that she did not experience withdrawal symptoms of coming off.
And what, if any, diagnosis did you associate to Carly in the form of dissociation?
So what I understood was that Carly had this really kind of low-grade dissociative experiences for a number of years where she felt distant from, the world was dreamy, a sort of sense of unreality that had been persistent, but hadn't necessarily been a significant problem, but enough to, I think, give her the diagnosis. So I think it was other specified dissociative disorder. She didn't meet criteria, kind of the full criteria for major league dissociative disorder, but I think it had been there.
And does a person are they always aware of when they're dissociating?
No. I mean, some people are, and at other times people dissociate and just, for example, lose track of time. Like 10 minutes will have gone by and all of a sudden they'll just like, what have I been doing? So I think for many people with dissociative disorders, it's just confusing for them. They don't quite know what to make of it, but they know that somehow their life doesn't quite fit together very well.
And can you explain acute dissociative reaction to a stressful event?
So yes. So what I think happened on March 19th is the following, that Carly was...
Okay, everyone pay attention. This is what he thinks happened on the day of the murder, March 19th of 2024. We've got 2,500 watching right now, but only 1,800 likes. Please hit the like button. It really helps the algorithm. Here's what he thinks happened on the day of the murder. This expert witness in adolescent psychiatry.
Is the following, that Carly was at that point really in a mental health crisis, that she was having significant mood swings made worse by the Lexapro, that the voices were getting more and more of a problem for her, that she had documented in a journal entry on March 12th that the voices were very problematic for her, that she was having these dissociative episodes, and that day in particular, she wasn't able to pay attention in school. I take that as a reflection of her worsening psychiatric state. So I really see her as having been in a psychiatric crisis. And then her mother finds out that she's been smoking marijuana. And for Carly, I think for any teenager, it can feel like the end of the world. I think for Carly in particular, she so cared about her mother's approval. She's so worried about her mother being worried about her, that for her, this was a crisis. And so an acute dissociative reaction is something that it's a DSM-5 diagnosis that occurs when an individual is triggered by some significant stress and they dissociate, meaning that they go off in some way, they're not fully there, even though they might on the surface act like they're kind of there. And they often suffer a period of amnesia throughout this period of time. The amnesia can last from a few hours to a few days, and then they will kind of come to.
So can a person be experiencing this state but still seem functional to others?
Yes, they can. And I think about, for example, people who have these dissociative fugues where they travel, and people don't. I mean, they manage to travel, they manage to get themselves across the country or whatever it is, but they don't necessarily look as if they're terribly impaired.
And can a person be in a dissociative state and say, send a text message?
Yes.
Can they call a friend?
Yes.
Can they go to school and sit at their desk.
Yes.
And how long do these dissociative states typically last?
I don't think there's a typical to it. Dissociative states can be very brief, or they can be quite prolonged. You know, I mean, it can be 2 minutes, or it could be hours, or it could be days, or it could be years.
And what, if any, association is there between acute dissociative reactions to stressful events and violence?
So many people that engage in violent acts report that they were dissociating at the time and have no recollection of it. It's actually fairly common. And one of the hard questions is, how many of these people are really dissociating, and how many are just saying it because it helps them to escape blame, or how many just can't stand to think about what awful thing they just did. So that's the hard question. But the answer is that it's not at all uncommon. It is known that people do this, that people engage in violence while in a dissociative state. And there's certain characteristics that are thought to be more likely to make this the real deal dissociation rather than malingering. And those characteristics include a past history of dissociation, a sudden stress, sudden significant stress, often a close relationship with the individual whom you are violent, toward whom you are violent, strong emotional reaction, and no prior planning, no prior threats, and the absence of history of, I guess, criminal or antisocial behavior. So those things are all thought to be consistent with or suggestive of a real dissociative reaction rather than someone just making it up.
And how closely does Carly fit into those risk factors?
I think Carly really fits all of them. The one caveat, I guess, the one thing I'd say is one other risk factor, or people that engage in dissociation where it's thought to be the real deal, it's said to be more likely to have patchy amnesia, where they remember some things, not remember other things. And for Carly, it seems more like a total amnesia. So that's the one thing that doesn't fit, but the other factors all tend to fit.
And what is your process for arriving at your opinions?
So my process is to try to gather as much information as I can in as neutral and objective way as possible without coming to any conclusions. So I just want to take the information in. I do my interviews, I ask the questions, I look at the records, I try to get as much as I can, and then I sort of sit down, and it's almost as if I have the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle, right? I got the pieces in place, and then what I try to do is come up with a hypothesis that fits the pieces. And what I try to do is look at alternative hypotheses. Like, maybe it's this, maybe it's this, maybe it's this. Let's look at what fits the information that I have.
What, if any, other hypothesis did you rule out?
So I think two other ones that I ruled out in particular. One is that Carly may have just panicked, right? That she's emotionally fragile. This is a big deal that her mother finding out, that in the moment, and she's a teenager, right? In the moment, she just panicked and did something heedless. The problem I have with that, one problem is, when I saw the video of the kitchen at 4:10 in the afternoon, you hear the shot, she comes in, she looks to me to be cool and collected and unemotional.
Mm-hmm.
I would have expected, had she panicked, that she would be quite agitated and emotionally aroused. I didn't see that at all. And then I see...
look at her now. Just come back and look at the screen for a second. Oh, my freeze game is on point today, my friends. Look at her. This is the most adult I've ever seen her look. This expression, the arm at her head. I'm just going to stop to give you a minute of breaking news. Breaking news on the Karen Reed case. This is just tweeted out by Christina Rex of Boston WBZ, who says, breaking, DA Michael Morrissey announces that he has appointed Special Assistant DA Hank Brennan to prosecute Karen Reed in her second trial. He will join Adam Lally, Laura McLaughlin, and Caleb Schillinger on the Commonwealth's case. Attorney Brennan is a highly respected and skilled former prosecutor and longtime defense attorney with over 25 years of experience in state and federal courts and has expertise handling complex law enforcement matters, Marcy said in a statement. So thank you so much to the breaker of this news, Andrea Clark. And I never put it up unless I can first verify. Trust but verify. Looks like Adam Lally is still going to be on the team, but they are bringing in this special assistant DA, Hank Brennan, to prosecute Karen Reed in her second trial. Maybe you heard it here first. Maybe you didn't. All right, getting back to Carly Gregg. We will talk about that, I'm sure, later. The Karen Reed thing. He's explaining why, in his opinion, she did not seem to be panicked in the video. She looked cool, calm, and collected.
And then I see her engaged in this plan to shoot her stepfather, which makes no sense to me. If she had panicked and done this with her mother, why in the world? I mean, even that is, somewhat incomprehensible. But why in the world would she then plan an hour later to shoot her stepfather? That makes no sense to me. Why would she invite friends over to the house? So to me, her emotional flatness in particular, and the sort of the continuation of the plan, just didn't make any sense. The other hypothesis that I considered is that she's callous, right? That that's for some reason she had it in for her mother and thought her mother deserved it, right? She just decided she was going to do this. The problem I have with that is that so much of what she did seemed senseless. That both
we have that problem
taking
too.
down the video camera and putting it in the refrigerator makes no sense to me. That planning to shoot her father, her stepfather, makes no sense. That having friends come over makes no sense. So to me, and that goes against everything that I know about who Carly is, right? There's nothing in her past history that would indicate that she has the capability of doing something like that in such a callous way. So those are the two other hypotheses. And so I put this together, acknowledging that it's not perfect, right? It's a hard situation, and not everything lines up. But I'll say that the whole situation is sort of perplexing and difficult. For me, this is the hypothesis that best fits the information that I have. And I think Carly has a much more severe psychiatric illness than anybody realized, and that she was able to acknowledge, or even that she's able to acknowledge today. And that combined with her history of dissociation sort of created this terrible situation.
And Dr. Clark, based on your interviews and evaluation of Carly, your review of her medical and school records, your conversations with her that you've heard from friends in the courtroom, and also seeing her right after she's been picked up by law enforcement on March 19th, and in her conversations with her stepfather, and you've already stated that Carly's a very intelligent child. How do you make sense of someone with Carly's intelligence, if she had planned to do this, not taking the video camera down early on before texting her stepfather or engaging in any other activities?
So I will say, I don't make too much of Carly's intelligence. I think she's bright, but she's also a teenager. But it seemed, I think it's pretty clear this is not some well planned out scheme that she had put together. Nothing about this looks like a well planned out scheme.
And what is Carly's understanding of what she had done?
I think Carly's understanding is that she doesn't remember, but she thinks that she must have done it. I think that's her understanding. I don't think she has any more insight than that.
And On one hand, Carly appeared calm and cheerful with the dogs when she got home, and then kind of engaged in this senseless plan and hid the video camera in the refrigerator. Does that fit a psychopathic model?
Guess they're not denying she put the camera in the
So-
fridge.
I guess that psychopaths, if we'll use that phrase, are capable of having a really poorly thought out plan. For me, what doesn't fit the psychopathic model is what we know about her emotional and psychological. What we know about her emotionally and psychologically. We know that she cared for her mother. We know that she cared for her stepfather. We know that she cared for her friends. We know that she wanted to do well. We know that she had not engaged in criminal behavior of really any significant sort. That's what doesn't fit the psychopathic model.
And Dr. Clark, are you aware of, based on your experience, expertise, and evaluation of Carly, do you believe that Carly was able to understand the nature of her conduct and appreciate the difference between right and wrong at the time this incident occurred on March 19th?
I don't think so.
And based on your experience, expertise, and evaluation of Carly Gregg, do you believe that she did not know or could not appreciate right from wrong on the afternoon of March 19th?
I do.
And do you believe she understood the nature and quality of this act on March 19th at that time?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that Dr. Clark's mental health evaluation be admitted into evidence.
And that, my friends, is the legal standard for insanity in Mississippi. I'm going to rewind it so you can hear it again. Did she know the difference between right and wrong? Do you believe? Okay, let's hear it again.
Experience, expertise, and evaluation of Carly, do you believe that Carly was able to understand the nature of her conduct and appreciate the difference between right and wrong at the time this incident occurred on March 19th?
I don't think so.
Do you think she was able to understand the nature of her conduct and the difference between right and wrong? He says no.
And based on your experience, expertise, and evaluation of Carly Gregg, do you believe that she did not know or could not appreciate right from wrong on the afternoon of March 19th?
I do.
And do you believe she understood the nature and quality of this act on March 19th at that time?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that Dr. Clark
Could not understand the nature and quality of the act. But wait, he said difference between right and wrong. Sounded like, oh, I got to hear this again.
that she did not know or could not appreciate right from wrong on the afternoon of March 19th?
I do.
Do you think that she did not know the difference between right or wrong? I do. Think she did not know the difference between right and wrong. Okay, it's a little convoluted, but that's his opinion. And that's what's going to be on the jury questionnaire.
Act on March 19th
I mean, the verdict
at that
slipped.
time.
Verdict
No.
slipped.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that Dr. Clark's mental health evaluation be admitted into evidence.
Sustained.
I have no further, we tender the witness.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let's take our afternoon break. Everyone remain seated while the jury exits.
Health evaluation be admitted into evidence.
Sustained.
I have no further, we tender the witness.
So they're not going to get the
Ladies and
report
gentlemen
and
of the jury, let's
evidence?
take our
All right, we can skip through the afternoon break.
His words and test.
And before we do that, she did ask that weirdly, right? It wasn't just me. Let's get back to the chat for a minute. I'm sorry, Becca, this was a long time ago. I'm just getting to it now. Becca says, I lost a child who was 12. We were in a car accident. All 4 of my kids were there. They have PTSD, but we are well-adjusted adults. I don't buy this excuse. I'm so sorry. Becca, nobody should ever lose a child. I'm so sorry. Midnight Moon says, I'm a licensed counselor in New York working with mental illnesses and children like psychosis, intermittent explosive disorder. If you have questions, I guess that was for the chat. Thank you, Midnight Moon, for the 5. Not Surrey Davies says, did I miss the testimony of Carly's personal doctors and or therapists? Strikes me as odd if they're not testifying. For whatever reason, they're not testifying. Maybe that they were exchanged late. Maybe that doctor-patient privilege is an issue. It may be that they couldn't qualify as experts. There's a lot of reasons why they would not be testifying. But this witness seems to have tied it all together, looking at all of their records and evaluating it and giving his opinion. Lisa, I think we totally looked at this one when Dr. Berry was on stream, so thank you. Carol, we need to see the verdict slip before I can answer this, but what are the jurors' verdict options? If they find not guilty, could she walk? Regardless, she needs to be inpatient psych. I have to see the verdict slip before I can advise on that. Thank you to Jennifer Duncan for telling me that I misspelled psychiatry because I was a spelling bee champion in 8th grade and I detest spelling errors. Thank you. Romy, thanks for the 20. I was a cutter and bulimic. It started at 15 after an essay by a family member. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. My parents didn't want to make waves and swept it under the rug. This family's secret destroyed my mental health for a long time. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Romy. Thank you for the super chat. Kimmy, thanks for the Canadian 5. Did this disorder present itself in the classroom or just when her mother told her not to discipline her? Or just when her mother told her no or disciplined her closer to stepdad? He never said no. No. Thank you, Nancy. Nancy Rock for the 10. I find some in the chat very unfriendly toward mental illness. I disagree with their analysis of this doctor and their accusatory attitude, typical of our society, that we do not accept mental illness. I think many of us in the chat are very empathetic towards mental illness, and I know because I have so many of you sharing your stories. So thanks, Nancy, for that. Sir Ray Davies, thanks for the 10. The $12, thanks. If Carly didn't know the difference between right and wrong, why is she hiding the gun from the camera in the kitchen video? That's a great point. That is a great point. Tanny Simmons, thanks to the 5 small aside. Has he said Carly loved her mother at all during this testimony? I can't recall him using the word love to describe her feelings. Are you talking about the doctor? I thought he did say that she loved her mother in the beginning, but I can't be sure. I'm sure that you guys in the chat will be able to answer that question. All right, they're back from their break. Let's see what happens next.
Exclude bring the jury back in. The state would make a motion at this time to exclude Clark's testimony as strictly from the record because he never rendered an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. He never stated those words in his direct exam. He was never asked if his opinions were to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. And so the state would make that motion at this time. The state's also in a predicament at this point because if we ask any questions this time, Your Honor, then obviously they're going to be allowed to come back and redirect him. So at this point, pursuant to Ketchings versus State and many other cases in Mississippi, we would make a motion to exclude and stricken Dr. Clark's testimony from the record at this point because none of his opinions were rendered to a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
Response.
No, he better
Does
bet.
anybody have a copy of Ketchings for me?
All right, let me tell you something. This is the standard in New York when you're asking for a witness's opinion. Doctor, is it your opinion with a reasonable degree of medical certainty that on March 19th of 2024, Carly Gregg did not know the difference between right or wrong? Yes. Doctor, is it your opinion with a reasonable degree of medical certainty that on the day of March 19th of 2024, Carly did not appreciate or understand the nature of her conduct? Yes. And what is that opinion, doctor? she did not know. That is procedural. We have it in New York. When this attorney did not say it in that form, I was wondering, maybe they don't have to do that in Mississippi, but it seems that they do, because now the state is saying you need to strike his entire testimony because he never rendered an opinion with a reasonable degree of medical certainty. And now he says we're at a disadvantage because if we get up and cross him, they can just get up on redirect and ask his opinion with a reasonable degree of medical certainty. Can't wait to hear what the judge does with this one. Ineffective counsel.
Do you have a Psych?
Yes, sir.
I apologize.
What are they going to say? Was this an oversight?
Catchings for me.
Catchings? Is that their?
Do you have a Psych?
Yes, sir.
I
Oh,
apologize.
is that a case?
Any further argument in the way of the motion?
Your Honor, the only thing he gave an opinion to was to best hypothesis, and I would also state that ask Ms. Eaton to just certain terms during the break and such as reasonable medical certainty, and there are no references to that in the record.
Response. In particular, it's head note 5, correct? Is that what you were looking at?
I think so, Your Honor.
Look at Crikey's coming in. Crikey says, I truly believe this was a plot by the ex to kill the mother.
No, 684 Southern 2nd, 591.
That's true, Maggie May. Jury can't unhear it, but they can be directed not to consider it. I know, Carol, this could be real ineffective. I mean, how do you, it's like basic for every trial attorney when they are asking for an expert's opinion. And apparently in Mississippi as well. Ineffective counsel, not providing her with a proper defense. I mean, this is a basic in trial law. And if it's basic in Mississippi, I know it's basic in New York. And when I didn't hear her use those buzzwords, I thought maybe they don't have to say that in Mississippi. Is it your opinion do you have an opinion with a reasonable degree of medical certainty? As to Carly Gregg's state of mind on March 19, 2024. Are they trying to tank this trial, Bethany? That's a good question. They want it stricken because they didn't get his opinion out the way Mississippi case law says you have to. You can fast forward a little bit. I mean, these people are experienced trial lawyers, aren't they? I don't get it. Now they're reading the case because they're going to. I mean, here.
Your Honor, the case that they cited specifically states that with a reasonable degree of medical certainty is a useful shorthand expression that is helpful in forestalling challenges to the admissibility of expert testimony. Care must be taken, however, to see that the incantation does not become a semantic trap and the failure to voice it is not used as a basis for the exclusion without analysis of the testimony itself.
There you go. Maybe I was wrong.
Any further argument?
We would argue that based on the case they cited yourself, Your Honor, that their motion must be denied because the basis of the medical testimony itself went to the certainty that he went through in making his hypothesis, what he ruled out, his method of evaluation, how he comes to his conclusions. We went over who he talked to, what he reviewed, and at this point in time, Your Honor, that in and of itself, that statement is just being used as an incantation to exclude.
Reply.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. To my recollection, Dr. Clark simply testified that his best hypothesis was basically the opinion that he stated. While the state admits that the case states that you don't have to use the specific terms to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, you have to render an opinion somewhat in that line. And he hasn't stated that his opinion to any reasonable degree of medical certainty at all, using any kind of terms. He just simply talked about his training and education that he used in arriving at his conclusion. Not that his conclusion itself was to a reasonable degree of medical certainty or anything even close to that. And so, Your Honor, as we argued yesterday, as the court, deliberated back and forth with itself yesterday over whether or not to allow this testimony in, this is the exact type of diminished capacity testimony that we were bringing up yesterday, and now it's here and the jury's heard it, and the state would argue that it doesn't meet the standard under Rule 702, 703, or under the case law of the state.
This will be the court's ruling.
In this state, we have a long tortured history with procedure. It seems that procedure changes from case to case based on who the parties are, what type of case it is. And every time a case gets reversed for exclusion, it comes down to this overarching appellate court favor towards the defendant being allowed to put forth the theory of their defense. As a practical matter, this trial judge, maybe wrongly, believes that we can't unring the bell. I think the jury's already heard the evidence. I think even though they could say that they put it aside, we would presume that to be true. However, although very imperfectly stated, he did at the very end give an opinion in line with McNulton.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, going to overrule the motion to exclude.
Wow, that's a really fair judge.
Of course, going to overrule the motion to exclude.
Can I ring the bell? Yep.
All right. Anything further from the state? Bring him in.
Bring him in. Good. I mean, that was the right decision. Didn't say the magic words, but he knows that it'll get overturned on appeal if he doesn't let it in, because we have to, first and foremost, be concerned with a fair trial for the defendant. That attorney will never make that mistake again. I can guarantee you that.
I may have waited a few minutes. I apologize. Finger or something. When I tell them, if you have an emergency, let me know. Okay, let me know. All right. With that being said, cross-examination.
Good afternoon again, Dr. Clark. How you doing?
Good afternoon, sir. Well, thank you.
As you can imagine, I have a few questions for you. Couldn't let you get out of Mississippi without asking you a few. So you talked a lot about your opinion that you rendered in this case with Ms. Todd. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. I just want to ask you a few questions about that opinion. So as I understand it, you stated that you were retained towards the end of August. Is that correct?
Middle of August, I believe, was my first phone call with Attorney Camp.
Okay. Does it sound about right that you were retained around August 24th?
It's quite possible, yes.
Okay. And then 5 days later, on August 29th, you evaluated, you flew down here and you evaluated Ms. Gregg here, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then 4 days later, on September 3rd, you rendered what was ultimately your report in this case, right? Your opinion.
Correct.
All right. And Doctor, whenever you're retained on a case, and how many times you say you testified as an expert witness?
I think I said over 150.
Okay. So, but you said this is the first time that you've testified in Mississippi, correct?
Correct.
All right. Whenever you're retained on a case, what do you do to familiarize yourself with what the standard is that you're going to be testifying about in whatever state it is you're retained?
What I usually do is, do an internet search and try to find either the statute or the case law or whatever is relevant. Right. And I'll also talk to the attorney about what they feel the legal requirements are.
Did you have a conversation like that with Mr. Camp?
I did.
Okay. Did he provide you with what the legal standard was in Mississippi?
He did, yes.
Okay. And I believe that whenever we talked the other day, you told me that you looked up the statute in Mississippi. Is that correct?
Yeah, I told you I was wrong, but I told you that, yes.
Okay. Okay. Because in fact, there's no statute, is there?
I don't believe there is. So I looked up the standard, but they're not the statute.
Right. Right. Now, you've obviously talked about it. You evaluated Carly back here, right?
Yes.
And approximately how long did that evaluation take?
About 4 hours.
Okay. And you stated that Ms. Todd was present during that evaluation, right?
Correct.
All right. And that's the same Ms. Todd that's present with Ms. Gregg here today, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that's the only time you've evaluated Carly ever.
Yes.
All right. You never treated Carly before August 29th of 2024?
No.
All right. You've never reviewed any of her records until presumably you received them sometime after August 24th, correct?
I think that's correct. The records, I may have gotten records a few days before then,
Okay.
but that's generally correct. Yes.
All right. Dr. Clark, whenever you evaluated the defendant, Ms. Gregg here, did she know who she was herself?
Yes.
All right. Did she appear to be dissociating the day that you evaluated her?
She didn't appear that way. She reported that she was to some extent, but not that I could tell.
Okay. So what exactly did she report, or who did she report to that she was dissociating that day?
Well, she told me that,
Right.
that in a somewhat chronic way, she'd been feeling the sense of being separate from the world and that things were sort of dreamlike still. It didn't happen all the time, but it happened when she was having evaluations or when she would go to court more than other times.
But the fact that she was dissociating based off her own terms, whenever you evaluated her, that didn't affect your opinion as to the things she told you, did it?
No, it did not.
Okay. Did she know at the time that you evaluated her why she was there being evaluated?
I believe so, yes.
All right. Did she know why or in what role that you were there?
I believe so, yes.
Did you talk to her about that?
I did. I explained who I was at the outset.
And you actually told her that you're there, and I believe in your report, Stacey, that you're actually there on behalf of her attorneys, correct?
Correct.
The attorneys who were representing her in her murder trial, right?
Well, I told her that I was there. I'd been retained by the attorneys to do an evaluation that the attorneys might choose to use, and they might choose to have me testify as well.
Right.
Okay. Aline is confused. Did he rule in favor of the defense? Yes, he did. He did rule in favor of the defense, and that is why the state is now cross-examining this witness. The state wanted all of his testimony to be stricken and the jury to disregard because they didn't say the magic words. The judge denied that motion by the state, so he did rule in favor of that defense, Aline. Thank you. I hope it clears up your confusion.
You also stated that you conducted a Zoom interview with Ms. Gregg's stepdad, Mr. Heath Smiley, on August 31st, 2024. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that lasted about 90 minutes, right?
Yes.
But neither the evaluation that you conducted with Ms. Gregg nor the evaluation for 90 minutes that you conducted with Mr. Smiley, you didn't video record or any other way record those, did you?
Well, I only took notes, but I did not record them in any other way.
Okay. Did you ever provide those notes to Mr. Camp or Ms. Todd?
I have not provided them, nor I've not been asked for them, nor have I provided them.
Great, thank you. So in forming your opinion in this case, you relied basically on your memory from when you evaluated Ms. Gregg, along with the notes that you took as it relates to the evaluation, right?
Yes.
And then the other documents and things that you looked at as well, that you already testified about.
That's correct, yes.
Right. talk about in your report some of the documents and things that you reviewed. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right. And I see some counseling records from when Carly was younger. Did you review those?
I did.
All right. I see some what appear to be, I guess, medical records from, I guess, her pediatrician. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. And then you go on down there and you say that you review some home videos. Is that correct?
Yes.
I believe that's number 9 on your report. Which videos did you review?
There were 2 videos that I reviewed. One was a video from the kitchen around 4:10 p.m. on Tuesday, March 19th.
Okay.
And the second was a video that was taken, I believe, from the garage that occurred at the time of the shooting of Mr. Heath Smiley.
Were you provided or did you review the videos from when Miss Gregg and Miss Smiley came home from school? Was that depicted on the videos that you watched?
It was not depicted on the videos that I watched. I'm not sure whether it may have been provided to me, but I did not see it.
Okay. So was the only video that you saw from inside the house the video where you can actually hear the shooting?
Yes.
And then how long after that in the video sequence did you watch?
I watched for several minutes before then and for several minutes after then. But to my best of my estimate, it was no more than 20 minutes total and probably somewhat less.
Okay. And then you also mentioned some sheriff office reports. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you say that you reviewed some police reports regarding texts sent by Carly on 3/19/24. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you ever actually see the actual text messages, the printout of the text, or were you just relying on the police officer's reports?
I never actually saw the printout of the texts.
Okay.
So I had to rely on just the police officer's report.
Okay. And would it be helpful in rendering an opinion to have the actual text where you can look at kind of the context and how they were texting back and forth? Would that be helpful?
I think it likely would have been helpful, yes.
Okay. And these friends that it's talking about that Miss Gregg was texting back and forth with, did you reach out to any of these friends to interview them?
I did interview one of them, yes.
Okay. And who was that?
That was a juvenile called BG.
Okay. All right. And what did your interview, did you rely on that interview with BG?
No.
Okay. Did you actually talk to BG?
I did.
You did? Okay. What did BG tell you?
What BG told me was that he was good friends with Carly, that they'd been friends for at least a few years, that she was very bright and that she tended to hang out with the academically successful kids, and he wasn't necessarily one of those. He told me that she was outgoing and bubbly and friendly, had good energy. He told me that somewhere around February of this year that they began to text or communicate somewhat less with one another. He wasn't quite sure why. He told me that he became aware around early March that she was smoking marijuana and that he was concerned about it and talked to her about it. And he told me that he had decided to tell Carly's mother about that, and in fact did so on the afternoon of Tuesday, March 19th.
Right. Did he also tell you that Miss Gregg reached out to him and asked him to come over after she shot and killed her mom?
He did. He told me that she had FaceTimed him and that she had asked him to come over and that he asked for the address and that he was actually heading over, but I think at that point it was too late.
Okay. Did he say anything about whether or not Carly told him why she was asking him to come over?
He did not say that.
Okay.
He did not say that.
But Carly knew and recognized him at the time, correct?
I think it's a reasonable supposition, yes.
And she reached out to him between whenever she shot and killed her mom and whenever she shot her dad, correct, or her stepdad?
I believe so, yes.
In your report, Dr. Clark, you talk about present circumstances. Do you recall that? I think it's down at the bottom of page 2. Do you recall writing that section in your report?
I do.
All right. And in there, what are you talking about present circumstances? Is that like as we sit here today?
I was talking about how Carly was doing, how she reported how she was doing at the time of my interview with her on August 29th.
Right. And you state that she chooses not to meet with mental health, both because it requires submitting a request and because she does not find it helpful, correct?
Correct.
And that's what she told you.
Yes.
All right. You go on down there. You go on to say in the beginning of the next paragraph that she's cried a lot as the reality began to sink in. Do you say that? Do you see where she told you that?
I do.
All right. And the reality that she's talking about is the fact that she killed her mom, correct?
I think it's probably, that's certainly a piece of, well, no, actually, I take it, no, I don't know that that's correct. I think that the reality that my understanding that she was referring to was that her mother was dead and that she was incarcerated.
Okay.
I don't know to what extent she believed or knew that she had actually killed her mother and to what extent that meant something to her. I just don't know because she didn't say that.
Right. And you talked about it on your direct with Miss Todd, and you sat in here with Deputy Shack this morning and you watched the video, correct?
Correct.
And you heard her say whenever they asked her which hand did she shoot with, and she identified her right hand, correct?
I didn't hear that piece. I testified with Attorney Todd. I didn't actually catch that one piece.
That is what you said on direct. And you also heard Deputy Shack say that she was asking about her stepdad, correct?
Correct.
And that she apologized to Deputy Shack. She said, "I'm sorry," right?
Yes.
Okay. But it's still your opinion that you don't think that she knows that she killed her mom.
Do you mean at that point in time, or do you mean right now, specifically?
Well, at that point in time, do you think she knew she killed her mom?
I think that I don't know what she knew at that point in time.
And that's because we can't get inside people's head, correct?
I do my best, but
Right, I understand. But in general, we can't get inside someone's head and see exactly what they're thinking, can we?
No.
We can only look at what they tell us. Is that right?
Not only that, other things as well.
Their actions.
Their demeanor, their mannerisms, what other people tell us, the records that we can review. Right. Sometimes we can do brain scans and psychological testing, not in this case, but we don't know for sure.
Right. Thank you. Now, you go on in your report and you talk about early history. And I assume that you're talking about prior to age 9, because then you have a separate section where you're talking about ages 9 to 14, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And down at the bottom of page 3, I think it's the next to the last paragraph down there, you state in general, and again, this was prior to age 9, according to what you just said. In general, she did not, she was going to therapy at a young age, correct?
Correct.
All right. But in general, she did not find it helpful. Again, we see that. So that's kind of been a common theme, right? She didn't find therapy helpful back here, and she didn't find it helpful whenever she was younger, correct?
Correct.
All right. She didn't like or trust some of the therapists, and she found that some seemed to be simply trying to get information to be used against her father. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's what she told you.
Yes.
And you mentioned her father a couple times earlier, and you said that maybe you reviewed some records or something that he had bipolar. Did you ever reach out to Mr. Gregg?
I did not.
Okay, you never talked to Mr. Gregg?
No.
So other than a couple pages off of a medical record, did you ever see any medical record where he was diagnosed with bipolar?
I did.
You did?
I saw Dr. Hardy's record.
Right.
I think on 2 occasions where he was diagnosed and treated for bipolar disorder.
And you're aware that was just, he was sent there due to some court order or something in their chancery case?
I'm actually not sure why he was there.
Okay. And then if you turn the page in your report over there to the top of page 4, and we're still talking about prior to age 9, in the first full paragraph, about midway down, she said, Carly says she tried to act happy in front of others, although she was aware that she was putting on a show. And you talked about that earlier, isn't that correct?
I did.
That she's good at putting on a show.
Yes, she's good at putting a good face forward in spite of whatever difficulties she may be having.
Right.
Well, it's
Now, I
different
just wanna
than
be
putting
clear,
on a
Doctor,
show.
So kind of, we'll jump forward just a little bit, just to, as we talk about this, we kind of have a mutual understanding. So your opinion ultimately is that from the time that she got home and she took out the dogs, that she blacked out at that point, correct?
Yes,
And that she doesn't come to until the police pick her up, correct?
correct.
But she remembers everything else that day.
Yes,
She remembers waking up and being irritable that morning.
yes,
But that one hour or so period, an hour and a half period, that's the period that she doesn't remember.
correct.
And depending on which side you sit over here, that could be fairly convenient, right?
What?
Yes. Yes, it certainly could.
Seems like a convenient time period, doesn't it?
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit about accurate information. Is it important in your evaluation to receive accurate information?
Yes.
All right. Is it important to receive complete information?
As much as possible. Yes. It's never completely complete, but yes.
Right. And I believe you stated that all of the documents that you received in this trial, or in this case, that you only received those documents from Mr. Camp or someone on the defense side. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
So the only documents that you were able to review were the documents that they sent you.
Correct. No one else sent me documents.
Right. And then your other, the other things that you relied on was your interview with Miss Gregg, correct?
Yes.
And your interview with her stepdad, correct?
Yes. And as I testified, my training, education, experience, and
I got you.
knowledge of the literature.
If you don't have proper facts, can you render a proper opinion?
No.
Isn't it true that, and you kind of talked about this a little bit earlier, isn't it true that someone can fake a mental illness or insanity?
Yes.
Is it true that someone in Carly's position who's been charged with a crime such as murder might have a motive to try to fake insanity or a mental illness?
Yes.
Do you think Carly is faking it? That'll happen on redirect.
So I want to keep moving forward in your report a little bit, where the next section you go down to ages 9 through 14. Is that correct?
Correct.
So we're talking age 9 until the age up until when this event happened earlier this year in March, correct?
Actually, there's a subsequent section that starts January of 2024.
Gotcha.
So I'm talking about age 9 up through December of 2023.
Gotcha. Thank you. And the top of page 5 there, you talk about that there were 2 incidents of Carly getting in trouble prior to January of 2024. And you mentioned that one time is when she snuck out of the house, and another time is whenever she shared some test answers with the entire class. So those the 2 incidents that you were aware of her getting in trouble.
Yes, I think I had already referred to the knife in school incident at some
Okay.
other point in time.
Okay. Do you know where that is in your report?
Oof. As I sit here, I don't know.
I think actually, I don't have it right here in front of me either, but I think actually on direct exam, Ms. Todd, you stated that she told the school, well, first of all, did you review any records from the school?
No.
Okay. I didn't think so because I didn't see those listed here, but you say, you told Ms. Todd that she supposedly took that to school because a friend either asked her or told her to, correct?
That's what she had told me, yes.
Okay. I think in your report, you actually say that it was left in some pants from hunting or something along those lines. Is that correct?
No.
That's not, okay.
No.
All right. Do you, again, we'll keep going through and we'll find it here in a second.
Melanie
All
number
right.
2 thinks
Are
the
you
lawyers are-
aware that whenever she was confronted by the school for bringing the knife to school, she originally told them that she brought it because somebody asked her or told her to. Is that what she told you?
No, she told me that's the reason why she did not talk to me about what she had said originally to the school.
Okay, so she originally told the school that she brought it because somebody told her.
Yeah, that's like hearsay, double, triple hearsay. What the school wrote in their report that Carly said is not necessarily the truth. And if it's being offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, that would be hearsay.
If I'm not mistaken, it'll be D15.
That's correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
I wouldn't want to be on this jury either. Liberty nah. I don't know. Margaret. 1988. I don't know if I believe that some children are born evil. I have a hard time with that. That's my opinion.
A document that's already been produced in evidence as D15, and I'll give you a second to read that if you would like. Was first asked, okay, and like,
Okay, I've read it.
okay, and when Carly was first asked, and this is by the assistant principal at Northwest Rankin Middle School, when she was first asked why she brought the knife to school.
Hearsay. Just because the assistant principal wrote it down. Was this the high school? Or was this the middle school? Because her mother was a teacher at the high school.
She first was asked why she brought the knife to school, Your Honor, Mr. Clark, Dr. Clark. She said it was for her protection, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then she was talking about a high school student who was supposedly threatening her, correct?
I don't see that in there. I think she said that she needed to protect herself from high school students.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, hold on. What? Now the prosecution is going to bring up that she brought the knife to school because she was being threatened by other students. It's the first we're hearing of this. Doesn't it seem also, this is totally off topic, but most like school shooters, it turns out like they were being bullied. So remember when Heath got on the stand and he was testifying about the knife incident and he said, yeah, the school wouldn't really give us a lot of information about why she was in trouble for having a knife, but they sent her to an alternative school for a whole semester. She was being threatened by other students now? The prosecutor brought that up. The doctor's saying that's not in the report. Now I have even more questions.
There, I think she said that she needed to protect herself from high school.
Wait.
Threatening her, correct? She was talking about a high school student who was supposedly threatening her, correct?
I don't see that in there. I think she said that she needed to protect herself from high school students.
Okay. Okay. Then the last paragraph there says, meeting with Carly's mother occurred that day. She was notified that she would have to follow protocol. Let's see.
So she's being threatened by other students and she's sent to an alternative school? So the math ain't mathing for me. No evidence that she was bullied, but this prosecutor just said she was being threatened by other students, and that's why she had to bring a knife to school. He brought it up.
Madam President? And that's the next bait stamp number document in that.
These both have bait stamps of 475.
Okay.
Yeah, they have a zero tolerance policy on weapons. I agree,
Down there
but
on the bottom of that 475, you see that
Smith's Army
indeed
Mag.
Carly changed her story, didn't she?
Yes.
And she stated that the first reason that she said for protection just seemed more logical, correct?
Correct.
Right. So in essence, she lied.
Yes.
I mean, the fact that there's such a difference of opinion in this
And
chat,
back on in your report, we were
and
talking about
there are some people who are like, I hate this doctor. He has no credibility. Other people are like, I like this doctor. I believe what he's saying. I don't see how 12 people are going to agree on this, just based on what's going on here in the chat. There's so much difference of opinion. And I know those of you with strong opinions feel like I'm not changing my mind no matter what. This could very well be a hung jury.
the two things, and you stated that she snuck out of the house and that she shared test answers. And then you said you'd already mentioned the knife, correct?
Correct.
And did she tell you that she was operating on a burner phone, texting other people, correct?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes. So in December of 2023, and then later in the winter of 2024, she told me she was using either an old iPad or a burner phone.
Right. Now, proceeding down in your report there, you talk about, you say that Carly was asked about her mood for the last 5 years, correct?
Yes.
All right. And so that's up from, when is that time period covering that 5 years?
I think age 9 to 14.
Okay.
Something like that.
All right. And you listed some stuff there that you said that she was doing that were kind of out of characteristics for Carly. You said that she got a piercing, she got a tattoo, correct?
Yes.
That was also at school.
Yes.
But then in the bottom of that paragraph, you state that she told you she never became paranoid or lost touch with reality, correct?
Correct.
So at least until January of 2024, she had never lost touch with reality, correct?
I think that's fair to say, yes.
Okay.
12, yes. 12 jurors.
And if you continue coming down there in the next paragraph, you see where she talks about that she started or that she reported experiencing a voice in her head for as long as she can remember. Is that what she told you?
It is, yes.
Okay. And she told you basically that it was simply telling her elitist things. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Stuff such as you're better than them.
Correct.
But at that time, it was certainly not telling her any, I guess what you would call auditory or command hallucinations, correct?
Yes. I mean, it does qualify as an auditory hallucination,
Right.
but not a command hallucination.
Exactly. Thank you. So, and the first time that she ever reported any command hallucinations was whenever she was actually already in the jail back here, correct? Or after she had been arrested.
I think that's true. I don't know the specifics of what she reported to her friend SK before the incident. I just don't know.
Right.
But as far as I know, in the jail was the first time, yes.
But she certainly never reported any command hallucinations to any healthcare providers that she was seeing, correct?
That's correct.
And that kind of takes us up to January of 2024, whenever Miss Smiley, Ashley, her mom, started taking her to see a couple of different therapists and nurse practitioners, correct?
Yes, I think one therapist and one nurse practitioner.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you, Mike. Apparently you can get a piercing at recess and a
Right. You
tattoo.
also talk about at the top of page 6 in your report, it says that, again, this is between the ages of 9 to 14. So up at least until July of 2024, Carly denied ever losing large chunks of memory and denied others suggesting that her behavior had been unusual in ways she could not recall. So at least up until January 2024, she had never lost any large chunks of memory, correct?
That's correct. She reported that she had not.
And again, all this is just based off what she told you.
That is based on what she told me, yes.
After she's been
Honey, honey, 1312, honey, are you coming home soon? Honey, he diagnosed her with bipolar disorder 2 with auditory and command hallucinations, dissociative disorder, amnesia, lots of things.
charged with murder, correct?
Yes. More irritable. She was more impatient. She was more impulsive. She did some.
Hold on, I'm gonna take that back because it just
Looking
jumped.
back, she has it, but I don't have the specific dates on the calendar for it.
Right.
But that's what she reported.
But that's what she reported to you,
Uh-uh.
programs, right?
Yes.
And that's essentially half of what the recommended dosage is. The marijuana's recreational marijuana is legal. Reported any command hallucinations was whenever she was actually already in the jail back here, correct?
Here we are.
Or after she had been arrested.
I think that's true. I don't know the specifics of what she reported to her friend SK before the incident. I just don't know.
Right.
But as far as I know, in the jail was the first time, yes.
But
I
she
think we can
certainly
agree
never
on that.
reported any command hallucinations to any healthcare providers that she was seeing, correct?
That's correct.
And that kind of takes us up to January of 2024, whenever Miss Smiley, Ashley, her mom, started taking her to see a couple of different therapists and nurse practitioners, correct?
Yes, I think one therapist and one nurse practitioner.
Right.
Yes.
Doctor, you also talk about at the top of page 6 in your report, it says that, again, this is between the ages of 9 to 14. So up at least until July of 2024, Carly denied ever losing large chunks of memory and denied others suggesting that her behavior had been unusual in ways she could not recall. So at least up until January 2024, she had never lost any large chunks of memory, correct?
That's correct. She reported that she had not.
And again, all this is just based off what she told you.
That is based on what she told me, yes.
After she's been charged with murder, correct?
Yes.
That's a great point. How does one know if they've lost large amounts of memory? Says I wasn't born with thorns.
And that leads us up to the kind of subsections you have here where you talk about January to March of 2024. Right?
Correct.
And that's kind of the time period that you focused on in your report, because that's whenever she begins getting prescribed Zoloft, correct?
Correct.
And she's going to see some different therapists and things like that, or going to see a therapist.
Correct.
And you talk about the fact that Carly's mom found out that she had a burner phone or an iPod Touch, right?
Yes.
And you put in there that her mom accused her of living a double life, in quotes. And I assume that that's in quotes because I assume that's what Ms. Gregg told you, was that that her mom thought she was living a double life, right?
Correct.
And at that point, Ms. Gregg thought it was necessary, or Ms. Smiley thought it was necessary to get Carly into therapy and to get her some kind of medical treatment, right?
I mean, I think fair to say that she thought it was a good idea and called for.
And there at the bottom of your report, you say that Carly liked her therapist a lot and found it helpful to speak with her. She reported that she was forthcoming with the clinicians who prescribed the medication, correct?
Correct.
And that's what Carly told you.
It is.
That she was forthcoming, told them everything, right?
Yep.
Did you review the notes from Carly's therapist, Ms. Rebecca Kirk?
I did.
All right. Is that Magnolia Counseling?
Yes.
And then you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that not one single time in her therapy notes with Ms. Kirk does she ever report to Ms. Kirk that she dissociated or heard any voices, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, she answered a questionnaire from Ms. Kirk's office where she stated she did not hear voices, right?
I actually think the questionnaire was from Precise Clinical.
You're right.
But indeed she answered that she did not hear voices.
Right. And that was a document that we looked at earlier, D19, with Ms. Todd. Do you recall that?
I do.
And she had you go through and do you still have that document in front of you?
Is Carly sleeping? I feel like she's nodding off.
Well, I'm actually not sure. I think I have it here. Yeah, yes.
And she had you read through several questions. If you'll turn to date stamp 763, question number 21 states that, have you ever heard things other people couldn't hear, such as voices? And Carly states no. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. And this is the therapist that she was seeing up until actually the day before March 19th, right?
This is the nurse practitioner.
You're right. You're right.
That she had seen, I think, 1 week before the incident.
Yes.
She's writing. People are saying she's writing, but she's not sleeping.
But even the day before, whenever she saw her therapist, Miss Kurt, she didn't report to her that she was hearing any voices, did she?
She did not.
Right. And I want to talk to you about, you talked about the event that happened on Sunday, March 17th, so basically 2 days before, right?
Yes.
And let's see, I think that is at the top of page 8 of your report, is that right?
Yes.
All right. And you also talked about a journal entry that Carly wrote, is that correct?
Yes.
And she said some things in there about either feeling like she was schizophrenic or something along that line, right?
So there had been that journal entry from, I think, April of 2023.
Okay.
But I'd also talked about a journal entry that she had made on March 12th, 2024.
Okay. That was on March 12th?
She made a journal entry that day, yes.
Okay. And then you talk about an event that she had at the top of your report on the Sunday before, is that right?
Yes.
And that's the one where she says she actually smoked some marijuana and then she had this event, right?
Yes.
So she would do she voluntarily intoxicated, right?
She was.
Right. Because she smoked the marijuana.
Yes.
Do you know whether marijuana's recreational marijuana is legal in Mississippi or not?
I actually don't know.
Okay. We just got medical marijuana last year, so it's not.
Objection or move to strike.
Actually, sustain.
No, they're going to strike that, whether he knows whether marijuana is legal.
And she states that that she felt in a way that she had never felt before in that event on March 17th, right?
Yes.
And that was after she smoked marijuana.
Yes.
And I just want to be clear, doctor. So we've talked about nurse practitioner. Well, we might not have, but we've talked about precise neuroscience, right?
Yes.
And that's the nurse practitioner that she was going to see.
Correct.
And that her name is Miss Olivia Lieber, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then we've got her therapist over here. So she went to see nurse practitioner Lieber, and then nurse practitioner Lieber referred her to therapy, and that's Miss Rebecca Kirk, right?
Correct.
And she stated she liked Miss Kirk.
Yes.
All right. And she was forthcoming with her.
Yes.
And then you agree with me that she never told either Miss Kirk or nurse practitioner Lieber that she ever heard any voices.
I would agree with that. Yes.
All right. And from January the 22nd of 2004 all the way up until the day before this event happened, she was seeing Miss Kirk basically every week, right?
Yes.
And sometimes twice a week.
Yes, I think that's right.
Right. And she never said anything to her about voices.
Correct.
She never said anything to her about dissociating.
Correct.
Did she ever say anything to nurse practitioner Lieber about that she was zoning out?
I don't believe so, no.
And correct me if I'm wrong, who did you get that information from that she was zoning out, or that she had ever told anyone she was zoning out? Where did that come from in your report? Did Mr. Smiley tell you that?
She's zoning out
That she would
now.
zone out from time to time?
Mr. Smiley did tell me that, yes.
All right. Her stepdad, correct?
Her stepdad, yes.
Yes, we know about the new Karen Reed prosecutor. Thank you. We broke that earlier.
On page 7 of your report, you talk about that the primary source of Carly's anxiety was her will to want to please her mother, correct?
That's what she told me, yes.
So her main source of anxiety is basically an overprotecting mother who wants her to do well, right?
I'm not sure I'd say overprotective, although I think Carly probably would,
Right.
in fact.
And Carly's obviously worried about pleasing her.
Yes.
And specifically, what was Carly worried about? Her mom finding out?
I think that it was important for Carly that she do well in school, that she really excel, because she thought her mother would be proud of her for that. And then later, of course, and then she was cutting, as I understand it, for about 2 years before the incident. So I'm sure that and it's reasonable to think that she was worried that her mother would find out about the cutting. She was using this iPod Touch in the fall of 2023, and then later a burner phone in 2024. And then, of course, she was smoking marijuana in March and February of 2024. So those were all things that she would reasonably have worried that her mother would find out about and be upset.
In other words, that Ashley was going to find out that she was leading a double life, right?
I wouldn't use that phrase. I know that Carly said that her mother had used that phrase. I wouldn't use it. I don't think that's an accurate portrayal.
Well, Carly was worried that she was going to find out that she was leading a double life, right?
No, Carly told me that her mother had used that phrase with her.
Right.
That's different.
And when did Carly say that she started smoking marijuana?
Carly told me, I think she told me around February of 2024.
And I think earlier you said maybe that that Carly had told you 2 to 3 times a week. I think in your report you say 3 to 4 times a week, right?
Oh, it's possible. I think I testified either 2 to 3, or I had also seen 3 to 4 somewhere in there.
And she did that all the way up until at least the day before this happened, correct?
Correct.
So all the way up until March 18th of 2024.
Yes.
Now, we've heard testimony about some of the medications that Carly was on, and I'm talking about specifically between January and March of 2024. Specifically, we've heard Lexapro and Zoloft, right?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any proof that Carly actually ever took those medications other than what Carly told you?
No.
Okay, so you don't know whether she actually took them or not, do you?
I don't know for sure. Of course, I don't know anything for sure.
Right.
But what I know is that the medications were filled, and Carly reported to me that she took them regularly, and I imagine she reported to the nurse practitioner that she was taking them.
Okay, and you have no proof that she actually took them as they were prescribed, right?
I have no absolute proof of that, or.
And in fact, she didn't take them as prescribed, because whenever she was being weaned off of the Zoloft, she just said she quit cold turkey, as you testified earlier, right?
I did testify that she stopped the Zoloft abruptly on March 12th, rather than follow what was the recommendation of going down to 25 milligrams.
Right, but you said that she had no withdrawal symptoms from that, correct?
That's what she told me, yes.
Right. Now, again, when did Carly begin taking Lexapro?
She began taking Lexapro on March. It was prescribed on March 12th, 2024. It was picked up on March 12th, 2024. I don't know whether she took it that day or the following day.
Okay. And so your opinion is based off the fact that she either started taking the Lexapro on either March 12th or March 13th, right?
Yes, that's one of the bases of my opinion. Yes.
Okay. But again, you don't know which day she started taking it on.
I don't.
All right. And hypothetically speaking, if she told someone that she did not start taking it until March 18th. Would that affect your opinion here today?
Not substantially.
Okay. And you said that she was prescribed basically 5 milligrams, right?
Yes.
And that's essentially half of what the recommended dosage is for a pediatric patient, correct?
Yeah, I mean, there's a range of recommended dosages, but it's a low, I'll say it's a low dose.
So the general dose is typically 10, is that right?
Typically 10.
Okay. And of course, 5 would be half of that, right?
Yes.
But even still, after taking that, at least as of the day before, whenever Carly saw Miss Kirk, she didn't say anything about any voices that she was hearing, right? To therapist Kirk.
That's correct.
They weren't commanding her to do anything, right?
Well, I'm not saying that. She didn't tell Miss Kirk about it.
Right. She didn't tell Miss Kirk. And the first time she ever said anything to anybody about it was after she was already detained, correct?
Although we heard SK testify this morning that she had told her before the incident.
Okay. Her friend that she still stays in contact with today, right?
SK is a friend that she still stays in contact with, yes.
Right. And I think in your report, as of 2 days before, that you say that that what she told you or the voices would simply just still tell her elitist things, right?
Yes.
And that's what she told you, right?
That's what she told me, yes.
Isn't it a little bit inconsistent what she was telling her practitioners and her healthcare providers before she was arrested and then what she was told them after she was arrested? Isn't that inconsistent?
It is inconsistent.
Right.
Yes.
You go on to say that even after she started the Lexapro, that she did not demonstrate poor judgment or impulsivity, urges for suicide or aggression, and she was still able to focus on her schoolwork. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And supposedly this is the week leading up to March 19th, 2024, right?
Correct.
And all that, you're assuming that she took the medication as it was prescribed.
Yes.
But you can't confirm that, correct?
I can't prove it.
Expert witnesses are allowed to sit in the courtroom during other witnesses' testimony. In most, if not all cases, it depends on the jurisdiction, but he was allowed to sit in the courtroom, as are the 2 experts for the prosecution.
And I think you actually asked Carly about whether she took the medication as prescribed, right?
I did.
And she told you that she was generally adherent, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure I used that. I think even more strongly than that. Carly told me, as I recall, that she was quite adherent with medication. I could be wrong. Page 10, third line down. I did say, and I think she then told me that she was generally adherent with what was prescribed.
Thank you.
Right. She did say in the journals that she was hearing voices.
All right. And
she was writing. Okay, I see
again,
it now.
that's to page 8. Looking at page 8 on your report. You're talking about the day of March 19th, right?
Yes.
All right. And you said she remembered waking up, correct? She told you she remembered waking up that day.
Yes.
And she said she was irritable. She didn't sleep much, right?
Correct.
And she remembers after school going to her mother's classroom, right?
Yes.
And she said that that her mom actually was clearly upset, right?
Yes.
And at some point, Miss Smiley asked her if she was doing drugs, and she searched Carly's bag, right?
Yes.
And this was either at school or sometime between when they left school and got home, right?
Yes.
Well, that explains
Miss
why.
Smiley asked her if she
explains why we watched the video and said, why aren't they talking to each other? When they came in the house, we thought they had an argument. And it seems that this happened at school. She searched her bag, accused her of doing drugs. Because remember, her friend sent her mother an email. Take that back.
searched Carly's bag, right?
Yes.
And this was either at school or sometime between when they left school and got home, right?
Yes.
Miss Smiley asked her if she was lying or hiding anything, right?
Yes.
And like you said earlier, Carly told you that it seemed like that her mom had a sixth sense, right?
Yes.
But now we know that out of concern for their friend, some of her friends devised a plan to go talk to Miss Smiley and tell her basically that they were concerned for Carly because she was smoking weed and had a burner phone, right?
Correct.
And you said you watched the video from inside the house. And so whenever you see Miss Smiley and Carly get home, you can see Miss Smiley go directly to Carly's room and start searching. Is that right? Or, well, you don't see what she's doing, but you see her go directly into the direction of Carly's room.
I believe so, yes.
And then Carly kind of goes, listens to her mom to see what she's doing. And then Carly at some point takes the dogs out, right?
Yes.
And then that's whenever Carly supposedly blacks out.
There it is.
Correct.
There it is, Monchelle. Monchelle says, when did the episode begin? She claims to not remember from when she let the dogs out. I think until the officer picked her up on the side of the road, a half a mile from the home.
And then comes back to right whenever the deputy picks her up, correct?
That's what she reported, yes.
All right. And then I believe you say in your report there that she had an awareness that she had done something wrong because she found herself in a sewer, right?
Yes.
All right. Why would she have an awareness that she did something wrong if she doesn't remember what she just did?
I don't know the answer.
She found herself in a sewer. Is that why she was wet? She was in the sewer? Did I miss this somewhere? Hold on. I want to hear that question again.
That she had an awareness that she had done something wrong because she found herself in a sewer, right?
Yes.
All right. Why would she have an awareness that she did something wrong if she doesn't remember what she just did?
I don't know the answer. I know this is what she told me.
Right.
And what I took from that was that at that point she did have some awareness, because there's no particular logical connection between coming out of a storm drain and then having actually done something wrong.
Right. And the officer, and you saw the video this morning, the officer, or you saw his testimony, and he stated that he asked her if she was the girl that shot or was involved in the incident, and she said yes, right?
Yes.
And she said because it seemed like it was the logical thing to do, right?
That's what she told me, yes.
Which is the same thing that she told the people at the school whenever she brought the knife to school, right? That it seemed like the logical thing to do, or it seemed like the logical thing to say.
She did say that, yes.
Would it also be logical to say, I have no idea what you're talking about, to the officer?
That could be logical as well.
Well, if he asks you if an officer stops you and asks you if you just shot someone and you have no recollection of it, wouldn't it be logical to say, I have no idea what you're talking about?
It would.
Not to say that yes, because I just thought it was logical, right?
Correct.
And you described Carly right after being arrested or detained. She stated that her mind was shut off, right?
Yes.
But she said she was aware of everything that was happening, correct?
She did, yes.
All right. And so that's after the officer picks her up.
Yes.
Now, you also talk about in your report after March 19th, you state that Carly reports hearing gunshots in her dreams and feels terrified and paranoid, correct?
Yes.
Did she say why she heard gunshots in her dream?
No.
That she just said she heard gunshots in her dream.
She said there were times that she has, I think she used the word nightmares, but that she heard gunshots and they were scary for her. No, actually, she did not use the word nightmares. It was that report, but she said in her dreams, and she felt terrified and paranoid.
And those are the gunshots that she remembers from when she killed her mom?
I think that's a reasonable presumption. She didn't say that specifically.
Right. But she supposedly doesn't remember killing her mom, right?
Correct.
Oh, yes, Alyssa
Now, I want
adds
to
context.
talk about, you talked about a couple
Alyssa adds context to why the officer wanted her out of the car. Yeah, she probably stunk.
of the, I guess, diagnoses or opinions that you rendered. And I think kind of one of the first ones where you talked about bipolar 2, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you talked about the DSM, correct? Remind us what that is.
The DSM is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, 5th edition, the DSM-5, which is the compilation of all the official psychiatric diagnoses.
And you're familiar with that document, obviously, because you've been doing it for a long time, right?
Yes.
All right. And so, and you talked about hypomania, right?
Yes.
And is bipolar and 2 and hypomania, are those terms kind of used interchangeably, or is one different from the other?
One is a little bit different. Bipolar 2 is the medical condition, or it's a psychiatric condition where a person has either depression or hypomania. So hypomania is a component of the bipolar 2 illness.
Right. And you, I believe you have diagnosed or evaluated, your opinion is that at some point during this time period between March 12th and March 19th that Carly was suffering from hypomania. Is that correct?
I think I actually had not testified to that, but I think I would likely refer to it as a mixed state. Okay. You can have a mixture actually of elevated mood and depressed mood, and you can have mood swings that go on as well. I think of it sometimes as stepping on the gas and the brake at the same time, because it wasn't clear to me that Carly was purely hypomanic in that time.
Okay. And I'm just gonna read just here real briefly from the DSM as far as the criteria for bipolar 2. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. And the DSM states that a hypomanic episode is defined as a distinct period of persistently elevated or irritable mood with increased activity or energy lasting for at least 4 consecutive days. Is that correct?
Yes.
At any point in your evaluation, were you able to identify a consecutive 4-day period where Carly was in an elevated or irritable mood?
So Carly reported to me that she was in an elevated or irritable mood for up to 7 days at a time. I don't have the specific dates. I didn't ask her for it. I'm not sure she has it, but I don't have the specific dates on the calendar for it. Right. But that's what she reported.
But that's what she reported to you. And was it in a persistently elevated mood, or was it up and down like you just testified?
She reported persistently elevated mood. Looking back over the preceding 5 years, what she reported to me was that she had these periods, persistently elevated mood, where she was more active. Her thought, she was more irritable. She was more impatient. She was more impulsive. She did some more impulsive things. She could be more tactless. She could be more rude. She was more restless.
Right. But at least as it relates to between January and whenever this event happened in March of 2024, certainly no healthcare provider diagnosed her with bipolar 2, correct?
That's correct.
And they were seeing her on a regular basis, correct?
They were, yes.
Her therapist sometimes as much as twice a week, right?
Yes.
And I believe she was seeing nurse practitioner Lieber at least once a month, right?
That's right.
She saw her in January, and then she saw her in February, and then she saw her in March, right?
Correct.
And none of those healthcare providers identified a consecutive 4-day period where she was in a hypomanic or elevated state, right?
They did not.
Okay. But after talking to Carly, now she's told you that she was in an elevated or hypomanic state, right?
Yes.
And that's 6 months after she's been charged with murder, right?
Yes.
All right, there's a little pause here, so I'm just going to give you some more breaking news. We're going to pivot for a second here. The special prosecutor that has been brought on to prosecute the second Karen Reed trial is well-known defense attorney, we named him before, Hank Brennan, who defended mobster Whitey Bulger in his federal murder trial in Boston. Attorney Brennan said in a statement that he assumes full responsibility and all obligations for prosecuting this case and will do so meticulously, ethically, and zealously without compromise. He continued, I have 2 core obligations. The first is to make certain that Karen Reed receives a fair trial. Ms. Reed will receive the dignity and fairness that every defendant deserves in our criminal justice system. The second is to ensure the facts surrounding John O'Keefe's death are fully and fairly aired in the courtroom without outside influence. I guarantee that I will work tirelessly with the trial team to prepare this case for trial in January of 2025. It does not seem that Adam Lally's been taken off the case or the team. But that's interesting that they picked a defense attorney to come in as a special prosecutor. Hmm. Hmm. Well, Morrissey calls him a highly respected and skilled former prosecutor and longtime defense attorney with over 25 years of experience in state and federal courts who has experience with criminal cases. So there you go. You don't need to go anywhere else. I told you everything. All the breaking news on Karen Reed. There you go. Okay. Back to the cross-examination of Dr. Clark.
All right. You talked about some of your I guess alternative hypothesis, correct?
Yes.
And one of those was that she just simply panicked and out of fear, I guess, of her mom discovering her burner phone and her marijuana or her vapes, that she basically cold-blooded murdered her mom, right?
I'm not sure I would agree with that phrase, cold
Well, she panicked and she killed her mom.
She panicked and she killed her. Yes, that was a hypothesis or possibility that I considered. Yes.
Okay. So that's one thing that certainly could have happened, right?
Yes.
All right. And the second thing that you hypothesized was that she was simply a psychopath and callous and she killed her mom, right?
Yes.
All right. But they could certainly both apply to Miss Gregg, right? I know your opinion is that they don't, but they certainly could, right?
They could potentially, yes.
Yeah. Now, I guess your opinion here, as we sit here today, is that on March 19th, whenever Carly shot her mom, that she did not, in your word, appreciate the difference between right and wrong, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you watched the videos from the house, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it your opinion that she didn't appreciate the difference between right and wrong whenever she hid the gun behind her back?
Great question.
My opinion that in general at that period of time, she fundamentally didn't appreciate the difference between right and wrong. Although I will also acknowledge that she acted in ways like that would seem to indicate that she had some appreciation.
Okay. So I guess, again, I would just simply ask, is it your opinion that she did not appreciate the difference between right and wrong when she hid the gun behind her back?
It is my opinion that she did not appreciate the difference between right and wrong at that time or at any point in time in that period.
Okay. And in that video, when she peeks around the kitchen wall after going to retrieve the gun, I assume it's your opinion that she didn't appreciate the difference between right and wrong at that time too, correct?
That is my opinion, yes.
Okay. Whenever she removed the camera from the wall and hid it in the fridge, it's your opinion that she didn't appreciate the difference between right and wrong.
Correct.
When she called and texted multiple friends, but obviously knew that she couldn't tell them what was wrong over the phone, then I assume that you also don't believe she knew the difference between right and wrong at that time.
I don't know whether it was obvious that she felt like she could not tell them what she had done. I don't know why she didn't tell them.
Well, she certainly told them she couldn't tell them, didn't she?
I think that's right.
Right. And did you ever talk or see any talk to or see any text messages from a gentleman named Thad Gilbert?
TG. We talked about him earlier.
I don't remember. I've seen something
boyfriend.
about him, but as I sit here, I don't remember.
14. Do you have a boyfriend?
Okay. So sitting here as an expert today, that you've been introduced as an expert and Ms. an expert. If she were to have testified, one of her friends, TG, and told him that she fucked up, excuse my language.
Oh, hey, don't.
Words. If she told him that, then would it be your opinion that she didn't know the difference between right and wrong at that time?
It would.
All right. What if she told TG that he volunteered to call 911? She said, no, you can't do that. I assume she still didn't know the difference between right and wrong, right?
Yep. Yes.
when her friend BG that you talked to, or that you talked about earlier, whenever BG told her not to harm herself or anyone else, and she said it's too late, I assume didn't know the difference between right and wrong.
Correct.
When she told her friend that she invited over, BW, that she put 3 in her mom and that her stepdad would be home shortly and she had 3 more to take care of him, still didn't know the difference between right and wrong.
Correct.
And when she ran from the house after it was all done, she didn't know the difference between right and wrong.
Correct.
But I guess, in your opinion, a lot of it goes back to the switch in medication, correct?
I think that's only a piece of it. I think there's much more than that. I think the psychosis, I think the mood swings and mood disorder had been present before then. The psychosis was clearly getting worse by March 12th before the Lexapro was switched. The dissociation had been ongoing. So I think there was a lot else even before the Lexapro was begun. And then I think the Lexapro was made things worse.
Right. But to be clear, you cannot tie her actions, and I believe you stated in your report, you cannot tie her actions on March 19th to the switch in medication, correct?
I think the switch in medication had an impact. I think it clearly had an impact. I cannot say Lexapro made her do this.
Right. In fact,
Shoot. Shoot. I was trying to move this over. I cannot say Lexapro made her do this. Oh, man.
Yes.
right. And you said suicidal, but I assume she still didn't know the difference between right and wrong, right?
Yep. Yes.
When her friend BG that you talked to, or that you talked about earlier, whenever BG told her not, it was all done, she didn't know the difference between right and wrong.
Correct.
In your opinion, a lot of it goes back to the switch in medication, correct?
Right.
I think that's only a piece of it. I think there's much more than that. I think the psychosis, I think the mood swings and mood disorder had been present before then. The psychosis was clearly getting worse by March 12th before the Lexapro was switched. The dissociation had been ongoing. So I think there was a lot else even before the Lexapro was begun. And then I think the Lexapro was made things worse.
Right. But to be clear, you cannot tie her actions, and I believe you stated in your report, you cannot tie her actions on March 19th to the switch in medication, correct?
I think the switch in medication had an impact. I think it clearly had an impact. I cannot say Lexapro made her do this.
Right. In fact, you state in Carly's case, in my opinion, the Lexapro that she began taking clearly worsened her pre-existing psychiatric disorders, leaving her in a highly precarious state, but there is inadequate information available to attribute a direct causality to that medication, correct?
That's
So
correct.
you cannot attribute, as you sit here, a direct causality between the Lexapro and what happened on March 19th, correct?
Well, I think there's some causality there. I think it made her mood problem worse. I think it made the situation worse. I cannot say that Lexapro made her do it.
Right, because you have inadequate information, as you stated in your report, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Course indulgence.
Court's indulgence.
I want to ask you just a second about dissociation, Dr. Clark. And I believe that you stated earlier that dissociation is typically more what you would see as a protective mechanism. Is that correct?
Well, that's one theory for how it begins. That when a person develops trauma, that they use it, they will dissociate as a way of protecting their sort of psychological well-being. That's one
Right.
theory.
And I've also prosecuted other type of crimes, and I know sometimes with like sex offenses that some of the victims will say that they felt like they kind of left their body and that they were maybe over their body, like looking down on. Is that correct? That'd be a type of dissociation.
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you stated earlier that in that model that it's typically the victim who is having the dissociation, correct?
Yes, I did say that. Yes.
Right. Not the person who's offending, right?
Correct. Although there's also, I think, quite a bit written about people who are offending who also experience dissociation.
Right. And again, up until March 19th, no healthcare provider ever said anything about Carly dissociating, correct?
That's correct.
I believe you talked about some people having adverse, I guess, reactions to SSRIs, stuff like Lexapro, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you said it was maybe only a very small percent, 1 to 2%, right?
Correct. In terms of the suicidal reaction, yes.
Right. And you said suicidal, but not homicidal, correct?
So I don't know what the data is on homicidal. I know that aggression and agitation are known side effects of these medications. They're listed in the package insert, but I don't know what the actual data would show. I'm not sure there is much in the way of data in that regard.
Right. And as it relates to the dissociation, you talked about one of the things I guess that typically you see is complete amnesia, right?
That's what people who write about it say, that you tend to see more. I'm sorry, what they say is you tend to see more patchy amnesia rather than complete amnesia in people for whom the dissociation is thought to be legitimate rather than malingering.
Okay. And as far as your theory goes about whether or not Carly was callous or anything whenever she did this, you said you don't believe in your interactions with her, you don't believe her to be callous, right?
I think not just my interactions with her, but everything I know about her based on all the records and what I've heard from the friends and the family,
Right.
In general. So overall, I do not believe her to be callous.
And that's based off of your 4-hour evaluation and the documents that her defense team gave you, correct?
In my interview with Mr. Smiley.
Mr. Smiley, who's now supporting her, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean supporting her. There are various meanings of that, so I don't want to agree to something I don't really understand.
Okay. Court's indulgent. And obviously, we just talked a lot about different actions that that Carly took after she shot her mom, but before she shot Mr. Smiley. And I asked you whether or not it was your opinion that whether or not she knew right from wrong during that time period, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you stated that your opinion that despite all those actions, you do not believe she appreciated the difference between right and wrong, correct?
Correct.
Is there any type of medical literature or anything that you're relying on to form that opinion?
Well, there is. There's certainly literature on dissociation, literature on violence in dissociation. I believe that in my report I referenced certain articles. That is, bear with me one moment. On page.
Let's pause for a second. I just put a poll up in the chat because I'm curious. There's about over almost 2,400 people here. I put a poll up in the chat that says, oh, well, I can't see the poll now, of course. Okay, as of right now, how would you vote if you were on the jury? Guilty, send her to prison, adult prison. Not guilty, NGRIs, not guilty by reason of insanity, send her to a psych hospital. Not guilty by reason of insanity, set her free, or still undecided. Keeping in mind that the case is almost over. But as of right now, how would you decide? Get your votes in, keep it up for a little while. And also, while we're taking a little pause, smash the like button. Look at that, Jen. I didn't even see your thing, and I already put a poll up. It's up. There you go.
Page 23 at the bottom of my report.
And in that literature, or is it simply talking about dissociation, or what's it? Is that the article, the one about dissociation that you're talking about?
Yes, the article is called Dissociation, Defining the Concept in Criminal Forensic Psychiatry. So it's talking about dissociation in the context of people who commit crimes, such as murder.
Thank you. And you admitted earlier that some of those actions certainly looked like she knew the difference between right and wrong, right?
Yes.
And you saw the video earlier, and where did you hear her ask about how's my stepdad in the video earlier with Deputy Chad?
I did.
Okay. Why would she ask how her stepdad is if she didn't know that she shot or did anything?
I think reasonable to conclude that she had some idea that she had done something or something had been done that might have imperiled her stepfather. So she clearly knew something at that point.
Right. But she knew something about when she was supposedly blacked out, correct?
Correct. And what I conclude from that is that the blackout was not complete, that there was some level of awareness that she had.
Right. And that's also clear because of all these actions she took to try to cover up her actions, right?
Well, I don't want to presume her motives in doing it, but there's clearly some level of awareness in much of what she was doing. Yes.
Right. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Well, we get a redirect.
Redirect examination. Well, hold on, before you get into that, do you have any exhibits up there, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman?
sir. Yes, sir.
Do you mind turning those to the court reporter before you sit down?
Oh, Mary, I've been talking about this for a long time.
Take that too. Mr. Smith?
Yes, sir.
There's one page laying up here loose. I just
Okay.
wanna make sure it's in those records.
Yes, sir.
I'm FF in a little bit.
Jerry, let's go ahead and take a quick restroom break, okay? Well,
Do a little restroom break.
are we sure it's a copy?
We're gonna catch up.
Oh, under oath, you're still under oath. You're still testifying. Don't talk about your testimony with anybody. Okay.
That's right.
All right. We'll take a brief recess. That'll give you all time to make sure I got all my exhibits. All right. We'll be in recess about 10, 15 minutes.
This judge works until 5:30. They're on Central Time. Right now it's only 4:45 in Mississippi, but we are almost on real time here.
And interviews, who can to your conclusions?
Now we're going to go to redirect.
Dr. Clark, did you come to your conclusions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
I did.
Fix it, Bridget. Fix it.
Dr. Clark, during your interview with Carly, who answered your questions?
Carly did.
And during your evaluation and interviews, who controls that?
I did.
And what would you do if you were having any issues with your evaluation?
I try to change the circumstances because having a accurate, appropriate evaluation is sort of critical to the work I was doing.
And how, based on your experience and expertise, how common is it for people to feel like they're in a surreal state, out-of-body experience when they are discussing traumatic events?
I'd say certainly not uncommon. I think many people that have had traumatic experiences do have the experience of feeling distant from it or feeling somewhat out of body.
Okay. And had you explained the term?
Sorry, Goose Toots. Goose Toots wants a guilty but sent to psych until old enough for adult prison. No, it's usually not an option. Usually it's one or the other. And it's not an option on the poll because the poll's already up. But thank you for the 5.
Disassociating to Carly during your evaluation?
No.
And was Carly already on Abilify when you interviewed her?
She was.
How long had she been on Abilify when you interviewed her?
I saw her on August 29th, and she started on Abilify on March 28th. So that would make it 5 months.
And what dosage of Abilify was Carly on when you
10
interviewed her?
milligrams.
I believe she was on 10 milligrams a day.
She is in
And do you recall
solitary.
how long she'd been on 10 milligrams a day by the time you interviewed her?
I believe her dose was increased from 7.5 milligrams to 10 milligrams in, I think, either June or July.
And did your conversation with BG change the opinion that you came to in your report?
No.
And you spoke with him after you produced your report?
Yes.
And did you hear SK testify this morning regarding her text messages to Carly?
Yes.
Did you hear SK this morning reading out her text messages with Carly from
Yeah.
March 19th?
Yes.
Did that change your opinion?
No.
Is it fair to say that if you find yourself suddenly crawling through a drainage ditch, you know something's wrong?
Sustained, just deleting.
Okay.
Rephrase.
Dr. Clark, based on your evaluation with Carly, did Carly seem aware of how she got to the drainage ditch?
No.
But that was the first thing she remembered after taking the dogs out.
Yes.
Okay. I have a
Did Carly
question.
seem to know that?
She came out of the drainage ditch, and admittedly, I had to leave the stream for like 15, 20 minutes to go to the bus stop, but I was watching in the car. Have we seen any body cam footage of her coming out of the drain ditch or whatever it is? Drain ditch, sewer? I don't know that we've seen any footage of that. Would you like me to break some news? Alan Jackson has released a statement regarding the new prosecutor on Karen Reed. Would anybody like to hear Alan Jackson's statement? No, we haven't seen it. Why is there no dash cam footage of that? Why is there no body cam footage of that? We're coming out of this drain ditch. Right in a drain ditch, caught on a limb. You know better, but I know him. Grateful Dead quote. AJ, he didn't turn it on yet? Okay, thank you. From Alan Jackson, Karen Reed's lawyer. This is being tweeted by Christina Rex of WBZ Boston. Quote, the news that Michael Morrissey has decided to use taxpayer funds to hire an outside lawyer to prosecute this case speaks volumes about his confidence in his own team. They can bring anyone they want to court. We will beat this unjust prosecution, just like we did the last time. Like we've said to Mr. Morrissey previously, do your worst. We'll see you in court. AJ, smooth as butter. Members, give me some smooth as butter emojis in the chat. Members have special emojis that we create for each trial. And for the Karen Reed trial, we created, that's when we started these special emojis. And we have some smooth as butter for Alan Jackson. He is the lawyer out of California, LA. He prosecuted Phil Spector. He is smooth as butter. And Judge Beverly Cannoni did not like having him in her courtroom because she would continually remind him, Mr. Jackson, it's a privilege for you to be admitted to a Massachusetts court. This is how we do it in Massachusetts, Mr. Jackson. My captain, Alan Jackson. I love how we can cover 100 things at a time. I need a break from this testimony for a minute. Alan Jackson is also the one that I was accused of, going to Dave Matthews in Cancun with by some of those twits on Twitter. And then some reporter actually asked him that. Reporter, not a reporter. Some mook from Twitter. Mr. Jackson, did you have a good time in Cancun with Melanie Little? Hilarious. We ain't got no quit. We ain't got no quit. We ain't got no quit. And the other breaking news that I have for you is that the judge in the P. Diddy case has been denied bail in his case, citing the possibility that he will tamper with witnesses. So he's going to be there for a little bit, I imagine. That's what I'm thinking. All right. Back to this. Ashley Lauren says the officer did not turn on his body cam till he was almost at her house. He didn't have it on when he saw her. He didn't have it on when he approached her. He didn't have it on when he arrested her. I mean, are we like too traumatized by what happened in Dedham to think that there's not something wrong with us? Said he turned it on again when he could. That's why there was no sound in the beginning. That means he didn't turn it on for the whole interaction outside of the car or the half-mile drive home. Let's all say goodbye to Diddy. Ready? All together. Na 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 na. Hey hey. Goodbye. Sometimes we sing. All right, moving on.
It wasn't right for her to be there.
Yes.
And Dr. Clark, if Dr. Clark, if a child knows that law enforcement is looking for them, what is the logical conclusion they are likely to come to?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're asking.
Okay, let me rephrase. It's a bad question. If a law enforcement officer, has a child and is taking a child into custody and arresting that child, is it a logical conclusion for that child to come to that they're in trouble for something?
Yes.
And would it be logical for the child to come to that conclusion even if they didn't know what they did?
Sustained as deleting.
And would a child, or let me see this. And do you believe that a child who is being arrested, never mind. That's good. And during your evaluation and your review of records, do you recall reviewing some counseling records of Kevin Gregg's?
Yes.
And do you
Well,
recall?
I apologize. I recall reviewing a record from the psychiatrist,
Right.
Dr. Hardy, for Kevin Gregg.
Yes, and that's what I meant by medical record. And based on your review of that record, do you recall the medication Thorazine?
Yes.
And who had been prescribed that?
So Mr. Gregg had been prescribed, I believe I saw 3 medications listed: Thorazine, Risperdal, and Zyprexa.
Let's start with Thorazine. What kind of medication is Thorazine?
Thorazine is an antipsychotic medication and sometimes called the first generation antipsychotic. It's an older medication.
Okay. And what was the second medication you said you observed?
Risperdal.
And what type of medication is Risperdal?
Risperdal is also an antipsychotic medication and it's considered it's a second generation antipsychotic.
Okay. And what is the third medication that Mr. Gregg had been prescribed?
Zyprexa was the third medication, also a second generation antipsychotic.
And did you also observe in those records that Mr. Gregg had been hospitalized?
Yes.
And based on the medical records that you reviewed from Precise Medical Records and Ms. Kirk's medical records, were those medical records received were they produced in response to subpoenas directly to the various medical providers?
I believe they all were, yes.
Okay. So it wasn't
The
something
father.
that I drafted up or something that Mr. Camp.
This is the father, the bio dad. Yes. He was on all of these pretty heavy duty, right? Thorazine, antipsychotics. We don't know what his exact diagnosis is, but this doctor says that he was bipolar because he did review some medical records of her bio dad, Kevin Gregg.
Camp drafted up and sent to you, correct?
To the best of my recollection, all of those documents came with subpoenas.
Okay. Did I hear you correctly when you said it was a nurse practitioner at Precise Medical Clinic that prescribed Carly her medication?
I believe that Ms. Lerber is in fact a nurse practitioner.
Okay,
I
not a
believe.
psychiatrist.
Not a psychiatrist.
Dr. Clark, does a person always know if they've lost time?
No.
Dr. Clark, can a person know they've lost time if they have no memory of it?
Objection, Your Honor. I think it's outside the scope of cross.
Court will overrule it. was touched on about her alleged disassociation. I'll allow him to answer the question.
Could you please repeat the question?
Yes. Can a person always know that they've lost time if they have no memory of it?
No. I think some people are aware that something has happened, and some people aren't very aware at all.
And when you reviewed Rebecca Kirk's records, did you see information in there regarding that Ashley Smiley had also spoken with Ms. Kirk?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And, and based on your evaluation of Carly, was Carly afraid that her mother would find out that she was having these mental health issues?
Yes.
Is it reasonable that Carly would not want to disclose that she was having these mental health issues to someone she knew was talking to her mom?
Yes.
Earlier in your testimony, you talked about how Carly was a follower. And if someone has more of a follower personality, are they likely to argue with law enforcement? Your Honor, he brought it up on cross. Why wouldn't she have argued?
Overruled.
You can answer.
She really
I'm not sure.
does. Bridget Todd, the attorney, really reminds me of Priscilla Presley, a young Priscilla Presley. Beautiful.
Being a follower makes much difference in that regard. I would imagine that for a 14-year-old who's being arrested or picked up by the police, they're not likely to argue. I see Carly as a pleaser. Perhaps that's more germane. I think it's unlikely Carly would have actually argued. That's not something that would be characteristic of her.
And do you recall your testimony earlier today when you were talking about dissociative disorders and acute dissociative reactions to stressful events, how you testified that Carly met most of the risk factors?
Yes, I believe I talked about the factors that would make it seem more likely that it was the real deal as opposed to malingering.
And I believe you testified, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the only factor that Carly didn't really meet was that she didn't seem to have any recollection of it instead of spotty recollection, correct?
Yes.
Sustained is deleting.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that if Carly's nightmares of gunshots were somehow her memories of that incident, then that would fit even more perfectly with your diagnosis, that the risk factors? You can answer.
Yeah, I wouldn't say perfectly. I wouldn't use that word. The other thing I'd say, I wouldn't put too much stock in this whole thing. This is information that we have from the research that there is. It's not great research. So again, I wouldn't put too much stock in it. But yes, the fact that she would seem to have some awareness of what had gone on, some post-traumatic symptoms associated with it would make her amnesia a little more patchy.
Okay, and so having that patchy memory would fall in line with someone who is genuinely experiencing dissociative amnesia.
Yes, again, this is not proof. This is not proof that she experienced dissociative amnesia, but it would be a factor, weighing in that direction.
Proof.
And Dr. Clark, when we saw the body camera footage today, when Carly and Deputy Shack arrived back at Carly's house, were there already law enforcement videos and an ambulance there?
I actually couldn't see the video itself from where I was sitting, so I'm not sure.
Okay. And if that is what the video portrayed, how likely would it be, or would it be logical for someone to believe something has happened?
I think it would be very logical for someone to think that something had happened, yes.
Okay. Begging the court's indulgence.
All right, there's over almost like 2,300 of you here, but we only have 911 votes on the poll. So if you want to vote, vote now. Last call.
Defense may call us next witness.
Witness.
All right, you may stand down. Defense may call us next witness.
They have another witness today?
All right,
Oh, no, they rested.
In a hot second, okay? If y'all just give me 5 minutes. If anybody needs a restroom, now will be a good time, okay?
The defense has rested. That's the end of the case. Well, for now, unless there's going to be a rebuttal. Probably a rebuttal because they said they have some witnesses. The state does. Will they start them today? Will we get to wait until tomorrow? Let's see.
Presence of the jury is the defendant re-urges motion. Record will reflect where outside the presence of the jury is the defendant re-urges motion.
Yes, we do, Your Honor.
All right, any further basis you wish the court to consider?
No further basis.
Does the state re-urges, does the state argue the same response as before?
Yes, sir, with additional information that.
Feel free to put it. Okay. Any further argument?
No, sir.
All right. Court will overrule the motion for directed verdict for the record. All right, does the state have we all had a telephone call about a week and a half ago. You had a witness with a scheduling problem, is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Still have a scheduling problem
That's correct, sir, for Friday.
for Friday. So I can recess. I mean, it's 4:47. What I'm saying is I can recess for the night. I should recess for the night. But if you have a witness problem, it's Wednesday night. Folks go to church. If you have a witness problem, we spend about an hour taking care of something else. I'll let you call the witness now. But if we don't have a witness problem, I want to rest. I want to be done for the night.
Aaron, can I make sure we have 2 witnesses upstairs that are pretty short? Can I just make sure that they can both do that tomorrow?
Yep.
Y'all mind?
People go to church on Wednesday nights. I don't know about. I didn't know that.
And for those going to check it, it's not a convenience issue. It's an availability issue. Okay.
And Dr. Pickett's in the courtroom. He is available tomorrow.
Okay.
Can we approach real quick?
Sure.
Pilgrim Shadow, thanks for the 10. Says, thanks a lot for the extensive coverage of this trial. Thanks, Mods, for keeping the chat clean. Seems like all this life was just a dream. Another Grateful Dead quote. And I think you had one before that I didn't even put up yet. Sidebar. Judge just ruled that Diddy needs to remain behind bars until trial. If I told you about all that went down, it would burn off both your ears. There's a Grateful Dead quote for every situation. Always. Thank you, Pilgrim Shadow, for both of those super chats. So what's he going to do? Is he going to send him home so they can go to church? Janine, thank you for the 5. How does she stop Lexapro cold turkey? I thought it was the Zoloft that she stopped cold turkey. Thought mom was in charge of her meds. Was Carly hiding them? Good question. Seamus said, been on 3 juries. This is tough because she's so young. Thank you for your super chat, Seamus. And AJ says, I'm not doubting her trauma. I just think she's using it to her advantage. She wrote down malingering and is now thinking about it. Thank you for the 5, AJ.
We may have an additional friends or if they have one of those 3 is an expert.
He's looking at his watch. Dewey.
Need a break for the night, okay? We're at a point in the evening where we need a break for the night, okay? It's 7 minutes till 5, and I don't want to go late tonight and then have to bring y'all back tomorrow too, okay? For planning purposes, kind of bear in mind, if the case goes to y'all for some reason tomorrow, we can't disband till we have a verdict. So if you got child care issues, something like that, call your mama, call your grandma, call somebody. Let's get that taken care of for tomorrow. Okay. I'm just trying to put y'all on notice as much as possible. Remember the court's admonition. Do not talk about this case. Do not allow yourself to be exposed to any outside media. And please don't go look at any social media or do any independent research. Does everyone understand that? All right. I'm going to ask y'all to be back in the jury room tomorrow morning, 8:45. All right. With that, we'll be in recess for the evening, and everyone remain seated while the jury exits.
All right.
Sure.
I'm going to end the poll now.
That's right.
And here's where we are right now.
Take time. Tell your wife you don't know what time you'll be home tomorrow, and you don't know what time you'll be home Friday. How's that? But you can tell her you
He wants to tell his wife what time he's going to be home tomorrow, one of the jurors.
You'll be home for the weekend.
You'll
How's
be
that?
home for the weekend. That's all you got. It's all I'm giving you.
Evidence statement we're outside the presence of the jury. I'd encourage both sides, if y'all have any evidence state that you intend to offer through your experts tomorrow, if y'all could at least produce the exhibits tonight. I mean, I understand you produced them in discovery, but let's go on ahead and make sure we go through them so we don't have any time lag tomorrow, okay?
All right.
Everything that I think we'll be talking about the medical records and the journals.
I'm ending the poll.
We might use the television.
Here are the results. 52% said not guilty, reason of insanity, send her to a psych hospital. Still undecided, 23%. 19% of you said guilty, send her to an adult prison. And not guilty by reason of insanity, set her free, only 3%. And we had a little over 1,000 votes. Don't go anywhere quite yet because we are not done. Elizabeth Ann says, will AJ be in court for the trial? For the Karen retrial? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why he wouldn't. Why wouldn't he? The Michael Marcy has hired a new attorney to step in place of Lally, but Lally's still on the team. So why wouldn't AJ be there? Yeah, he's still, yeah. Thanks, Elizabeth Ann. Maybe you were confused and you came in like in the middle of the breaking news. Mama She, thanks for the 20. Thank you for covering this trial. It is a hard one. It is a hard one, you guys. This could go to the jury tomorrow, I think. But then they said they have a witness who has an issue for Friday. So maybe they're going to. Yeah, there is a new prosecutor in the Karen Reed case. It is the defense attorney who defended Whitey Bulger in federal court. Let's just see how this plays out. We want to start again late tomorrow, my friends, again. We can start late tomorrow again. Yeah, I think a lot of these people one flew over the cuckoo's nest. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really, really good point. Thank you, Terrell, for buying me 3 matcha lattes and for appreciating me. And I appreciate you right back. You are all amazing, every single one of you. Where do you want to go? Where do you want me to send you? Let me see who's live. Hang on just a second. And then we can do a cupcake invasion somewhere because we like to do that. Unless you have any any further questions that you have for me. Who's live? Glare is live. Want to go over there? Want to go to Glare again? That's all I see right now of our faves. Adult prison. Glare. Okay. Tell Will this is another incoming. He's doing something on Karen Reed. Incoming cupcake invasion. Tell him he owes me. We don't know what the jury's going to be deciding on yet because we need to see the verdict slip. Until that is drafted and shown to us, I'm not going to know. I need to see it. Not guilty by reason of insanity is a choice. Guilty, not guilty at all, or not guilty by reason of insanity. Those are the choices. I'm sending you to Glare on the eyes, but he might be a little rough on the ears. He tends to use language that I don't. So just guide your actions accordingly. But go on over there. You'll have a great time. We share some of the same moderators. Thank you to the moderators who did an amazing job, you guys, of keeping this chat incredibly classy today. This is a really tough case for moderators, for me, and for all of you because there is such a difference of opinion. But thank you so much. Marty Weinstein was going to be taking over. No, not for trial. He's an appellate attorney, Elizabeth Ann. That's his specialty, is appeals. They brought Marty Weinstein in for the appeal on Karen Reed. And thank you, Joanna. Your guys' tax money be outraged. Yeah, I heard they just did something on the interest rates. They might have like reduced them by half a point. Thank you to the moderators. You guys thank the moderators. They're amazing. They are what makes this place amazing, as are you. Please smash the like on your way out. Do all of the YouTube-ish type things that YouTube likes. We're going to be starting late tomorrow because they're going to be starting their rebuttal case, and we don't want to have to sit around through all the breaks. If it was closings, I would do it in real time. But as you know, we like to do things so that we can speed through when we need to. Thank you again for tuning in. Without you, I would not have a channel. Love you all, my cupcakes, my viewers, replay viewers. Smash the like, share the stream out. If people need a place to watch it, let them know this is a cool place to come hang out. And as I always say, be cool, be kind, be classy. It's not hard. Promise you, it's really, really not that hard. Peace. Tell the glarer I said hello. Go on. Cupcake invasion.